is coming and drawing so near. The prophet's words are being fulfilled. The times and seasons are at hand for the glorious arrival of the Son of Man. As lightning flashes the east and the west, the earth will endure the Lord's test. Be saved by his name while he can be found. Seek his face before the trumpet sounds. The day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. Before that day, keep your lamp trimmed. The day of the Lord is full of wrath. In that day, who can endure? Oh Lord, who can peace and safety and sudden destruction, his labor pains upon a pregnant woman. The powers of heaven will quake the earth, shaking everything from the Lord's curse. The day is gloomy and full of darkness. The sun and moon will lose its brightness. Will nations prepare for the Lord's sacrifice? His sickle is coming, the harvest is ripe. The day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. For that day, keep your lamp trimmed. The day of the Lord is full of wrath. In that day, who can endure? Lord, oh Lord, who can endure? It's the day of vengeance, redemption story. The Lord is arriving with power and glory. The fig tree is blooming and has started to bud, for the King of Kings to pierce the heavens above. Sons of the light and sons of the day, be sober and watch, will walk in his way. The Lord is zealous and will roar like a lion. He will sit on David's throne, dwelling in Zion. The day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. For that day, keep your lamp trimmed. The day of the Lord is full of wrath. In that day, who can endure? Oh Lord, who can shelter me under the shadow of your wings. Cover me in the day of trouble. Shield me in your holy armor. Whoever calls on the name of the Lord will be saved from the fire and from the sword. He who endures until the end shine like the stars of heaven. Hide me in the secret place. Shelter me under the shadow of your wings. Cover me in the day of trouble. Shield me in your holy armor. Whoever calls on the name of the Lord will be saved from the fire and from the sword. He who endures until the end will shine like the stars of heaven.
Hello, friends. My name is Chadwick. You have reached Faithful Performance. Thank you very much for joining us tonight as we continue our series on the front page news series of the biblical prophets. And this week, or this series, or this episode, we're going to discover Daniel 8, which is the prophecy of the war between the ram and the goat. And we'll find out who those two countries are. But it's a very important prophecy when we look at the Holy Bible. It's one of those prophecies where you can take it from the beginning and read all the way through it into the end of the age, into Messiah's second coming events. That's how important the prophecy of Daniel 8 is. It goes with the prophecy of Daniel 2 and also in Daniel 7. And if you're not familiar with Daniel 2 or Daniel 7, it speaks about four kingdoms that's going to rise to power at the end of the age before Messiah's second coming. These four kingdoms did come to fruition before, or three of the kingdoms did, and now they're going to come back again at the end of the age, as we will see in this prophecy that it is for the end of the age. That the angel Gabriel tells Daniel three times that it's for the end of the age. So we're going to look at this prophecy. Again, it's one of these prophecies that is front page news of today. You can look at the Middle East and North Africa right now, and you can see this prophecy actually coming to fulfillment as we speak right now. So I believe it's a very important prophecy for people to look at, because people are talking about the nation of Iran invading Israel. Okay, and Iran is one of those countries that Daniel 8 speaks of. But is it Iran or is it Turkey? Is Turkey the country that's going to invade Israel, or will it be Iran or Persia? And Daniel 8 really understands that. He really, with the vision, he tells us exactly who's going to win this war between Iran and Turkey, and then also what's going to happen after Turkey, as he gives us the guideline to the second coming events. Again, this prophecy, if the countries that people are speaking of today in biblical prophecy, if they are not in Daniel 8, then they are not at the end of the age either. What I mean by that is a lot of the prophecy teachers out there are talking about Russia, talking about China, talking about America, talking about Rome, talking about the Vatican, how the Roman Empire is going to revitalize, if you will. And that's just not accurate according to the Holy Bible. When you look at the Holy Bible, when you look at the table of nations in Genesis 10, when you look at the biblical prophets, every one of the prophets speak about the surrounding nations that's around Israel. It never mentions any European nations. It never mentioned any Asian nations that we can understand, with China, Japan, Vietnam, whatever. It doesn't speak about South America. It doesn't speak about North America. It doesn't speak about Europe. It speaks about Israel and the surrounding nations is the entire Holy Bible. And we really must have that standard of understanding with Genesis 10, with around the surrounding nations, the original nations that were ordained, the 70 nations. And we must understand that's what the biblical prophets will have prophesied through. Okay. I've said this many times before, that they're called prophets. They're not called psychics. They're called prophets, meaning they're going to prophesy through something that we can understand in the Holy Bible. In this case, it's Genesis 10 with the table of nations, and also with the covenants, with the Abrahamic, the Davidic, and New Covenant. If we understand the covenants, then we're not going to have any replacement eschatology going on out there as far as who invades Israel. I'm in a bad thunderstorm right now where I'm located. Okay, so it's thundering, lightning, and raining. Maybe you guys can hear it. So if I cut out, I will be back. I will be back on as soon as this holds off of us. But it's really a bad storm right now. So hopefully it will subside here shortly. So just FYI, I saw it blinking a little bit. So I know that we might have a power outage. So if that's the case, then I'll try to get back on here to finish the teaching and the lesson for all of us. But my friends, Daniel 8 is very important to realize and understand and look at the Middle East, because again, you can just follow the passage and it's going to show you the detailed roadmap, if you will, to Messiah's second coming events. That's why when we understand Daniel 8, then when someone brings us Rome, when someone brings Russia, when someone brings China, I just tell them to go to Daniel 8 and read what the angel Gabriel said to the prophet, that the end of the age, three times, that this prophecy is for the end of the age. So I think we can all understand that what most people put this prophecy at with Alexander the Great, that was 2,500 years ago. So that was not the end of the age, as Gabriel mentioned three times to the prophet Daniel. We're all familiar with the prophet Daniel, with his journey, most of us. If one's not familiar with it, I'll summarize it really quick before we get into the passage. But Daniel was an exile of Judah. He was one of the captives that Nebuchadnezzar took as a young man, as a teenager, or a little bit younger than a teenager, over to Babylon. He and three of his friends and many other Jewish people went with them. Of course, with captivity, as we all know, Daniel and his three friends were found to have more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, more so than all the other wise men. And Daniel was able to interpret the dream and the interpretation. Pretty phenomenal when you think about it. He interpreted the dream and the interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar. And as we all know, after that, he was elevated to vice president of Babylon, or second in command of Babylon. And again, he was over the wise men. What a phenomenal testimony the prophet Daniel had, living in Babylon, but still was true to the God of Israel. He was up under three kings, and he had major impact of those three kings, obviously Nebuchadnezzar, Darius the Mede, and also Cyrus the Persian. So Daniel had an impact, as we can tell, on three major kings back in his day. What a phenomenal commission that the prophet Daniel had. It wasn't easy. You know, he got separated from his family as a young man. Can you believe that? Can you imagine that, being separated from your family for that period of time? But it was God's will, and Daniel did according to God's will. We can all understand that. But the prophet had a gift of dreams and visions and the understanding of those things, as we all know. And he and Nebuchadnezzar had a very, very good relationship, a lot of respect going back and forth to both of them. I tell people that all the time. If you read into the scriptures, man, Nebuchadnezzar loved Daniel and Daniel loved Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, most people would not talk to the king of Babylon the way that Daniel did, okay, and live. Okay, so Daniel was not afraid to tell Nebuchadnezzar what the Lord was trying to tell him, because he loved God and he loved Nebuchadnezzar. And he commissioned Nebuchadnezzar to give to the poor before he was exiled for 7 years. And then after 7 years, Nebuchadnezzar regained his empire for a short amount of time. And then his son took over, and then the great-grandson took over, Belshazzar. Okay, so this is where we pick up Daniel 8, okay, and that really occurred in Daniel 5 with King Belshazzar, the grandson, with the writing on the wall. We all know that with Daniel 5, and then the Medo-Persians took over Babylon that same night, it says. So that's kind of the backdrop on the prophet Daniel in a very, very summarized portion of it. But Daniel 8 is one that was recorded in the 3rd year of King Belshazzar. We'll read that for ourselves. That's the grandson, again, of King Nebuchadnezzar. But Daniel had Daniel 7, the vision, in the 1st year of Belshazzar. And then he had the Daniel 8 2 years later in the 3rd year of King Belshazzar. This prophecy is the transition between the 2nd and 3rd kingdoms of Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. So when you read Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, you'll have Babylon, just like Daniel says in Daniel 2. You got Babylon first, Medo-Persia, and then you have Javan, or the Grecian Empire, third, okay? So that's the way we have to look at it in order. And then we'll understand the transition between the 2nd and the 3rd kingdom with Daniel 8. So Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, Babylon, Persia, Javan, and just stop right there. That's the only 3 kingdoms that we really need to focus on, because the 4th kingdom, according to Revelation 13, is made up of the first 3 kingdoms in Daniel 7. So there is no Roman Empire. It's just the first 3 will be the conglomerate in Revelation 13. Both of them had 10 horns. Daniel 7's 4th beast, Revelation 13's 1 beast. It's a perfect match with that. So it's very important to read. When you read Daniel 2 and Daniel 7 and Daniel 8, they go together perfectly, but we have to have the right entities, the right nations, according to the Holy Bible, which is Babylon, Medo-Persia, and Javan, or Greece, okay? So those 3 are what we have to focus on, and then those 3 will be the conglomerate in Revelation 13. We'll go through that another time as well, but we've already been through that. But just understand, Daniel 7's 4th beast with 10 horns is the same beast as Revelation 13's 1 beast with 10 horns. It's a perfect match with everything. So that gives the Roman Empire people a lot of problems, because they can't get around Revelation 13, where he says the beast is made up of 3 kingdoms of Daniel 7, the first 3, Babylon, Persia, and the Grecian Empire, the land area that those 3 empires conglomerated and they ruled over. Okay, so that's what we got to understand. That's where the 10 kings will be. It's all Middle Eastern, and Daniel 8 is going to prove that to everybody. Daniel 8 is going to prove where the antichrist rises from. It's going to give you specifically where he will rise from. So there's no misunderstanding with that if we just read the prophet for what he says, and that's what we're going to do. So Daniel 8 is a magnificent chapter, especially if you love prophecy, especially if you love the timeline of God at the end of the age, where he tells us to watch and pay attention to what's going on. Daniel 8 should be one of those chapters right in the very beginning of those chapters to watch for, because it is front page news, just like Zechariah 12, the Olivet Discourse, Jeremiah 16, this one, Isaiah 19. You've got it littered with the biblical prophets of what they are showing all of us today. But we have to have the right geography. We have to be looking at the right area, because if one's not looking at the Middle East and North Africa right now, they are lost according to biblical prophecy, okay? According to biblical prophecy, if they're looking at Rome, or if they're looking at America, if they're looking at wherever else, they are not looking where the Bible says to look at the end of the age, which is where the king's going to return. Last time I checked, he's returning to Israel. He's returning to Jerusalem. He's returning to the Mount of Olives. Okay, and then who has the problem with him returning to that mountain is Islam. Okay, and then all the surrounding nations who's going to support the Islamists. Okay, great. But the primary people, like we said before, over and over by the biblical prophets, it's almost deafening. And I mean, it just blinds you when you read it. Edom, Lydia, Babylon, Egypt, all these areas, Gaza. That's who the biblical prophets is talking about. Assyria, Lydia, Turkey. It's not going to say Turkey, it's going to say Lydia. But we have to understand these ancient names, because throughout the Holy Bible, the prophets are speaking about the table of nations. That's why it's an easy conversation. When someone wants to get into a conversation about biblical prophecy, go to the table of nations and show me where the European countries are. They cannot. Go to the biblical prophets. Show me where the European countries are. They are not. Well, if they're not in the biblical prophets, and this is the prophets that were ordained and rose up to prophesy about the day of the Lord and the destruction that he's going to do, because I can show anybody, and we will, with these slides of the nations he does personally come to fight against. Again, personally, the 10 days of awe. I'm not talking about the Antichrist kingdom. I'm talking about the 10 days of awe, the awesomeness of Yeshua HaMashiach, the 10-day war where he pours out his vengeance. Please go read Isaiah 13 through 23. Please go read Ezekiel 26 through 32. Please go read Jeremiah 46 through 52. You tell me who's he got a problem with when he returns. Not one time you will find any European country, much less Europe either, or Russia or China or anyone else that all of these big time prophecy teachers on the TVs, they want to tell you to look at. They are lost, because they should be looking at Israel only, and who has the problem with the Abrahamic covenant. And of course, the outer nations will pick a side, just like they're doing right now. And that's why I tell people, please look at the Middle East right now. And that's what it's going to kind of look like at the end, but 100,000 times worse. Okay. You've got Israel, the surrounding nations against Israel. And then people are going to have to choose sides. The sheep nations will choose Israel. The goat nations will choose the Islamists. You know, so that's really where it is, my friends, with biblical prophecy. You have to look at the right spot, or none of this will make any sense. Kind of like the calendar. If everybody's looking at the Roman calendar in the Bible, lost. You got to be on the biblical calendar, not the Roman calendar, or you will be lost in the Holy Bible. I would be lost in the Holy Bible. So we have to understand that. It's super important to be on the right calendar, to be on the right understanding of the covenants, to understand what the war is about, which area to look. And that way you will not be caught as a thief in the night, and you will have your 3D glasses on and your popcorn ready as you watch all of this goes down according to the prophets. Okay. And there's no greater prophet at the end of the age than the prophet Daniel. He gives you the 4 kingdoms that's going to rise to power before the end of the age in Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. There's 2 witnesses. Nebuchadnezzar had one dream. Daniel had the other vision. You have to have 2 witnesses, 4 kingdoms, Babylon, Persia, Javan or Greece. And then you have the conglomerate in Revelation 13 of those land areas, of those 10 kings who have always hated the God of Israel, have always hated the Jewish people, always have hated the promises that were made to the Jewish people. Thus, the reason for Armageddon is because of the Abrahamic covenant. Please understand that. And the lights almost went out in Georgia. Okay. And kind of like the song, right? I think it's a song somewhere. So, but anyhow, not to get sidetracked here, this is a very important chapter. We're going to go through it. There's a lot of revelations with this. We're going to see what Yeshua himself said about where Satan's throne is. Okay, and again, you're not going to see it in Rome. You're not going to see it in China. You're not going to see it in Russia. You're not going to see it in America. You're going to see it in the Middle East, where everything will go down according to the biblical prophets. This is a beautiful prophecy. We're going to bring in the up-to-date information on the literal understanding of it, modern day understanding, the fulfillments of it, as we see Iran and also the nation of Turkey really gain their footing in the Middle East. I think when we go through this, people, I hope will agree as well, that you've seen, which we're aware of Iran because they're all in the news. But the one that people aren't looking out for that will be worse than Iran will be Javan, will be Turkey. They will be worse than Iran for sure. We're going to get into all of these things, ladies and gents. If you have any information as well, please put it in the chats. There's so much going on out there. I know a lot of people keep up with biblical prophecy and a lot of people keep up with the Middle East, the geopolitics. So if you do have information, please put it in there. It's hard to keep up with everything going on for sure. I've tried to do my best with the major events that's going on. But my friends, you can see this war, and a lot of folks, including myself, have been looking for this war. I call it the next great war of the Middle East, and it certainly will be. I know everybody's looking at Israel and Gaza, and yes, that is very important. Of course it is. That's part of the reason why this war of Daniel 8 will probably be very near, is because of what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Lebanon with Hezbollah. And as the JV teams, if you will, the proxy groups, as they run out of steam, if you will, from Iran, and Iran starts running out of money, you're going to start to see all of these things start to culminate, just like Daniel said. And then you're going to see the rise of the leopard, the rise of the goat, which is the nation of Turkey. In the Bible, they're called Javan. You can think of it as Javan like that. So it's very important, my friends, to really identify with all of these things. So without further ado, we'll jump right into the prophecy. But before we do, I do want to go through, this is super important, Daniel 12. This is the last chapter of the prophet's book. And I think it's very important for us to realize what is said to the prophet. We'll read this really quick. I love this, and hopefully it gives you inspiration in your personal commission with the Lord to do your part in God's kingdom, just like it does with me as well. But we're going to really focus on verse number 4, but we'll read through it to get the proper inspiration and conviction. And this is Daniel chapter 12. He says, "Now at that time, Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, will stand up, and there will be a time of distress, the great tribulation, such as never happened since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people, the Jewish people, everyone who is found written in the book will be rescued. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake, these to everlasting life, but the others to reproach and everlasting contempt. And those who have insight will shine brightly like the brightness of the expanse of heaven, and those who lead the many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever." How beautiful. This is very important. Verse number 4, "But as for you, Daniel, conceal these words and seal up the book until the time of the end. Many will go to and fro, and knowledge will increase." My friends, this is super important to realize in the very last chapter of his book, Daniel 12:4. Let's look at what the prophet says. He says, "For you, Daniel," because this is when Daniel was asking for revelation. He was asking for understanding. And the angel said, "Daniel, go your way. Go your way, Daniel. Don't worry about this. You're going to sleep with your fathers, and you will rise up to receive your inheritance," is what he continues to say at the end of the book. So it's a really beautiful chapter of the conversation between the prophet and the angel. It's just amazing about the commission of Daniel's life. But look at what he says. "But as for you, Daniel, conceal these words." In this chapter, even though the chapters were not, we didn't have the chapter breaks back then. He just wrote the prophecy out. But it says, "Conceal these words." Not only in Daniel 12, but seal up the book. All of Daniel's book is sealed until the time of the end. It's very important to understand that. "But as for you, Daniel, conceal these words that I've just spoken to you, but also seal up the book." Okay, remember, there was no chapter breaks in the Bible. So it didn't say seal up the prophecy, seal up this one prophecy. It said seal up your book, all of your visions, all of your dreams that you had in your entire book, 12 chapters, seal these up until the time of the end. This is super important. We're going to come back to this when we get to Daniel 8, but Daniel's visions and his prophecies, his dreams, his visions, his prophecies are all for the end of the age. Yes, they came true in the beginning in history. That's what's so beautiful about it. God has given us the historical understanding to understand how it's going to go at the end of the age. I mean, we have an awesome God. We have a God who loves us, who doesn't want us to be ignorant, who doesn't want us to be in the dark. We just have to read and not say all of this has been fulfilled, and just read the text. And the text is going to tell us that this is for the end of the age. All of Daniel's prophecies are Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Daniel 11, Daniel 12, all for the end. Daniel 10, they're all for the end of the age. I can make a case that even Daniel 4 is for the end of the age, with Nebuchadnezzar with the stump in the ground, with the bands of silver and bronze wrapped around it. So, my friends, we've got to really read carefully and understand that this is for the end. Yes, it did happen in Alexander's time. Beautiful. Yes, it went down just like Daniel said, Babylon, Persia, Grecian, and then that's it. And it's coming back again today. His book is for the end of the age. It's called Patent Prophecy. What's happened before will happen again. Just like history repeats itself, well, the Bible repeats itself as well, with all these beautiful understandings of it. But we have to understand how the Bible is read, and also how these things work with prophecy, that there's a historical fulfillment, but then there's an end fulfillment. There's a complete fulfillment, a total fulfillment. Passover. The Jewish people were killing the Passover lamb for 1,500 years as a rehearsal. And then Yeshua came and he completely fulfilled it. You see? So that's what I'm talking about. There's different areas and ways you can fulfill it, but then there's a total fulfillment of these things. And that's what we're dealing with now. Everything that Daniel has said in his book, the book of Daniel, about the kingdoms coming to fruition, you're seeing it. You're seeing it right in front of your eyes, because the prophetic understanding of Babylon is Iraq. That's where the country is of Babylon, is Iraq. Well, Iraq fell in 2003 with Saddam Hussein. Okay, well, then what does Daniel say? Medo-Persia is next. Well, look who's been in the power seat in the Middle East since 2003. It's been Iran, Medo-Persia, just like the prophet said. And now look who's coming. Look who is about to pounce all over the Middle East as the leopard. Okay, the leopard's going to pounce. Okay, and that's the third kingdom of the Grecian Empire, or Turkey in this case. You're going to see this guy. You're seeing him over the last 20 years. You've seen this guy really take off, especially the last 10 years. 7 to 10 years, he's really taken off. And we're going to go through all of these things and all of these understandings with Erdogan, with the AKP party, which is his party. And you're going to see the transition of the Republic of Turkey, okay, to the transformation to the tyrannical revived Ottoman Empire is what this guy wants to be. We're going to go through a lot of different understandings of that. So hopefully at the end of the video, everyone can start looking at this guy and start discerning this guy and seeing what this guy, what his prophetic calling is or is not going to be. This is very important, Daniel 12:4. But as for you, Daniel, conceal these words and seal up the book. Okay, so seal the words that I've just spoken to you, but also seal the book. Seal all your visions, all your dreams up until the time of the end. Many will go to and fro, and knowledge will increase. Amen. So the angel is telling us that Daniel's book is sealed until the end of the age. So if we're living at the end of the age, then it's going to be unsealed. If we are not living at the end of the age, then guess what? Me or you or anybody in the world altogether, we cannot figure out the book of Daniel because it's sealed until the time of the end. So until it's not sealed, and I believe it's being unsealed as we speak, to be quite frank with you, with what's going on at the end of the age, as we all, I think most of us can agree with, that we all believe we're living at that time of the end of the age, however that long that may be, so to speak. So we're seeing these events go down. If we are living at the end of the age, we are seeing these events go down, just like the prophet said. I wrote a book called God's Prophetic Timeline back in 2016. And the reason I mention this is because I wouldn't even be mentioning this right now if we couldn't see the third kingdom. If we couldn't see the third kingdom starting to come about, I don't even know if I would have written the book, to be quite frank with you, because I would have been comfortable with just the first two, with Iraq and Iran partially coming to fulfillment. Remember, that was 2016. So once we saw the third one and did the research on Erdogan and the AKP party and just in general with the timeline of God's prophetic timeline, I feel like it's appropriate to really look at Erdogan as the first king. Okay, now we're going to read that in Daniel 8. There's two kings. There's the first king, and then there is the antichrist after that. So I do believe personally, and I'm going to give you my personal opinion, I do believe that Erdogan could be that first king. I wrote it in the book that I believe he is the first king from just my personal opinion. And then you're going to see what happens after he gets out of power, what happens to the nation of Turkey, and then we will bring all these anointings in together. So people, if you do have a Roman Empire kind of eschatology, hopefully Daniel 8 is going to change that, okay? Because if it doesn't fit in Daniel 8, it doesn't fit anywhere, okay? If Rome's not in Daniel 8, it's nowhere. If Russia's not in Daniel 8, it's nowhere. You have to be in Daniel 8 to be in end of the age prophecy as the major country, as the dominant superpower of the Middle East, okay, or one that's, hello, okay, wow, to be as the, that was a bad lightning, whoo, I could feel it inside, but anyhow, to be in end of the age prophecy as a major country, you've got to be in Daniel 8. And Daniel only talks about two countries, and that those countries are Iran and then Turkey. And after Turkey, you got the 10 kings, and you go into Jerusalem. Okay, so we must understand that the 10 kings, and you're going to find out where exactly the Antichrist rises from tonight, according to Daniel 8. And that's why I tell people Daniel 8 is a phenomenal chapter to really debunk a lot of things that we've been taught with false eschatology that goes into false theology, but also it's going to give you a timeline. Like I said, put it on your refrigerator, check it off as it goes down, because it's going to lead you to the promised land at the second coming event. So with that being said, let's get into Daniel 8. I did want to mention Daniel 12 because we need to understand this is for the end. And Gabriel is going to confirm that in Daniel 8 as well 3 times, my friends, 3 times. So with that being said, let's go through this prophecy, or we'll break it down into the sections, but it's a short prophecy, but a very powerful prophecy that will debunk and also confirm a lot of things that we believe in. Okay, so this is the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar. Okay, remember King Belshazzar was the grandson of King Nebuchadnezzar. All right, so he was in power then at Daniel 8, the 3rd year of his reign. A vision appeared to Daniel after the one that appeared to him the first time, which was in Daniel 7. I saw in the vision, and it so happened while I was looking that I was in Shushan, the citadel, which is in the province of Elam. Okay, if you're not familiar with Elam, that is Iran. Okay, so Elam is in Iran. We have to understand those ancient names, as I said before, and that goes back into the table of nations and then go forward. Okay, so he's sitting in Shushan. Okay, the vision is in Shushan, so this is where the vision is going to go down with the fulfillment. So please remember that. He was in Shushan, he was in Iran, and we're about to show you exactly where he was in Persia, okay, at the time, and that's where this war will go down. Okay, so please remember that. I saw in the vision, and it so happened while I was looking that I was in Iran, I was in Shushan. Okay, that's where it's going to be fulfilled, is in Shushan, which is in the province of Elam, Iran. And I saw in the vision that I was by the river Ulai. Then I lifted my eyes and saw, and there standing beside the river was a ram which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were very high. But one was higher than the other, and the higher one came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, and southward, so that no animal could withstand him, nor was there any that could deliver from his hand. But he did according to his will and became great. This is a really phenomenal opening to a prophecy. As we can see, this is in the 3rd year of King Belshazzar, the king of Babylon at the time. Daniel was still in Babylon, but the vision was in Iran. It was in Shushan, in the province of Elam, which is in Iran. He saw in the vision. He was by the river Ulai, which we're going to look at again. Very strategic river. We're going to get into more understanding of that as well when we talk about Turkey and Armenia and Azerbaijan here in a little bit as well. But he was by the river. He saw this ram, which had 2 horns. Okay, one of the horns was higher than the other. Okay, and remember, this is Medo-Persia that we're talking about. We're going to confirm that with Gabriel as we get down to the prophecy, but he's going to tell us that this is Medo-Persia as we get into verse 20. But he had two horns, okay? One is Media, which is the smaller horn, and then Persia is the higher horn, the greater horn, because Persia was more dominant than the Medes were. Okay, Cyrus the Persian was stronger than Darius the Mede, and I think history would prove that. Of course, the Persians were stronger than the Medes. The Medes are kinsmen to the Persians, so just keep that in mind as we bring all of this back home at the end when we look at the modern day events to tie everything in. But there's two horns on the ram. One smaller, the other one higher. Media is the smaller one. Persia is the higher one. Okay. And the higher one came up last, which is very important, which is Persia. I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, and southward so that no animal could withstand him, nor was there any that could deliver from his hand, but he did according to his will and became great. Okay. So I'm going to skip to verse 20 just to prove to everybody that this is Media Persia. Okay. And this is where it says this is in verse 20 of Daniel 8, the ram which you saw having two horns. These are the kings of Media and Persia. So Daniel tells you exactly who this is. Okay, we don't have to guess. And the male goat is the kingdom of Javan, and that is Turkey. Most people look at that as Greece. That is a mistranslation in the Bible. Okay, it is Javan, and then we're going to confirm that as we go down, that it is the nation of Turkey. It is the nation where Messiah said Satan's throne is and where he dwells. Okay, it's in the nation of Turkey. We're going to show you that scripture as well. But I wanted to let everybody know that the prophet, the angel Gabriel, tells Daniel, Medo-Persia is the ram, and then the goat is Javan, Turkey in this circumstance. Okay, so now I'll back up and we'll continue with the prophecy, okay? But when we look at the prophecy, it said that there's a ram. Let me back up. First and foremost, when we look at the left side, you'll see where Elam is. That is Iran, okay? As you can tell, Babylon is in Iraq, and there's a river called the River Ulai, okay, that is basically the border between Iraq and Iran, okay? So we must understand that that's where Daniel was. He was in Babylon, of course. He was exiled to Babylon, but Nebuchadnezzar's reign reached out into Iran. It reached out into other countries in the Middle East as well. So Daniel was over in the vision in Elam, in Susha, when he had this vision of this ram going westward, northward, and southward. Okay, it's very important to understand the ram Iran was going westward, northward, and southward, and he became great. So we'll read this one more time just to get it. We'll go to verse, I lifted up my eyes and I saw there standing beside the river was a ram with two horns, and the horns were high. One was higher than the other, and the higher one came up last. I saw Iran, Medo-Persia, pushing westward, northward, and southward so that no animal could withstand him, nor was there any that could deliver from his hand, but he did according to his will, and he became great. Let me ask everybody, since 2003, hasn't Iran become great? I mean, haven't they done whatever they wanted to do across the Middle East? They've gotten all kind of money from the United States, and we'll go through that here in a little bit, but they've done what they've wanted to do, and they have become great. Okay, there's two different mindsets to this, everybody, and I'll try to go through those. One mindset is has Iran or has Medo-Persia reached their prophetic calling by going westward, northward, and southward through the proxy groups? Or are they about to do a military north, west, or south march, so to speak? So those are the two debates, if you will, a debate going on. And I have friends who believe that they're going to do an actual military march across the Middle East, that the proxy groups that they've used, that's not what the scriptures is talking about in Daniel 8, that there will be a Iranian march. That means troops on the ground going into Iraq, going into Syria, going into Yemen, going into Gaza, going into Lebanon, going into Syria with the Syria. So that's what it's talking about if one's of the opinion of a military invasion northward, westward, and southward. Now, my personal opinion is, and again, this is just my personal opinion, is that I believe, according to the timetable that we are on, that I don't think Iran will march across the Middle East. They didn't even want any part of that when Israel bombed their consulate and killed 6 or 7 of their high-ranking soldiers or generals, so to speak. They didn't want any of it then. So Iran doesn't want a part of it, okay, or they would have gotten into it, okay? They've got the 2 proxy wars, Hamas and Hezbollah, but they have not put their troops on the ground as what's called for in the Holy Bible. You will see who puts their troops on the ground with Iran underneath them as we go into Ezekiel 38 right after Daniel 8 to prove that once Daniel 8 happens, you can look at Ezekiel 38 right after that, because you're going to see what I'm talking about when we get to it. But this is going to be the war, the next great war in the Middle East for supremacy of the Middle East. Okay, this is what it's about, because ever since Iraq fell, and I think anyone who kept up with the geopolitics of the Middle East would confirm that Saddam Hussein was the superpower. He was the big boy over there. Thus the reason he was gone for many reasons. And that's for another story. But anyhow, he was the superpower of the Middle East, for decades. I think everybody would agree with that who kept up with the geopolitics of that time. But ever since Iraq, Saddam Hussein fell, or they killed Saddam Hussein, then Iran has been the superpower of the Middle East, even so much that the Irani proxies are in control of Iraq. Al-Maliki, he was in charge of Iran for a certain amount of time. Well, we saw with him what happened with him. And now we have Soudani in there, who's actually done a really good job, but he is a Sunni. He is a Shia. So he is on that Iranian Shia side. So they should have Sunnis in Iraq, because Iraq is a Sunni nation. So you can kind of tell how Iran has put its leverage into Iraq since Iraq has fallen. Remember, Iraq and Iran used to battle all the time in the 80s, man. They'd go this way, then one would win, whatever. They were fighting for years, between each other for supremacy of the Middle East. And then once Saddam Hussein got released from power, or whatever you want to call it, then Iran became the superpower of the Middle East. They started dominating Iraq. They started sending their influence into Hezbollah in Lebanon. They got into Hamas with Gaza after George Bush, 2006. Thank you very much. And then you go into Yemen, and you have the Houthi rebels who they support as well. So one can make the case, and I'm trying to make that case, that Iran, Persia, Medo-Persia in the Bible went northward, southward, and westward, and they became great. I think you can make that case, because the proxy groups have caused so much disturbance in the Middle East, and Iran has rained terror on the Middle East through the proxy groups, through the money that the United States have given them. I'm just stating facts, okay? And then what Joe Biden has given them lately, we'll go through that again. Before October 7th, he gave them another $9 billion, I believe, or 9 million. Okay, what do you think they're going to do with all this money? You think they're going to be the peacekeepers of the Middle East? How does that look for the Middle East? Not too good. They've rained terror across the Middle East, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Gaza, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. Okay, they've rained terror across the Middle East. So one could make the case, and my personal opinion is this is what the Bible is talking about. I don't think, and this is my personal opinion again, I don't think that the countries, especially Turkey, will allow Iran to do a march across the Middle East to the Mediterranean Sea. I just don't see that. I don't see Turkey allowing that. I don't see Saudi Arabia allowing that. I don't see Iraq allowing that through Saudi Arabia and Turkey, who's in alliance with Iraq. We have to remember that most of these countries are Sunnis. Okay, they're not Shia. Okay, so the only Shia, and if one's not familiar with that, let me back up. So in Islam, you have Sunni and you have Shia for the most part. Okay, kind of like Christianity, you've got Protestants, Catholics, and 50 other denominations. In Islam, you have Sunni and Shia as the main ones. Well, Iran is Shia, and their proxy groups, Hezbollah and Hamas, okay, I guess they can lean on to the Shia side, the Houthi rebels, the Shia side, but the countries themselves, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Turkey, they're Sunni, okay, they're Wahhabi, they're Sunni Islam. So we must realize that they're going to go in alliance with each other more so than with Iran. That's why Arabia and Iran hate each other. Okay, Iraq's going to take Saudi Arabia's side. Okay, Turkey's going to take Iraq and Arabia's side over Iran. So we must really, really understand that it does go into denominations, if you will, of Islam, and we must understand the difference between Shia and Sunni, but the Sunni will prevail, okay? The Sunni nations will prevail because that is the Wahhabism that comes from, in my mind, the harlot of Saudi Arabia. So we must realize that, my friends. I'm just trying to give you a summary of understanding here that I believe personally that with the timetable that we're on, and again, I could be wrong, but with the timetable that we're on, I do believe that they have spread their antennas. They have marched, if you will, across the Middle East, into Iraq, into Syria, into Lebanon, into, Hamas, into the Houthi rebels, into Yemen, so to speak. So again, I could be wrong with this, but I just don't see them putting troops on the ground. I believe if they were going to do this, they would have done it. And again, they do not want a part of this. Okay, I'm just telling you guys, the appetite is not there. Okay, when they bombed, it wasn't there from the beginning with Hamas. Okay, they will give Hamas weapons, they'll send them money, and then let them do the dirty work, if you will. That's why it's called a proxy group, a terrorist group. And then Hezbollah, they're up next. Okay, so once Israel dominates Hamas, which they are, and they will completely destroy them, amen. And then once they deal with Hezbollah, which will be a different war, it'll be a different war in a lot of areas. Hezbollah is stronger than Hamas. They're more organized, more military power, more bombs, rockets, etc. The point is they do not have the underground system that Hamas had with the tunnels, which caused, they have more tunnels than New York City. Okay, think about that. Okay, Gaza. Okay, they have more confiscated tunnel system than the New York subway is. So we must realize that Hezbollah does not have that. So in a way, it'll be a tougher war, but in a way, it'll be an easier war. If the Israelis can have the Air Force, they will dominate these people. Okay, they will dominate them. Okay. Because they have one of the better air forces in the world. But when we get into guerrilla warfare and things like that, of course, that's a different kind of war. But the Israelis will dominate everybody from the air, okay, because they have the most air support in the Middle East through America and many other people. So they will dominate Hezbollah. It'll be a different war. Again, the tunnels will make it a different war because it'll be easier on that level because they don't have to figure out the tunnel system. But overall, there'll be more of a military might to deal with than Hamas. But again, my friends, you can make the case that that Iran has spread its antennas northward, southward, and westward, kind of like this prophecy has told us. And again, we'll just have to wait and see if I'm wrong or if I'm right. If I'm wrong, then they will do a military march northward, westward, and southward. If we have the right understanding of it, then this will be good enough to, and then you'll see what's next in the biblical prophecy. Okay, so now as we continue to read, we'll go forward into Daniel 8, verse 5 through 7. And it says, "And as I was considering, suddenly a male goat came from the west across the whole earth without touching the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. Then he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing beside the river, and ran at him with furious power. And I saw him confronting the ram. He was moved with rage against him, attacked the ram, and broke his 2 horns. There was no power in the ram to withstand him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled him, and there was no one that could deliver the ram from his hand." Okay, so we'll break down this prophecy. So as Daniel was considering the ram, Persia, Iran, going across the Middle East, northward, westward, southward, as he was considering that, suddenly a male goat came from the west across the whole surface of the earth. So we have to understand that once this gets to its fulfillment of Iran, westward, northward, southward, which one could make the case we're getting to the end of that prophecy, if you will, that section of the prophecy, then you're going to have the goat. You're going to have Turkey come from the whole world, it says. There's a couple of points I want to make with this. This is very interesting. And let me pull up, I'll go back into a map, but look at what it says. It says, "As I was considering, suddenly a male goat came from the west across the surface of the whole earth without touching the ground." So my friends, this is the nation of Turkey, just like we read in Daniel 8, 17 through 20. He says that the ram is Media Persia, and that the goat is Javan, is the nation of Turkey, okay? So you tell me, Did Turkey come? Is Turkey going to go from the whole earth across to Iran? I mean, they're border neighbors, okay? So what is that telling us? That's telling us that Daniel's biblical world was Western Turkey is the western part of the world in Daniel's biblical world, okay? Let's read the prophecy again. And as I was considering, suddenly a male goat came from the west, okay, across the surface of the whole earth. Please understand, the whole earth. He came from the west. Well, just like we're showing right here, Turkey, go to Western Turkey. We'll go to the furthest part of Western Turkey. Does he come across the whole earth to get to Iran? I mean, they're next door neighbors. Daniel is telling us that his biblical world, his view of the biblical world is that, okay, is the table of nations. It's the original 70 nations. Western Turkey was one of the western points of his biblical world, is what Daniel is trying to say to all of us. And then he's coming across to crush Iran, okay, and that's what he does. He says, a male come across the surface of the whole earth without touching the ground, and the goat had a notable horn, just like the image does on the graph, between his eyes. Then he came to the ram that had two horns, which I had seen standing beside the river. Remember, it's going to go down at the river, and ran at him with a furious power. Okay, so the goat is coming from Western Turkey to the river Ulai, and he's coming just like that image shows. He's coming with his head bowed down with that horn about to crush Medo Persia. Okay. Then he came to the ram, Iran, and then that had two horns, which I had seen standing beside the Ulai River, and ran at him with furious power. And I saw him confronting the ram, and he was moved with rage against him. He attacked the ram, broke his two horns. There was no power in the ram, Iran, to withstand him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled him, and there was no one that could deliver Medo-Persia, Iran, from Turkey or Javan. My friends, this, as we can all see, this is absolutely a war. This is not a sit-down meeting over coffee and a lemon cake, okay? This is not that at all. I mean, this is a war between a Sunni and a Shia nation for supremacy of the Middle East, okay? This is what it's going to be like. And there's going to be about 4 or 5 things we're going to go through that could ignite this war any day now. I mean, this thing is, I believe, imminent. Okay, when I say imminent, there's a couple of things that could spark this war very, very quickly. Okay, so again, we'll read it. As I was considering the ram with 2 horns, a male goat came from Western Turkey across the whole earth, everybody, the biblical world, without touching the ground. And the goat, Turkey, had a notable horn between his eyes. Then he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing beside the river Ulai, and ran at him with furious power. Man, and I saw him confronting the ram. He was moved with rage against him, attacked the ram, and broke his 2 horns. There was no power in the ram to withstand Turkey, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled him, and there was no one that could deliver Iran from Turkey's hand. My friends, that's what it really should say once we understand who is talking about. But this is what we're seeing. We're seeing once Iran comes to its prophetic pinnacle, okay, with marching north, south, and west, you're going to see Turkey. You're going to see the goat come from the west, and we're going to see where that comes from. Yeshua is going to tell us the same thing. He's going to confirm what I'm telling you guys about Western Turkey. That's where Satan's throne is, and that's where he dwells, and that's where he's going to come across, or not, the Antichrist. That's where he's going to give the leader of Turkey the power to come across Iran, and he's going to crush him. He's going to destroy Persia, and they're going to go underneath Turkey, okay? And we're going to find that in Ezekiel 38 as we tie all these things in together. Okay, so then let's look at what happens after Turkey wins this war with Iran. It's going to give us a detailed map into the Antichrist, okay? This is super important to pay attention to. If one's eschatology, if one believes that Rome is the beast kingdom, if one believes that Europe is the Antichrist kingdom, please stay with me on just this section right here, and then you can cut it off. But if you can stay just right here, this is going to tell us exactly where the Antichrist is going to rise from, the exact area he's going to rise from, and you will not see Rome, Russia, China, America, or no one. You're talking about Iran and Turkey. And right now you're just talking about Turkey, okay? Iran's already crushed in the prophecy, so now we're talking about Turkey, the goat. Therefore, the male goat, for the misspelling there, the male gat. I don't know what a gat is, but it's not a goat. But therefore, the male goat grew very great. Turkey will grow very great. But when turkey becomes strong, the leader, the large horn, kind of like Alexander the Great did, he's broken. Okay, he dies. He's not in power, whatever the case may be. And check this out. In its place, 4 notable horns. Everybody, horns came up towards the 4 winds of heaven. That should give everybody's antennas to shoot off, because what are horns in the Bible? In the book of Revelation, what are horns? In the book of Daniel, what are horns? They're kings. Horns are symbolic for kings, as we all know, 100%. So if he's saying 4 horns will pop out of this Turkey region once Turkey becomes great and the leader dies, well, those 4 horns are 4 kings, and those are 4 of the kings of the Antichrist kingdom. You've got to relate all of this together. Horns are kings. Daniel 8 is for the end of the age. We're about to go through that here in a minute when we look at the prophecy of what Gabriel says. But right here, it tells you there's 4 kings that rises up, 4 horns. Horns are kings that rises up once Turkey breaks up into 4 regions. If you remember, if people know the history of Alexander the Great, when Alexander the Great died, the notable horn, that's why people believe that Alexander fulfilled this prophecy of Daniel 8, because it's so detailed with Alexander. But just like we said before, Alexander's history, it will be prophetic, okay? And the leader of Turkey will be broken off just like Alexander was, and those 4 regions will come. I'm not going to say it's going to be just like Alexander's, but there'll be 4 horns, 4 kingdoms that come out of that area of Turkey, and those are 4 of the 10 kings of the Antichrist kingdom. Please understand that. 3 are Egypt, Sudan, and Libya. How do we know that? Let me get to this real quick, and we'll go through this as well. Let me go. I've got these slides all together because of the series that we've done, so it won't take me long. Just let me get to the section. I think I've got to go back one more. Okay. This is why, you know, when you look at Daniel 7, okay, this is the chapter before it. Look at to the right-hand side right there, Daniel 11, 42 to 43. He shall stretch out his hand. This is Antichrist. He shall stretch out his hand against the countries, and the land of Egypt shall fall. That's 1 king. He shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, over the precious things of Egypt. The Libyans, 2, and then that's Cush, that's Sudan, not Ethiopia. It's the nation of Cush, and that is Sudan, will follow at his heels. So, my friends, 3 of the kings of the Antichrist kingdom, Daniel mentions to you literal, okay? Egypt, Libya, and Sudan. Now, the other 4 more will be off of this, what we just read, Daniel 8. Daniel 8 has these 4 kings, okay? Therefore, the male grew very great, but when he became strong, the large horn was broken, and in its place 4 notable horns or kings came up towards the 4 winds of heaven. And then look at what happens. And out of one of these 4 kingdoms, 4 horns, the little horn, the Antichrist, which grew exceedingly great towards the south, towards the east, and towards the glorious land. And it grew up to the host of heaven. It cast down some of the host and some of the stars to the ground, and it trampled them. He even exalted himself as high as the prince of the host. Obviously, this is Antichrist. And by him, the daily sacrifices were taken away. The place of the sanctuary was cast down. Because of transgression, an army was given over to the horn to oppose the daily sacrifices, and he cast truth to the ground. He did all of this, and he prospered. So, my friends, it tells you right here, it's very clear. 4 horns come up, 4 kings come up, and the Antichrist comes out of one of those 4 horns. What's so amazing, and I'm going to take you back to Daniel 7 real quick, not to confuse everybody, but this is totally amazing what the Lord did here. Let me get to it. Let me see where I can get to it. I'm sorry. All right. So Daniel 7, verse 7 through 8. Let's read what he says in Daniel 7 about the 10 kings, and then he goes down to 4 kings, okay? And I'll explain this. After this, I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, and trampling the residue with its feet. It was different from all the other beasts before it, and it had 10 horns. So right there, he shows you the 10 kings of the Antichrist kingdom. And then look what he says. As I was considering the 10 horns, there was another horn, a little one, coming up among them, whom he plucked out 3 of the first horns, which is Libya, Sudan, and Egypt, which is Daniel 11 right next to it, and things like that. So what I'm trying to say is in Daniel 7, he says there's going to be 10 kings, and then he rises out of the 10 kings. Okay. Well, what's so amazing in Daniel 8, he minimizes it from 10 to 4. Okay. Because there's 10 kings in Daniel 7, and then the Antichrist rises up. But he gets a little bit more specific, okay, with the geography of where this guy is going to rise from, where the son of perdition is going to rise from. So instead of looking at North Africa and Egypt, Libya, and Sudan, he's saying, forget all that. Look at these 4 kings right here, these 4 kings, these 4 horns that are coming out of Turkey. Now that's where the Antichrist is going to rise from, just like Nimrod did, just like Nebuchadnezzar did, just like Antiochus Epiphanes IV did. Okay, you've got the prophetic foreshadows of all 3 of those major kings on the face of this earth. Please go research it. Nimrod, Nebuchadnezzar, Antiochus Epiphanes, Hanukkah, the Hanukkah stories in Antiochus Epiphanes IV. Again, this is where it all goes down, the Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamia, the birthplace, the wound of civilization. So we better believe that's where this is going to go down at the end of the age, okay? Okay, so now let's look at the 4 regions, and this is Alexander the Great, the way his 4 regions ended up. This is why they believe that Daniel 8 was fulfilled by Alexander, okay? And that's why they think that Antiochus Epiphanes IV fulfilled Daniel 11. But yes, they were prophetic foreshadows for the end of the age Antichrist. These people were evil. Of course they were. Nebuchadnezzar, evil. Antiochus Epiphanes, evil. Nimrod, obviously evil. And obviously the Antichrist will be evil as well. When Alexander died, eventually his kingdom split into 4 regions, okay? And they were split into 4 kingdoms. They're called Ptolemy, which is the south, okay, king of the south. Seleucid, which is the king of the north. Then you have Cassandra, which is western Turkey. And then you have Lasmus, which is basically right outside of Turkey into, I believe that's Bulgaria. Okay, those were the 4 regions that not Antiochus, that Alexander the Great's empire eventually broke into. So I'm not saying it's going to look like that. Okay, it's going to look similar to that. Okay, remember, you can't take the boundary lines of today. So when I say Turkey, I'm really speaking of Turkey, Iran, and Iraq, and Lebanon. I'm really speaking of those 4 countries right there, because you've got to take the borderlines out of today. Okay, these borderlines were basically 1948, all right, or really 1917, and then it came into 1948, okay, with the way that the British Empire divided up the land, all right? So we can't go on that with biblical prophecy, because Daniel was not going by what the British did, okay? He was going by what the angel Gabriel told him, okay? He wasn't going by what the British Empire did, okay? So we can't look at it like that. Just look at it without the borderlines, this area right here, Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, how that looks with these 4 kingdoms, these 4 kings rising up. We'll just have to wait and see. But he's going to come out of one of those 4 kings. It's not going to be Egypt, okay? It's going to be one of those 4 in that Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon area. That's what the prophet over and over says. Let's read it again. Therefore, the male Turkey grew great, Javan, but when he became strong, the large horn was broken. The leader died. He's not in power. And in the place of the leader, 4 horns, 4 kings came up towards the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of those 4 kings, not the 10, those 4 in the Middle East, a little horn, the Antichrist, which grew exceedingly great towards the south, towards the east, and towards the glorious land. And it grew up towards the host of heaven, cast down some of the hosts, some of the stars, trampled them. He exalted himself as high as the prince of the host. Of course, this is talking about Antichrist. And by him, the daily sacrifices were taken away. The place of the sanctuary was cast down. Because of transgression, an army was given over to the horn to oppose the daily sacrifices, the abomination of desolation. They cast truth to the ground, and he did all this and prospered. So again, my friends, a lot of information, a lot of revelation in this prophecy. 4 kings are going to come out of Javan, Turkey. Out of those 4 kings, the Antichrist will rise in the Middle East, nowhere else, not North Africa, not Europe, not America, not anywhere. I thought about something. I don't want to get sidetracked, but anyhow, not anywhere other than the Middle East is where he will rise from. Of course, we've got to get everything back to the Middle East and North Africa. That's where the prophecies were written. They were all Jewish prophets. They had the biblical world understood in their head. Okay, the biblical world, not all this stuff that you hear out there with everybody's got a king, all continents have a king. No way. That's not how the Bible was written. All of the 10 kings will be in the Middle East and North Africa. 3 will be in North Africa. The other 7 will be in the Middle East. Okay, that's just the bottom line. Daniel tells you in Daniel 11, 3 of those kings, literally Egypt, Sudan, and Libya. And then 4 kings come out of Turkey. There's 7 of the 10. So I can assure you that the Lord's going to be very consistent. And then we can look at Afghanistan, look at Pakistan, look at all the stands. We'll see how it all goes down. The point being is it's going to be Middle Eastern, okay? And then, yes, the outer nations will take a side, and they'll either be a sheep nation or a goat nation. Okay, so the Seleucus division is called the Northern Division. So when you look at this map, and we're going to go somewhere with this, the Seleucid division is the one you need to really focus on. That's where Antiochus Epiphanes came from, the Seleucid division. So that is the Northern Division of Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, Syria. That's where you want to look at with your Antichrist. Okay, there's no need to say, okay, I guess Barron Trump, now that he's out of high school, he's going to college, he's a good-looking guy, tall, European, I guess he's going to be the next Antichrist now, since people are going to talk about that. But goodness gracious, I mean, let's keep the Bible within the context of the Middle East and North Africa with the prophecies of the war and the Antichrist and all of these things. Yes, salvation is for the entire world, of course so, but biblical prophecy is about Israel and the surrounding nations. That's it. That is all, folks. America is just another nation in those nations. China is as well. Russia is as well. There's no need to get offended. No need to really go get hurt your feelings that America is not the premier superpower in the Bible. We're just not. Okay, we've got to understand that from an American point of view, but also Russia, also China, these big superpowers, they're nowhere in the Holy Bible. America, Russia, or China is not in the Holy Bible. And we're going to prove that with Ezekiel 38 right after we finished Daniel 8. But you want to focus on the Seleucid division, my friends, the Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Iran, Lebanon, Jordan area. That's where you want to focus, my friends, and you will not be caught as a thief in the night. The Seleucus division is the north, the Ptolemy is south, Cassandra is west, and Lasamus is east. Okay, think about what we read in Daniel 8, how he ascends to the Most High. He wants to be like God. Well, that goes right directly into Isaiah 14:14, Revelation 12:4. He drew a third of the stars from heaven. We saw that in Daniel 8. I will ascend above the clouds. I'll be like the Most High. We saw that in Daniel 8. So, of course, it's talking about the Antichrist. When we read Daniel 8, and it gives you an absolute direct lineage, if you will, a line all the way from Iran to Yeshua. Okay, and that's why I tell people, where is Russia? Where is Rome? Where is anybody but Turkey and Iran? Turkey, the main boy. But where's all these other countries that all these people talk about that's on TV and radio, and they're deceiving people left and right? People have no idea where to look, okay? Because they're talking about the Middle East, they're talking about Europe, America, you got Asia. I guess we're going to include Antarctica as well, but they're not looking at the right spot. Look in the Middle East and North Africa where your Bible is telling you to look. Thorough. He's coming back to Jerusalem, everybody, to Jerusalem, not to Rome, not to America. He's coming back to Jerusalem, and that's where the action is going to be. That's pretty common sense when we think about it like that. So again, for all the people who have the European Antichrist and the Russian Antichrist and the Chinese Antichrist and all the other Antichrists, where are they in Daniel 8? Where are they with all the other prophecies? Because if it's not in Daniel 8, it's nowhere. If Rome's not in Daniel 8, Russia's not in Daniel 8, China's not in Daniel 8, or whoever else people want to put in there, they're not in there. You got to be in Daniel 8 to be at the end of the age prophecy. And we're about to find this out by the angel Gabriel. But first and foremost, we'll see what Yeshua himself, our master, says about the nation of Turkey and the end of the age. This is Revelation 2, 12 through 13. Okay, and let's look at this real quick. This is from your master, so don't argue with me. Go argue with Jesus about this. This is what he says. These things says he who has the two sharp-edged sword. What is he coming back with? The sharp-edged sword. In the book of Revelations, the title that he begins with the churches is very important. Okay. And in this case, these things says he who has the two sharp-edged sword, which Revelation 19, he's coming to deal with the nation of Turkey and the Antichrist. I know your works and where you dwell, where Satan's throne is. Check out the present tense language of this passage. He didn't say that's where Satan used to live. That's where his throne used to be. He said it's where it is. It's in the western Turkey. And you hold fast to my name and did not deny my faith, even in the days in which Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was killed among you, where Satan dwells. Okay? Present tense language again. His throne is in Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey, and that's where he dwells. That's it. That's the whole conversation. Anybody want to disagree with that? Then go argue with Revelation 2:12-13, because he did not say Satan's throne's in Rome. He didn't say that's where he dwells. He says he dwells in Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey, and that's where his throne is in Turkey. And by the way, I think it's very interesting when you look at Pergamum or Pergamus, Turkey, Western Turkey. Okay, look at where all the other churches are. Okay, Pergamus is a church as well. But look at all the other 6 churches. They're right there at it in the nation of Turkey. So my friends, you tell me, why are the 7 churches in the nation of Turkey? Why is Satan's throne in Turkey? Why is where he dwells in Turkey? I think we should be looking at Turkey, don't you? I mean, I know I'm looking at Turkey, but I mean, it's just that clear. I mean, we've got to quit being indoctrinated by all this false prophecy that's going on with Rome and the false prophets and all these things about Russia. I mean, Vladimir Putin's going to come down to Jerusalem. He will never do that. Never do that. Why would he do that? Okay, why would Vladimir Putin come down to Jerusalem? In fact, he supported Israel before Israel kind of took the side of the Ukrainians, okay? So it's more of a political thing now with him coming against Israel. He's not going to come down through Turkey, by the way, all the way to Israel. That's just a lack of history, a lack of understanding about history. It's a lack of understanding about the Bible. Vladimir Putin is not the Antichrist. He is not God. He's none of that. Okay, he is just a leader who is wanting to get NATO off of his boundaries. Okay, that's all he wants. Okay, so he's wanting NATO to get off of his boundary lines just a little bit more. And that's why he sent the Russian warship over to Cuba, so that the Americans can get a feel of what it feels like when you're surrounded by someone who wants to wipe you off the face of the earth. I'm not a Russian guy. I love America. I'm just telling you that is the facts. Okay. And I think if people look at the facts, they would understand what NATO has done. And I believe if we were Russians, we would be doing the same thing. We'd be getting these people off of our borders, okay, because of what NATO wants to do to Russia, okay, which is not a good idea, actually. So just to understand, Russia should not be our enemy. They're a competitor of ours. But I don't see in my 20 or 30 years of keeping up with this that Russia's wanting to destroy America. They're in competition with America, you know, and just like China is. And right now we're losing that competition. It's called BRICS, by the way. So we must understand that we've got to follow the Bible. We've got to take what the scriptures say. And if Yeshua says that Satan's throne is in Pergamus, Turkey, then that's where his throne is. If he says that's where Satan dwells, that's where he dwells, okay? And that's what I'm going to go on. I'm going to go on Revelation 2:12-13 because it fits with what we believe, with Turkey being the dominant superpower of the Middle East, and what comes out of Turkey is hell, okay? And that's what people need to understand. What's coming out of Turkey is hell on earth, okay? And that is called the Antichrist. That's called the Great Tribulation. So yes, it does matter. It's very important to have the right eschatology, because people are looking at Rome, they're looking at Europe, and I'm looking at Europe, and Europe's being dominated by Islam. Europe's being conquered by Islam. Europe's not going to rise again. Europe's fallen. Europe's fallen to Islam, is what I feel. I mean, what I see, the reports that I get, the information that I see, Europe is falling. Go ask any European over there right now about the Islamic invasion. Okay, go ask them about that. Okay, they have invaded since 2014, 2015, goes into the prophecy of the fishermen and the hunters. Europe is a disaster right now, and go look at France right now. Go look at the elections and what's going on with France right now. Go look at London. Go look at anywhere since 2014 in Europe, and it is a different Europe, okay, completely different Europe in the last 10 years than it was before, and that's not going to subside, okay? It's continually being conquered by Islamic doctrine, because that is the doctrine. They take no back seat to anyone. But my friends, Yeshua himself tells everybody who wants to hear him that Satan's throne and where he dwells is not in Europe, it's not in Rome, it's not in Germany, it's not in America, it's in Pergamus, Turkey is where it is. So that's what Yeshua says, and that seals the deal right out of the horse's mouth. Okay, so as we continue, Daniel 8:13 through 14, it says, "Then I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to that certain one who was speaking, how long will the vision be concerning the daily sacrifices and the transgression of desolation, giving both the sanctuary and the host to be trampled underfoot? And he said to me, for 2,300 days, then the sanctuary shall be cleansed." In Daniel 8:15 through 19, then it happened when I, Daniel, had seen the vision and seeking the meaning, then suddenly there stood before me one having the appearance of a man. This is very important. And I heard a man's voice between the banks of the river, who called and said, "Gabriel," the angel Gabriel, "Gabriel, make this man understand the vision." So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was afraid, and I fell on my face. But he said to me, "Understand, son of man, that the vision refers to when? The time of the end." That's one. Now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep with my face to the ground, but he touched me and stood me upright, and he said, "Look, I'm making known to you, Daniel, what shall happen in the latter time of the indignation." Number two, and then number three, "For at the appointed time, the end shall be." So my friends, if anyone doesn't think Daniel 8 is an end of the age passage, then they're just absolutely disagreeing with the angel Gabriel. Okay. The angel Gabriel says 3 times, "Son of man, Daniel, understand this. It's for the end of the age." It's not 2,500 years ago with Alexander the Great. That's not the end of the age. If anyone knows God's prophetic timeline, 6,000 years before Messiah, completed years before Messiah. 2,500 years is in the middle of the timeline. It's not the end of it's the middle of the timeline. So there's no way, to all my friends who do have that opinion, there's no way that Daniel is talking about Alexander the Great and talking about Cyrus and Alexander the Great. There's no way, okay, that he's talking about those 3 kingdoms. He's talking about the end of the age with what we're dealing with, because he says it's for the time of the end. And the foreshadow that happened with Alexander the Great, we need to pay attention to, because it's going to go down similar to what happened in history. That's all that it's saying. And we really need to take it in that context, that Gabriel, the angel, the archangel, told Daniel 3 times in verses 17 through 20, "Daniel, son of man, the vision refers to the time of the end." I mean, I don't know how much clearer that could be. It's for the end. Now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep with my face to the ground, I bet. But he touched me and stood me upright. And he said, "Look, I'm making known to you what shall happen in the latter time of the indignation, the great tribulation, the time of Jacob's trouble. For at the appointed time, the end shall be." 3 times. This is for the end of the age. The 2 countries that are mentioned, Iran, then you have Turkey. Turkey will become great. The leader will not be in power. He will die, whatever that looks like. 4 kings come out, and hello, everybody. You've got your 10 kings and you got your antichrist coming shortly thereafter. That is it, my friends. That is Daniel 8 in summary. Iran becomes great, which they have. Turkey dominates them and wages war against them and crushes them. We're about to see that. And then you're going to have the leader pass away, and then you're going to have 4 kings rise out of Turkey. That's the 3 or 4 steps before the Antichrist, okay? So we must understand that where's Rome? Where's Russia? Where's all these countries that everybody talks about, these big-time prophecy teachers on TV and radio? Where are they? I don't see them in Daniel 8. I don't see them in Daniel 2. I don't see them in Daniel 7. Where are they? They're not there, okay? It's a misunderstanding, okay? It's a false understanding of eschatology, okay? And some of these folks are Messianic Jewish people who should know who the ancient enemies of Israel is. But again, people are still stuck on the Roman Empire in AD 70. They can't get through that. Okay, a lot of the Messianics that I know, who I love, and I love them to death, and they do a great job, other than they believe it's wrong because of AD 70. And again, they're not looking at the history of what Josephus said, who made up the legions of the Eastern Roman Empire. It wasn't Romans, it wasn't Europeans, it was all Islamists, or they weren't Islamists then, but they were all Arabs, Turks, Syrians, Egyptians, is what Josephus would say. Okay, so we've got to peel the layers back even more so than just looking at the Bible and say, okay, I guess that's Rome, because of the common understanding out there is it's the Roman Empire. Again, it's a misunderstanding. It's a false deception, okay? Rome will never rise again. Never rise again. Again, Rome will never rise again. There's no way. They're being conquered by Islam, everybody. Everybody is. In Europe and America, if you don't watch out, it's coming to America as well. You're already seeing it. But in Daniel 8, it's very clear there's only two countries that the prophet is told about, and those are Iran, Medo Persia, and it says Greece. It's really Javan, and that is Turkey. And Yeshua himself, Jesus himself, says that Western Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey, is where Satan's throne is and where he dwells. I'm going to trust Yeshua on that and not some prophecy teacher who has a totally an American outlook on biblical prophecy, which is false, okay? You cannot have an American-centric viewpoint of biblical prophecy and think you're going to understand it. I mean, that is deception like you've never seen. The Bible is an Israeli book, Israel book, Jewish book, and their enemies, not our enemies, not Russia's our enemy. Okay, I guess Russia's going to invade Jerusalem because they hate America or we hate them. Of course, I mean, that's stupid. I mean, that's stupid. Okay, it's not about America. It's not about our enemies, is what I'm trying to say. It's about Israel and their ancient enemies who has a problem with the Abrahamic covenant. Once one understands that, it's an easy conversation to have. If one does not understand that, then that person, in all due respect, and I do say this in love to everybody, that person needs to go back and reread the Bible and understand what the Abrahamic covenant is and what is that's the crucial part. That's the controversy over the covenant. Okay, but again, I say this in love to everybody. Modern day Christianity is not reading the Torah. They're not reading the covenants. They're not reading the prophets. They have no idea. And then you go to Daniel and have fun. Plug in anybody who you want to plug into and have fun with it. And that's what it is. But guess what? This is not fun. This is very serious. Okay, you got lives on the line. You got lives on the line in the Middle East right now. The Middle East is in tribulation, everybody, by the way, and America is in tribulation as well. Europe is in tribulation. The whole world is in tribulation right now if we haven't looked at that. Okay, but when we look at the biblical prophecies, it's all about the surrounding nations who have always hated the God of Israel and the children of Israel. My friends, please spend time with Daniel 8:15 through 19. It's pretty clear. I mean, we shouldn't have to spend too much time with it because it's very straightforward. It's for the end of the age. But that right there will prove a lot of things that we've discussed. It's a short chapter, but there's a lot in it that we have to overcome, or you're going to be into replacement eschatology, and you'll be looking at Rome, and you'll be looking at Russia, and you'll be looking at all these areas where it doesn't make any sense according to the biblical prophecies. Okay, Daniel 8:20 through 26. The ram which you saw having two horns, they are the kings of Media and Persia. That's from Gabriel's mouth. We're going to trust Gabriel. I know we are. He's going to tell us it's Medo Persia. It's not Rome, Austria. Okay, it's Medo Persia. And the male goat is the kingdom of Javan, and that is Western Turkey. The large horn that is between its eyes is the first king. So the first king is the large horn. As for the broken horn and the four horns, kings that stood up in its place, 4 kingdoms, hello everybody, of the 10 kings shall rise out of that nation of Turkey, but not with its power. In the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors have reached their fullness, a king shall rise. This is the Antichrist. This king is the Antichrist who will rise, having fierce features, who understands sinister schemes. Excuse me. His power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. He shall destroy fearfully, shall prosper and thrive. He shall destroy the mighty and also the holy people. Of course, this is talking about Antichrist. Through his cunning, he shall cause deceit to prosper under his rule, and he shall exalt himself in his heart. He shall destroy many in their prosperity. He shall rise against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without human means. And the vision of the evenings and the mornings, which is told, was true. Therefore, seal up the vision, Daniel. If it's sealed until the end of the age. Okay, and that's where we are today, is at the end of the age. So this is talking about the Antichrist as the second king. So right now, if we're living in this prophecy, which I do believe we are living in this prophecy, we have Iran. Okay, we know where Iran is. There's a superpower. You have Turkey and the leaders, Erdogan. This would be that Erdogan would be broken, pass away, not in power, whatever the case may be. And then the one that rises out of the 4 kings, he will be the Antichrist, is what it said. So if the four kings rise out of Turkey, how's he European? How's he Rome? I mean, he's Islamic. He's Arab. He's in the Middle East. Okay, so he's coming from Turkey, Iraq, Syria area. That's why the Antichrist is called the king of Babylon, the Assyrian, the prince of Tyre. Okay, he's giving you the king of the north. He's giving you all of these names for the location, the geography of the location. Isaiah 14, he's giving you the location to look at, really look at for the end of the age, because just like Messiah said, do not be deceived. Okay. All right, so we saw in here a couple of things that really goes into the Antichrist, fierce features and sinister schemes. You can find that in Daniel 11. Power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. Paul said the same thing in 2 Thessalonians 2:9. He shall prosper and destroy the mighty and the holy people. Daniel 7, Daniel 11. He will be cunning, just like his father is, Satan. Okay, Genesis 3:1. And he shall exalt himself in his heart. Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28 goes through that as well. Okay, I'll skip that, and I'll skip that as well because it's really, all right. Okay, so one thing I wanted to do, and I'm going to try to bring this up, and I might have to read it to you guys instead of bringing it up. Let me try to bring up the book because I could just read from the book, and it'd be better for me to just do it that way, to be quite frank with you guys. 1 second, please. Let me try to pull the book up. One second, please, everybody. Okay, 1 second. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it up because I believe it's too large of a file to pull up. It's just the second book that I wrote called the God's Fishermen, Satan's Hunters. I'm going to just read from that because it goes through the information that I'm about to tell you guys that I think is very important, that has to do with Erdogan and has to do with some of the things that he has done over the last 10 to 12 years that I've personally been keeping up with it. So I wanted to go through it because I think it kind of paints the picture of the trajectory that this guy is on, you know, with some of the common things. So we saw how Iran, you know, we went through that with Iran going across the Middle East with the proxy groups, Iraq, Syria, Hamas in Gaza, also Hezbollah in Lebanon, Houthi rebels in Yemen. We went through Iran and how they marched across the Middle East and what I believe would be the fulfillment of that. And I could be wrong on that. If I'm wrong, then they're going to do a military excursion across the Middle East, north, south, and west. I personally don't believe that's going to be the case because of just a lot of things. Just to make it simple, I don't think the countries would allow that. I don't think Turkey would allow that. I don't think Israel would allow that. Okay, I don't think it's their prophetic calling to do that. Okay, I think they're going to become great through what we've said before: proxy groups, the Houthi rebels, Hamas, Hezbollah in Syria, in Iraq, so to speak. But again, I could be wrong. And then that would be a military excursion throughout the Middle East, which will be a lot more time for that to be. You can put the timeline back about a decade, okay, because that's how long it would probably take for them to do that with the resistance. So I'm going to read a few things real quick, my friends, and just to kind of give some stats and some proof of what's going on. I'd rather it be on the screen so that we can all read it, because I know people really don't like to watch someone read. Okay, so I know I personally don't, but I will try to go through it in summary so that we can understand this. 1 second, and let me pull the book up. Okay, and let me get to the part where I think it's valid for us to go through. And again, I wish I could put this up so we could all read it, but I'll try to, again, glimpse through it as much as I can. Okay, so we're going to go through the nation of Turkey. I've spoken through Iran and what they've done, but let's go through Turkey, and I'm going to kind of take it back in history a little bit to kind of give you some ideas of what this guy has done. Okay, Erdogan and what his goals are, and some of the movement, some of the homage that he pays to the Ottoman Empire, the revival of the Ottoman Empire, also with the homage that he gives to Salim I after he did the excursion through Dabiq, Syria, so to speak. So one more second. I'm almost there, ladies and gents. I do apologize about this, but I'm going to just read to you real quick, and then hope you guys can get it from just the audio. I know some people do better with reading it, but I do apologize that I wasn't able to get this on the screen for you. And I think it was because of the size of the file, the size of the ebook, so to speak. But Turkey, as we all know, is a transcontinental country that is strategically, let me just put a map up. Okay, and we'll get to why I did all those arrows here in a minute. But Turkey is a transcontinental country that is strategically and prophetically located as a vital centerpiece betwixt the Middle East and Europe. I mean, the location of it is phenomenal, as we can see. Turkey is a natural gateway between the two continents, and it has been open and a clear passage for the Syrian refugees and others to flood into Europe. According to the biblical prophets, Turkey plays an extremely significant role at the end of the age, which includes Jeremiah's prophecy of the fishermen and the hunters, Daniel 2, 7, 8, and Ezekiel 38 and 39, which we're about to go through the first part of Ezekiel 38 to prove the point that Iran is underneath Turkey at the end after this war of Daniel 8. After the fall, and I'm going to a little bit of history real quick, and then we'll skip through some of the confirmations about Erdogan. But after in case someone doesn't know the history, but after the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1923, which was a Shemitah year, by the way, under the leadership of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the Republic of Turkey instituted radical reforms from its tyrannical constitutional monarchy, including the transformation of its fundamentalist Islamic rule. Okay, they were a dictatorship before 1923, and after the Ottoman Empire collapsed, then they became a republic, and the leader of that was Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Unfortunately, approximately 80 years later, under the leadership of former Prime Minister and current President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his party, the AKP party, Turkey has been revolutionized into its formal authoritarian state. Erdogan has reversed many of the secular reforms implemented by Ataturk since the founding of the Republic of Turkey, such as limiting freedom of speech, freedom of the press, a legislative system of checks and balances, and a set standards for secularism in government. The AKP party and Erdogan's leadership has been described as becoming increasingly authoritarian, which has led to governmental anarchy, chaos, and civilian unrest and insecurity in the one-time secular nation. In fact, before Turkey's constitutional referendum of April 2017, which was a vote to change the parliamentary system to a presidential system, which is basically a dictatorship, the Council of Europe warned of a dramatic regression of its democratic order. Erdogan did win the 2017 referendum, and he now has sweeping executive powers. Think about that, sweeping executive powers, which will ultimately lead to the fall of Turkish democracy and the birth of a dictator. Many critics have accused Erdogan of striving to become an Ottoman sultan or dictator and eliminate the secular and democratic principles of the republic, which suggests that democracy cannot flourish under Erdogan. On June 22nd, 2016, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe warned in its resolution the functioning of democratic institutions in Turkey, recent developments in Turkey pertaining to freedom of the media and of expression, the erosion of the rule of law, and their human rights violations in relation to anti-terrorism security operations in Southeast Turkey have raised serious questions about the functioning of its democratic institutions. In 2016, as he spoke about his constitutional reforms, Erdogan used Hitler as an example in Nazi Germany. Okay, if you don't know who this cat is, this is Recep Tayyip Erdogan, evil guy, twice on Sunday, if you will, but evil guy for sure. In 2016, he spoke about his constitutional reforms, and Erdogan used Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany as a great example of a model the Sultan desires. Furthermore, under Erdogan and the AKP party, the old rule of the Diyanet was been revived, which maintains control over Islam in Turkey, and it promotes a very conservative, strict Sunni doctrine. Remember, they're Sunnis, like Saudi Arabia is. Erdogan's tyrannical rule has resulted in governmental anarchy, terror, chaos, and civilian unrest. Okay? And I'm going to skip down to some of the stats here, but there's been protests since that time, marches across Turkey in defiance of Erdogan, so to speak. Okay, but he's had suicide bombers in Turkey as well that killed 33 people in the Turkish town of Sorok, near Turkey's border with Syria. That was in July of 2015. In October of 2015, two Muslim suicide bombers detonated explosives that killed more than 100 people outside of the capital's main train station. Okay, and he had many other suicide bombers and terrorist attacks as well. Remember, 2014 to 2016, 2017 area, Europe really had a lot of terrorist attacks because of the Islamic flood into the country. If you go back and look at some of the stats. On July 15th, this is important, on July 15th, 2016, a coup d'etat was attempted by the military to remove Erdogan from power. Nonetheless, by the following day, Erdogan's government had successfully reasserted itself with effective and total control over Turkey. During the coup, more than 300 people were killed, 179 civilians, more than 2,100 injured. Many government buildings, including the Turkish parliament and the presidential palace, were bombed from the air. There is widespread suspicion that Erdogan staged the event for complete control and authority over Turkey because no government official was arrested, which, among other factors, raised suspicion of a false flag event. Erdogan and other government officials have alleged exiled cleric and former ally of Erdogan, Fethullah Gulen, as staging the coup. Whatever the case may be, in the aftermath of the coup, check this out. This is very telling. After the aftermath of the coup, and one of the reasons I believe he staged it is look what happened after the coup. Erdogan strove to purge out all perceived enemies from all aspects of Turkish society. And this is facts. The judicial and educational systems, the media, the civil groups, the Gulen followers, and so forth and so on. Just 1 year after the coup, Erdogan's government, think about this, Erdogan's government arrested over 123,000 citizens, fired over 145,000 people as well, and removed nearly 9,000 academics, closed over 2,000 schools, arrested nearly 300 journalists, shut down an estimated 200 media outlets, and dismissed approximately 5,000 judges. Without question, this is unparalleled in world history. Many of the world media have described the purge as a counter coup, expecting Erdogan to become vengeful and obsessed with control more than ever, exploiting the crisis not just to punish the soldiers, but to further quash whatever dissent is left in Turkey. Clearly, Erdogan and the AKP party is the biggest media boss in Turkey, which was a quote. Okay, as we go down, and I'm going to just shorten some of these things. You can find this stuff online, my friends, but what he has done is basically try to revive Turkey into that tyrannical Ottoman Empire, that revival of the Ottoman Empire, okay? Okay, I'm going to get down to a few more stats that I believe are super important. Now, they're all important, but some of them are very important, okay? And then one thing, so he did the coup there as well. Also, once he won the re-election on one of the referendums. Remember, he won the referendum that he did to give him sweeping powers. Right after that, my friends, he went to give homage to the Sultan Selim I. Okay, he was a previous sultan that Erdogan is enamored with. Okay, so right after he won the referendum, I believe shortly after that, on the 500th anniversary of when the first Sultan Selim I went into Dabiq, Syria. Okay, this is the where he is, the tomb of where the first Selim I is. That's where he went to pay homage to him. So 500 years from 2016, I believe it was August 24th, 2016. That was the 500th year anniversary of when the first Sultan invaded Dabiq, Syria. Well, guess who else invaded Dabiq, Syria, the 500th anniversary? Erdogan did. So this tells you how enamored he is with the Ottoman sultans, and he's enamored with the revival of the Ottoman Empire, okay? This is who he is. This is what he's enamored with. In my personal opinion, this is why he was raised up for this time, okay, by God, okay? God will raise up people like him. Will raise up Nebuchadnezzar, raise up Pharaoh, and I believe that this guy's in place to really tee it up, if you will. If you're familiar with golf, tee it up. so that the Antichrist can knock it down the fairway, if you will. So I personally believe that. But right after he invaded Dabiq, Syria, right after he won the referendum, went into Dabiq, Syria, August 24th, 2016, the 500th anniversary of the first Sultan who entered into Dabiq, Syria as well. All right. I mean, you don't get more eerie than that about this guy wanting to be the next Sultan to have the revival of the Ottoman Empire. So I wanted to bring this out. We've got to look at all of these things that lead up to these individuals and how enamored they are with the Ottoman Empire. He's so enamored with the Ottoman Empire that I'll show this to you, and it's like a Halloween party, okay? I mean, in Turkey, okay? I don't think they celebrate Halloween, but it's like a Halloween party, okay? He's so enamored with the Turks, okay, with the sultans, with the history of the Ottoman Empire. Look at all these guys dressed up in the costumes behind him. And I know you guys might be familiar with the guy he's shaking hands with, but that is the PLO leader. I forget his name, Abbas, Mahmoud Abbas, I believe. I know his last name is Abbas, another evil guy, okay, Palestinian Authority, okay. So look at all these costumes and all these people behind it. I mean, it's like a Halloween party, okay, even though they don't celebrate Halloween. But that shows you how enamored he is with the history of the Ottoman Empire. With the homage he wants to pay, the respects to it. And another example of that, again, and this was posted, or this was on a billboard in Germany, okay, Berlin, Germany. This was on a billboard there, okay, or on the wall there. And look at this right here. This was posted in Berlin, Germany. You probably know who the one on the left is, and you know who the one on the right is. The one on the left is Adolf Hitler. The one on the right is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Okay, I just thought I'd show that because there's a lot of people putting those two together, okay? This is on the walls in Berlin, Germany, everybody. Okay, this is not even in Turkey. This is in Berlin, Germany, okay, that they put this up there. You can look at it yourself, but there's a lot of chatter going on that this is the guy that's going to fulfill what Hitler did not. Okay, I'll just put it like that, that everybody's pointing towards Erdogan to be that guy is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we got to put all of this together. We got to put all the citizens of the world in Germany and Europe and people in Egypt are calling this guy the leader of the Islamic world. Okay, Erdogan is. Erdogan. So we must understand and put all these together because what's coming, Iran's nothing compared to what's coming with Turkey. And that's just really, we have to really understand that. All right. Also, we've got a statue here in Germany as well that was put up by someone as well, a gold statue. Guys, I mean, again, when people start making statues of people, I don't care who they are, athletes, whoever, presidents, that's not a good thing, okay? Not a good thing at all. But this guy right here, just please watch out for him. You got Germany that's pulling for this guy, obviously, or a section of Germany, so to speak, because they've got the comparison of he and Hitler. They also have a statue of him it was just for like a couple of days, I believe. Someone did that. And then this is another symbol, another sign that the Turks are coming, everybody. I mean, we've got to put all this together. This was an image that was set up in Turkey. Okay, if you look at the top of the image, it's got a crescent moon with a star on top of it. Okay, Tev Devlet is what that means, and it's basically the unification of the Turkish world. Okay, is really what it is what they're striving for. It's the unification of the Turkish world is what they're trying to do. So, my friends, when you put all of these things together, there is a bad thing arising out of the nation of Turkey, and that person's name is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He is not the Antichrist, but I do believe he is that first king. Could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. But with the timeline that we were on and everything moving the way it's moving, he does fit the first king's description pretty well. Okay, and I do believe you're about to see him enter into this fray. Okay, he's not going to sit on the sidelines for long. I think we can all agree with that, with what we've spoken about and what the prophecy of Daniel 8 says. Okay, so we'll go through some of this right now with what has occurred here probably in the last 15 years. If you look at Turkey, we'll go through some of the information that I know. And again, I don't know all of it, but if you do know anything, then please put it in the comments. I'd really appreciate that as we keep adding to the case, so to speak. Okay, so we're focused on Turkey. I think everybody knows where the nation of Turkey is. It's where all the arrows are coming out of, so to speak, if you're not familiar with it. But if you look at Turkey and what Erdogan has done, with alliances, with troops, with invasions of Syria, with northern Iraq as well. It's very important to put all of this together, because while everybody was focused on COVID, which we should have been, and everybody was focused on Persia, everybody's focused on everything else, this guy was moving. This guy was marching already. Even before Daniel 8, he was still marching. He's ready for it. And then look at what he's done. I'll take you back. We've got to remember in history that the Turks and the Greeks, they don't really like each other too much, okay? So he's had verbal confrontations with the leaders of the Greek Isles, also with other leaders as well. There's tremendous stress with Greece. Remember, that's where Alexander came from, okay? Alexander the Great came from Macedonia, okay? That's not in Turkey, it's just right outside of Turkey, okay? So when we say Pergamus, Turkey is basically where the arrow pointing to Greece is. On the bottom side of the arrow is kind of where Pergamus is, okay? Because you can see that it's not too far from Macedonia, okay? So just that area, not to pinpoint anything, just that area, Western Turkey, that area, just watch it. That's where Messiah says Satan's throne is. That's where he dwells in Revelation 2. So we got to keep our eye on that. But he's had great tensions with the Greeks over there for sure. You can do your research on that. Libya, he's ever since the Civil War, I think he put 10,000. He might have put up to 40,000 troops there, but I know for sure he put 10,000 troops in Libya. He's got great relationships with the Libyans, okay? Remember, Libya is one of the three kings that the Antichrist conquers, okay? So is he teeing that up for the Antichrist invasion of Libya, even though Erdogan's not the Antichrist? Is he teeing it up for the Antichrist to go into Libya? Move over to Egypt with El-Sisi, the president of Egypt. He's been the president there for about, I think, 10 years. When he came in power, 2012, that area. So yeah, about 12 years he's been in power over there. He just won another election, and he's in power until 2029. I think that's very important. Just kind of like Erdogan will be in power until 2029. Why is that important? If everybody understands about the Shemitah cycle and how important that is, because Daniel's 70th week will be a Shemitah. It will be a block of 7, okay? When I say a block of 7, that means a block of 7, 7, 7, or 7. It won't be in the middle of the 7. It'll be, if it doesn't begin at the beginning of the Shemitah, it cannot begin in the middle, okay? You break the Shemitah up. It's a block of 7 years. If it doesn't start, for instance, if the tribulation in this, whether people believe in the 7-year tribulation or not, I'm just trying to make a point. If the 7 years didn't begin in the fall of 2022, it will not begin until 2029 if someone believes in the 7 years, okay? What I'm trying to say is once you get into the 7 years, it won't be in the middle of it. It won't be the 2nd year or the 5th year or the 6th year. No, it's got to be the 1st year of the last 7 years or not. Daniel's 70th week is a 7-year period. That's not saying that the covenant, whether people believe the covenant's going to be made or not, put that to the side for a minute. Daniel's 70th week will be a 7-year cycle, okay? The Shemitah cycle. So are we in that last cycle? We could be. If not, then we've got 2029, it'll start a new one to 2036, okay? 7 years. You can't break the 7 years up, okay? So I find it very interesting that El-Sisi, the president of Egypt, his term ends, or he goes for re-election in 2029. Turkey, 2029. Erdogan has till 2029. El-Sisi, 2029. The U.S. president will be till 2029, right? So, guys, I mean, this is all, everybody's terms are about 2029, so to speak, before they go to re-election. So I'm not saying that any kind of way, other than I find it interesting that these leaders in Turkey and Egypt, the king of the north, Turkey, the king of the south, Egypt, their terms end in 2029 and they'll have to go for re-election. Remember, Egypt is another country that the Antichrist conquers, Daniel 11, 40 through 43, just like Libya. So is Egypt being teed up for the Antichrist to invade? Remember, El-Sisi and Erdogan, They really didn't like each other. It was a very frosty relationship, to say it nicely, okay? Why was that? Well, if you remember in 2012, Egypt had two revolutions. In the biggest protest in human history, if you go look at it, I mean, millions of people protested in Egypt. But anyhow, so there was one revolution in Mohammed Morsi, okay, who was Muslim Brotherhood. He gained the power over Egypt. Well, he and Erdogan were like peanut butter and jelly, okay? They were BFFs. I mean, that's who Erdogan is, Muslim Brotherhood. He hates Israel. He's into that radical Islam. Okay, so they were really close, okay? But then there was a coup in Egypt by El-Sisi. El-Sisi was the military commander of the Egyptian army. Well, they did a coup against Mohammed Morsi. They put him in prison, which is where he died. And since that time of 2012, the relationship between he and Erdogan has been very chilly, okay, to say the least, okay? They just didn't like each other. The last couple months, maybe up to a year, Egypt and Turkey has normalized relations, however that could be. They've normalized relations. Remember, if you guys don't know this with history, they've never gotten along, okay? The king of the north, the king of the south, they don't like each other, okay, throughout history. And guess what? History will repeat itself where the antichrist will dominate Egypt, okay? Isaiah 19 says that the Lord will give Egypt over to a cruel master in Isaiah 19. Well, who do we think that cruel master is? That is the antichrist. And even before that, the prophecy states that Yeshua comes on a cloud to Egypt. Well, a cloud to Egypt, everybody. We meet him in the clouds. Cloud to Egypt is the first location, and then Sinai and all the destruction. So Isaiah 19 is very important, but the point being is they get turned over to a cruel master in Isaiah 19, the Antichrist. And Daniel 11, 40 through 43 says that Egypt is one of those countries that the Antichrist will conquer. Egypt, Libya, and Sudan, the three in North Africa. So again, we're going to see the king of the north and the king of the south come against each other in the future. This is a very short-lived friendship, okay, or whatever you want to call it, a short-lived get-together. They will turn on each other as we get to the end of the age. So again, you got Libya, you got Egypt, you got Sudan. Erdogan has great diplomatic relationships in Sudan, who's been in a civil war for about 50 years now, and it doesn't look like it's going to continue. It doesn't look like it's going to quit anytime soon. It's got a huge famine there, a huge refugee problem there. So please keep the Sudanese people, if you think about it, in your prayers, because 50 years they've had this civil war off and on. For 50 years, there's a huge famine problem, a huge refugee problem, really in the Middle East. When you look at all the countries in the Middle East with Iraq, Sudan, Syria, Yemen, it's really sad. But anyhow, so keep Sudan in mind, because again, that's one of the three countries that the Antichrist will conquer. And is Erdogan teeing that up for the Antichrist? Also, Somalia, we know that they're very fundamentalist over in Somalia. You think about the pirates that hijack all the ships and stuff. So they're very fundamentalist. So they will definitely be on Turkey's side for sure. With Sudan, Somalia will, and he's got great alliances there as well. Okay, Saudi Arabia, for the first time in a long time, Erdogan and the Crown Prince, they've gotten kind of back together, if you will. The relationship came a little bit frosty with them being with Israel and some of the things that's happened with that. They were a little frosty with each other, but over the last year or so, Turkey and Arabia, especially with the new Crown Prince, who's more moderate, okay, more worldly and secular, if you will, in my personal opinion. He might be radical behind the scenes, but in the open, he's more secular than I think people believe with all of the things that he's doing with the NEOM project and all of these other things. He's more secular than his predecessors were. But he and Erdogan have gotten back on the same page. Remember, they're Sunni nations, so they're just gifted together to be together because they're both Sunni nations. I personally believe, I'll give you my personal opinion, that Turkey is the main headquarters of the Antichrist kingdom. Why is that? Is because that's what Yeshua said. Yeshua said in Revelations 2, 12 through 13, that Satan's throne is in Turkey. It's where he dwells, is in Pergamus, Turkey. So I'm going to trust him on that. And again, Turkey and Arabia are going to be in alliance together, but then it will turn and it will burn Arabia at the end, especially Iran. So Iran, Persia will burn Arabia at the end of the age, Isaiah 21, because Persia will be a part of the Antichrist kingdom, as we are about to see with Ezekiel 38 when we go through that really quick. Okay, so that's what's going on with Saudi Arabia. Remember, they're going to be buddies for a while. And that's why I believe in Revelation 17, that's who it is. That's my personal opinion, is you have the beast kingdom, okay, the beast, Turkey, Antichrist kingdom, and then you have the woman sitting on top of the beast, which is, in my opinion, the harlot, Arabia, the oil to spread their fornication across the world. When I say fornication, spiritual fornication, Islam, not sexual stuff, Islam, spiritual adultery is what they've done. So that's just my personal opinion. They've got the one product that can do that, which is oil, and wine's just symbolism, in my personal opinion. But anyhow, with that being the case, we'll go to Iraq. Iraq, we've in the past probably 5 to 6 years, especially with ISIS and stuff, Turkey was bombing Mosul, which is northern Iraq, which is ancient Nineveh, if you're not familiar with that. But ancient Nineveh is Mosul, Iraq. Okay, but Turkey's gone into northern Iraq. They've gone into northern Syria, Dabiq, Syria. They've been entrenched in Syria, and they're getting ready to invade both of those countries again. Remember, Erdogan's mindset is the Ottoman Empire, okay? Let me pull that up for you real quick so that we can have the right perspective of it. Let me pull this up. This is Erdogan's mindset, everybody. This is his mindset. It doesn't matter what the Middle East looks like. His mindset is the Ottoman Empire, okay? And you see where the nation of Turkey is right there in the green, okay? The big green right here. And then you see where Cyprus is underneath it. All right, so Turkey, this is his mindset. He believes that all of this area is his area, okay? This is his area. Iraq, Syria, the Balkans, the Caucasus, that these are his areas that he's looking for. So just remember, that's his mindset that he's going on, is that right there with the Ottoman Empire, okay? That would include all of these areas in the Middle East, my friends. So the Ottoman Empire was huge. They controlled the majority of the Middle East, if not all of the Middle East and North Africa. And that is his mindset that he's going on, is that. Okay, we've talked about Syria. We've talked about Iraq. He's invaded both of those, northern Syria, northern Iraq. I believe he's ready to do that again. He's got troops on the border. I think he's dug some trenches in the ground as well, ditches, if you will, preparing for war, so to speak. So I believe he's about to enter into this fray of the Middle East and what's going on. We've heard all of the rhetoric that he's made against Israel, with Gaza, with the Palestinians. I mean, you guys can look all that up yourself. I mean, all these remarks not in Israel's favor, so to speak. And I do believe that it won't be long before he enters into this fray. Number one, because that's his mindset. Number two, with the Ottoman Empire, number two is because they don't have any money. Okay, they are broke. Okay, they have zero money. The lira is in the toilet in Turkey, and all you have to do is flush. Okay, because that's where it is. The inflation is sky high. You think inflation is bad in America? Go look at it in Turkey. You're talking about 30%, 40%. I mean, you're talking about inflation. So he's got to make a move. Okay, whenever countries, kind of like America, great example, America in a bad financial situation, economic, obviously 35 trillion in debt, 2 trillion in credit, all this stuff, currency. Well, you only have two options: print more money or go to war. We're going to do both. Turkey's the same way. Turkey has only two options. I don't know if they print money, but they got to go to war because their currency is, again, their currency is just getting trounced on, okay, because their economy is in the toilet. So we've got to understand, keep your eye on that, okay, with Turkey, with their economy, with also with their currency. He needs some victories, okay? I'll go ahead and tell you that right now. I think he got defeated in some of the midterm elections or whatever. I think he got defeated in Ankara. I think the AKP party got defeated. I think someone else could opine on that and tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I think he got beat in Ankara or Istanbul, one of the two cities he got beat. The AKP party got beat in the midterms. So what I'm trying to say is he needs some victories, okay? He needs some wins for the Turkish people, okay? Because whether he runs again in 2029 or not, because he's 70 years old, by the way, very interesting, 70 years old. He's got till 2029, and then he'll have to run again. So he's got, what, 5 years, 4.5 years to do his thing, and that's plenty of time to do his thing and what I believe he needs to do for his prophetic calling. Okay, so now we will go to, we know what's going on with Lebanon, with Hezbollah. We know that they are Iranian proxy. And one thing that I'll mention about Hezbollah is this. The leader, Nasrallah, evil guy, the leader of Hezbollah, he made a comment that I thought was very interesting this past week, that he was thinking about taking some action against Cyprus, okay? Well, Cyprus is the little island, let me see, you can't even see it on here, but you see where the third arrow is pointing to Egypt, to the E? If you go up that arrow, you'll find Cyprus. It's a little island there. They have not recognized Cyrus as their own country, okay, because they feel like that's theirs, okay? Erdogan thinks it's theirs. So Hezbollah made some comments about going into, or taking some action against Cyprus. And if that's the case, again, that's Turkey believes that's their land, okay? That could ignite this Daniel 8 war because Hezbollah is sponsored by Iran, okay? So you've got a couple of trigger points with this Daniel 8 war that could happen, and we'll just have to see what happens with it. Cyprus could ignite it. Syria could ignite it when Erdogan goes into Syria. When Erdogan goes into Iraq, it could ignite it. And then you have this problem that will never go away, it seems, for Erdogan, not for me, okay? I love everybody, but for Erdogan, the problem that doesn't go away is the Kurds, okay? The problem that never goes away is the Kurdish people, okay? Now, you'd have to do your research on the Kurdish people, but the bottom line is Turkey, especially Erdogan, he hates the Kurdish people, okay? Just like Saddam Hussein hated the Kurdish people and tried to gas them, Turkey hates the Kurdish people as well. If you look at the map here, where you see Kurdistan, I just put it there. It's not officially known as Kurdistan, all right? But that's what people call it, okay, that keep up with the geopolitics of the area, that it's where Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Turkey come together, okay? The four countries come together. It's kind of like the four states that come together in the United States out west. Same thing over in the Middle East, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Syria. There's Kurdish people in all four of those countries, right where all four of those countries meet. No one likes the Kurds. The Iraqis don't like the Kurds. Turkey doesn't like them. And Persia, I guess they do like them, or they should like them because they're kin, they're kinmen, but I don't think they like them either. Okay, so just remember that the Medes in the Bible are the Kurds, okay? Medes and the Kurds are the same people, okay, modern day name. Okay, so that's why you have Medo-Persia or Kurd Iran of today. Okay, so we just need to realize that again, they're in a no man's land right now, and the Kurdish people they need prayers because they're in a bad location. In real estate it's called location. Well, the Kurds are in a very bad location because all of these people hate them. They hate them. So what Erdogan is going to do, in my opinion, he's going to push the Kurds over into Iran. Okay, he's going to push them over. Okay, and that could ignite it as well. The Daniel 8 war, because remember, look where Tehran is in Iran. The capital of Iran is in northwest, so to speak, Iran, which is right near all of the action, okay? So Cyprus could start this war because Iran supports Hezbollah and Turkey would have a fence with that. Syria or Iraq could start the Daniel 8 war. The last but not least would be the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict that we've gone through before. If one's not familiar with that, let me try to bring up the maps on this because it will help to look at the maps. Some people aren't familiar with it. So let me try to find where I put these maps. Give me 1 second because I think it would give everybody a great insight to look at the maps and understand what's going on of what I'm trying to say. 1 second, please. Okay. All right. One more second, my friends. I'm sure, let's see, I think it's in this file. Okay, so I can't find it real quick, and just for respect of everybody's time, I'll try to explain it myself. But where you see the arrow pointing out of Turkey to the northeast out there, it's pointing towards the green where Armenia is. If you're not familiar with Armenia, it's in the green, pointing northeast from Turkey. And then you have the purple, which is Azerbaijan, to the right of that, or to the east of that. That is where I'm talking about. That's where this conflict has been. If you can see the bottom part, if your screen's large enough to see the bottom part of Armenia, Armenia has this little leg that goes down in the south. And I wish I had a better map, and I apologize, I haven't been able to find it. But Armenia has this little leg that goes down. Well, that is very important, because in that area is called an area called Nagorno-Karabakh. Okay. Nagorno-Karabakh is an area that is Azerbaijan's area, but Armenia used to control it until last fall. Last fall, there was a war, or a little battle, but not much of a war. It was a one-sided war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And why it was a one-sided war was because Armenia was being supported by Russia throughout this process, but now Russia's got to deal with Ukraine, which has taken all that they have to deal with you, or deal with America through Ukraine would be a better way to put it. But they had to go back and support themselves. So they left Armenia wide open for Azerbaijan to come on through them. And that's what happened. Azerbaijan, who is supported by Turkey, remember, Turkey and Azerbaijan, I've said this before, Erdogan has said this, that they're really one country, but two states, is what Erdogan said about Azerbaijan. So, of course, Azerbaijan will bow down to Turkey and do whatever Turkey wants them to do. They're major alliances, okay? And so that's the reason, with Russia not being able to help Armenia, that gives Azerbaijan and Turkey the green light. And that's what they took when they took back the land piece of Nagorno-Karabakh. That's the area where they took back. And again, I apologize, I can't show that with the slides, but please do your own research. But they took back a piece of land that was very important to Azerbaijan. And now they want to do a southern corridor through southern Armenia. Remember, I told you about the little green leg that hangs down in Armenia right there? They want to go through that, through the southern portion of Armenia, and build a corridor that will unite the Turkish states, quote unquote, with Erdogan. So you guys tell me, I mean, this guy is really moving the chess pieces around for the revival of the Ottoman Empire. Will he reach the revival of the Ottoman Empire to what we think he's going to? We'll have to wait and see what happens. Will he get it to the point where the Antichrist will take over? In my personal opinion, yes. Okay, he will do that. I believe he is that first king. That's just my personal opinion. He is that first king. Once he gets to his prophetic calling to the pinnacle of it, he will be released of his duties one way or the other, by election or by death. And then 4 kings, and then here you go, the 10 kings, and then the Antichrist. So it's really that, in summary, that quick of a process once we get to Turkey. Once Turkey becomes the big boy, the supremacy of the Middle East, the superpower, then you can look for the leader to not be in power, or however that goes, passing away or election. And then it will split into 4 regions, 4 kings, and that will be 4 of the 10 kings. And then you have the Antichrist rising out of one of the 4 kings of Daniel 8 in the Middle East. So your Antichrist, or not our Antichrist, the Antichrist will rise from where you're looking at, Turkey, Syria, Iraq, that area he will rise from, according to the prophet Daniel. But I think I've gone through as much information. I'll go through one more thing real quick. The circle down here at the bottom of the map, you find the Qatar and the UAE. Most people know Qatar is Qatar. Okay, but they're too small to really even see. But where the circle is, you can see Qatar to the left. You can see the UAE to the right. They are major supporters of Turkey, major supporters of Turkey. So just keep that in mind as we go further. But my friends, that is my opinion and the research that I've done over the last 10 years on the nation of Turkey and Erdogan. But that's kind of, in summary, what's going on to the best of my ability to understand. I'm sure I forgot a couple of things that were major, and maybe they'll come back to me. But as you can see, this guy has done has moved the pieces of the chess table in Turkey's favor, okay? And I think he's ready to pounce like a cat, like a leopard, okay? Because that's who he is. He's the leopard in the prophecies of Daniel 7. He's the leopard that will pounce on the Middle East. And I believe he's ready to go at any time now, to be quite frank with you. I'm almost surprised that he hasn't already started it, to be quite frank with you, because I'll say this, a quote that he mentioned, and I don't have the quote in front of me. If you give me 1 second, I'll go get the quote. Yeah, let me get it. It'll take me like 10 seconds. Let me go get the quote, and I'll be right back. All right, thank you guys. But I'll read this to you real quick. But this is a quote that he personally said here in 2016. This is July 15th, 2016. And I forgot to say this when I was going through this, but this is a quote that he said that I wanted to mention to everybody. Well, this is not the right one either. I don't know. All right. Okay, so anyhow, I will just explain it to you. I got the wrong sheet, and I don't know where the other one is. But anyhow, that does bother me. One day, I wanted to see if I've got it on my computer. 1 second, and I'm not going to waste anybody's time here. Okay, so I don't want to waste your time, so I'll try to explain this. So anyhow, it was right after he went into Dabiq, Syria in August 24th, August 26, 2016, which was the 500th anniversary of the first Sultan going into Dabiq, Syria. Erdogan went into Dabiq, Syria, and basically what he said Syria, Iraq, the Balkans, and the Caucasus, which is where Azerbaijan is over there. He said, these are all our territories. And my goal is by 2023, we want them underneath the Turkish Ottoman umbrella, if you will. So that was his goal. He said it a couple times. By 2023, he wanted the revival, if you will. He wanted the Ottoman lands back to Turkey. Well, obviously, he did not complete the goal, so to speak. But the point is that's his mindset. His mindset is the revival of the Ottoman Empire. And I do believe that God will give him authority. I believe he'll give the first king in Daniel 8 the authority to tee it up for the antichrist. I think that's pretty common. I think we can all agree with that. So I believe this is the guy that's going to do that. I could be totally wrong about that, but just keep your eye on this guy, okay? Whether he is or not, these prophecies are going to keep moving forward, okay? So Iran is on a time limit, okay? Iran's got a few years left, in my opinion, at the most, okay? At the most, they have it. Why is that? The Ayatollah, he is what, 85 years old, all prostate cancer. I mean, he's elder in age, so to speak. And they also lost their president in a helicopter crash and their foreign minister. And bombed 7 of their high generals, okay? So Iran is not in a good space right now to go to war. Iran's not in a good space at all, to be quite frank with you. And we all know how this goes, is once the power goes out, the Ayatollah, there's going to be a power grab for Iran, the power of Iran, okay? Just like Iraq, just like Libya, just like Syria, just like all these things that we've seen. So it's very important to keep with these things and to look at the trajectory of where Iran is, where Turkey is. Iran does not, in my personal opinion, they would have marched across the Middle East, okay? They don't want a part of it. I don't think the Ayatollah wants a part of it. He's mid-80s, okay? He's been in power for 40 years, okay? So again, if they were going to march, I believe they would have already marched, okay? And we've got to understand that. Now, who's ready to march is Erdogan. I mean, he is ready to put boots on the ground and march down to Jerusalem, okay? So it's very important to understand that. Okay, I'm going to see what I've missed out here, because I want to go through Ezekiel 38 really quick. We won't take but about 15 minutes to go through that. And it's going to confirm the prophecy of Daniel 8. Okay, because remember, the prophecy of Daniel 8 is Iran's in the power seat now, but they're the second kingdom in Daniel's 4 kingdoms. Turkey's the third kingdom. So Iran will not. Iran will not invade Jerusalem with ground troops. They sent, I mean, did you see the other day when they saw the bombs, across there, all these bombs? They picked up the phone while the bombs are in the air to call the United Nations, said this will end, complete our retaliation. This will complete what we're doing. That's it. Now, who does that? Who does that if they wanted a war? They do not want a war. Israel will dominate Iran. Okay, they would dominate them. And I think they sent a message to Iran basically saying that. I think they bombed them in the first Iran just to let Iran know, hey, we can reach you anywhere. Anywhere in Iran, we can reach you. Iran doesn't want a part of this, okay? Or would have entered it. They wouldn't be cowards and sending in the proxy groups if they wanted a part of it. They don't want a part of it. They'll send the Hezbollah, they'll send in the Hamas. They don't have the ground troops. They don't want a part of it. That's why I'm trying to tell everybody, Iran will not invade Israel. According to the biblical prophets, Iran will not invade Israel. I mean, they just won't. Okay, there's nowhere in the biblical prophets that Iran by itself does do that. Okay, so we can't go on all these people who are wanting war with Iran and Israel, and they're trying to provoke it. Iran will never invade Israel. They will never do that, according to the biblical prophets. But who will? Turkey. Turkey will. And I'll clarify what I mean by Iran will not be the leader of that. Okay, so I should clarify myself. Iran will be a part of it. They won't be the leader of it. Like right now, they're the leader of the Middle East. So you would think they would be the leader to go in there. They're not the leader. Okay, Turkey will be the leader. And Turkey will go in there. And then what we're about to read is Persia is underneath them. Iran's underneath them. They've been conquered. They've been destroyed. And they've lost the war between Turkey and Iran. They're not the supremacy superpower of the Middle East. Okay, they're just not. Turkey will be, and they're going to be underneath them. Sunni will dominate the Middle East, not Shia. And we got to really, really understand that. But I think I've gone through all the anointings of what I understand as far as what's going on in the Middle East and North Africa. Let me bring up this one slide of Ezekiel 38 and 39. Give me 1 second, my friends. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so these go together, in my opinion. Daniel 8 and Ezekiel 38, they go together, in my opinion. You're going to see why, because one, it goes right into the other one with the understanding of the trajectory or the pattern of what we're going to see here in the future. Okay, so Ezekiel, this is, again, one of those controversial passages with the Gog and Magog war. I think most people are familiar with this war. We're not going to go through the entire prophecy. We're just going to go through to make the point of the first 6 verses to understand where these nations are that Ezekiel was talking about. And then we're going to see where Persia is as well. So we're going to see where Persia is, Iran. We're going to see where Turkey is in Ezekiel 38. And then we'll understand why Daniel 8 had to happen before we get to Gog and Magog. Okay, so let's go through this really quick. And again, we won't spend much time on this, but just to prove the point of Turkey is the leader and Persia is underneath them. So this is the prophet Ezekiel. They know, most people know this as the war between Gog and Magog. And this is what we'll read. Now the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Gog of the land of Magog, the prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal, and prophesy against him, and say, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, O God, the prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal. I will turn you around, put hooks into your jaws, and lead you out with all your army, horses and horsemen, all splendidly clothed, a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya are with you, all of them with shield and with helmet. Gomer and all of its troops, the house of Togarmah from the far north and its troops, many people are with you. So as we've spoken before, my friends, this is a very controversial prophecy, because people do believe that Russia is in this prophecy. And again, you can see the Prince of Rosh. People look at that's Russia, so to speak. Let's go through detail and kind of clarify what that means, the Prince of Rosh. And also let's locate where these countries are, or these names. Where is Meshach? Where is Tubal? Where is Magog? Where is Gomer? Where is Togarmah? If we can understand where Togarmah, Gomer, Magog, Meshach, and Tubal is, then you're going to understand where Gog is coming from, because Gog is of the land of Magog. So if we understand where Magog is, then you understand where Gog's coming from. Okay, so it's that simple. So we're going to go through all those things, but look at what he says. The Lord says, I'm going to turn you around, Gog, and I'm going to put hooks in your jaws, lead you out with your army, horses and horsemen, and he's going to bring them down to Jerusalem. Persia, Sudan, not Ethiopia, Persia, Sudan, Cush, and Libya are with them, all of them with shield and helmet, Gomer and all of its troops, the house of Togarmah from the far north and all of its troops. Many people are with you. How beautiful. All right, so Ezekiel wrote the prophecy to the children of Israel, and from a Hebraic or Jewish mindset, I think we can all agree with that he was a Jewish prophet. So he was going to write something that the Jewish people could understand in a Hebraic or Jewish mindset, kind of like Yeshua did, and all of the prophets did. Ezekiel wrote this around 593 BC to 571 BC. He was prophesying from the Table of Nations. If you go look at the Table of Nations, everybody, you're going to find Togarmah, you're going to find Gomer, you're going to find all of those names, Meshach, Tubal. That's why you got to go to the Table of Nations, and it's an easy conversation after that with anybody who wants to put in Russia or Rome or China or any other nation that's not in there. We've got to go to the Table of Nations, and they're going to clarify everything that the prophets have ordained and prophesied about. He would have never known about Iraq, Iran, Turkey, Russia, etc. He would have never known that. His world was a biblical world. His world was the Table of Nations. There's no way he would have, again, he's a prophet, not a psychic, okay? He's a prophet. He's going to prophesy through something that we can understand, not just come up with a bunch of psychic stuff, okay? He would have never prophesied through any nation that was not in the Table of Nations. That's very clear. That's Bible 101, everybody. He would never do that. He's not going to leave us hanging and start guessing all over the place where these prophecies are. He's going to prophesy through the Table of Nations. Okay, and Rosh in the Hebrew, and that's what we've got to go on. We can't look at it from any other aspect other than the Hebrew. The word Rosh means chief prince or head of, okay? It doesn't mean Russia. Rosh means chief prince or head of. Russia is from, I hate to say it, but it's true, Russia is an American prophecy teacher's made up nation, okay, because it's America's enemy. So prophecy teachers in America, Russia's the bad guy because it's the enemy of America. Russia is not in the Holy Bible at all. This is the only spot we put Russia at, is this, and then I guess some people call him the bear, which Iran's the bear. Russia's not the bear, Iran's the bear. But again, Russia, try to plug Russia into this, and it's just, they're just not understanding what the Holy Bible should. I'm trying to say this in the nicest way possible, just ignorant to it. I mean, that's the best way I can say it. They're ignorant on how the Holy Bible reads. Rosh means the chief prince or head of. That's it. It does not mean a nation. It does not mean Russia. It never will mean Russia. Russia did not come into being until 1992, everybody. So Ezekiel wasn't prophesying on Christmas Day, 1992, that Russia was going to become a country, okay? No offense, but no way. I mean, this is not hard to understand once we understand that Rosh means the chief prince or head of. Rosh appears over 5 times in the Holy Bible, and in all cases but one, it is the chief prince or head of. Okay, think about Rosh Hashanah. Okay, that's the head or the chief day of the civil year. So we have to understand what Rosh means, and Rosh does not mean Russia. Okay, no way, Jose. Russia is based upon Rus, a region of Kiev by the Vikings. It is located north of the Black Sea. This event occurred approximately 2,000 years after Ezekiel wrote the prophecy. So Russia is based upon Rus, a region of Kiev by the Vikings. It's located north of the Black Sea. And again, that event, Russia is based on Rus, a region of Kiev by the Vikings, That was approximately 2,000 years after Ezekiel wrote the prophecy. Russia as a proper noun, if you want to use Russia in this prophecy as a proper noun, it refers to Ukraine. It refers to Georgia, not Georgia where I'm from, Georgia there. Okay, Russia, it refers to Ukraine or Georgia, not Russia. Gog is the leader of the alliance, as he is the prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal. Therefore, to understand who Gog is, we need to discover where the land of Magog is, as Gog is from the land of Magog. Okay, so anywhere you go to any biblical atlas that is reputable. Again, that is reputable. Don't go to the internet and say, oh, look at the internet. No, go to all the reputable biblical atlases and you go to any of them. You're going to see Meshach, Tubal, Gomer, Togarmah, and Magog in the nation of Turkey. Every map that you go to, the New Moody Bible Atlas, very reputable. Look at where these names are. They're in the nation of Turkey. Holman Biblical Atlas, again, very reputable. Where's all these names in? They're in the nation of Turkey. Let's go to HarperCollins Biblical Atlas. Look at all these nations. Gomer, Tubal, Meshach, Togarmah. Where are they? The nation of Turkey. Go to Zondervan, another reputable biblical atlas. Look at where all these nations are. Tubal, Togarmah, Gomer, Magog, Meshach. They're in the nation of Turkey, not Russia. Okay, so 5 of the 8 regions in Ezekiel's prophecy are located in modern-day Turkey, not Russia. Okay, I'll read that again because I think I had some internet problems, but 5 of the 8 regions of Ezekiel's prophecy are located in modern-day Turkey, not Russia. Confirm the location of Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya. So again, who's with them? He names 3 countries that is with them. Persia, that's Iran. Okay, that's underneath them. That tells you that the Daniel 8 war has already happened because Persia is underneath Turkey. If Persia won the war, then Turkey would be underneath Persia. But it tells you Daniel 8 has happened already because Persia is underneath Turkey. Okay, please understand that. So Daniel 8, you got to see Daniel 8 before Ezekiel 38, okay, is what I'm trying to say. Because Persia is the dominant superpower right now in the Middle East with Arabia. But until Turkey becomes that superpower, Daniel 8 will not be fulfilled. Once Daniel 8 is fulfilled, with Turkey becoming the superpower, Persia's underneath them. You go look at Ezekiel 38 because it's right around the corner for sure. So I wanted to go through that really quick. Again, some of this we've already gone through, but that's the main thing that I wanted to go through, my friends, is look at the biblical atlases that are all for us to look at that are very reputable. There's no reason for them to put anything in Turkey if it's not in Turkey. They have no bone to pick with anybody. Okay, so we've got to trust them. And as far as these maps are concerned and many other maps that are reputable, those names are in the nation of Turkey. Russia is not in Ezekiel 38. He's telling you this, the chief prince, the head of these nations that he's looking at. Russia is, you look at the history of Russia and Turkey, no way they're going to come into alliances with each other and then go down that. No way. Russia will not go through Turkey to get to Jerusalem. There's no way that will happen, okay? That would be a major war, okay, before Turkey allowed Russia to come on through there, because Russia would have to come through Turkey to get to Jerusalem, okay? And they're not going to do that. They have no reason to do that. Why would they do that? They want to control the areas that they want to control, that they've always had, the Soviet Union, so to speak. They have no desire whatsoever. Vladimir Putin has never given anybody the reason to say he's going to go invade Jerusalem. I mean, why would he do that? I mean, he's for Israel. Politically right now, it's not, because Israel's taken Ukraine's side, but it's just a political problem. He will not go there. Again, record this all you want. He will not go down to Jerusalem. Russia has no interest in that. No, their interest is Ukraine, and their interest is in some of the other land that they had that they want back, okay? And really, that's because of the NATO alliance that have come against all around their borders, okay? That's really what the problem is when you look at it, okay? Whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, that's just the problem. Okay, the United States wants Vladimir Putin out, and he doesn't want to get out. So that's the problem, is they want him out just like they wanted Saddam Hussein, they wanted He's the problem because He and she are the two main leaders of BRICS, everybody. So it's about this right here. We've got to understand that. It's about the economics that we're getting crushed with negotiations because we're not smart people. Okay, our politicians are getting negotiated with everybody. So the only thing they know how to do is go to war because they're not smart enough to out negotiate these people. Okay, like some of our other people are smart enough. So just remember that as we go forward. You know, we need smart people in these elections. We need smart business people in these elections we have in the United States, in the local, in the state, and the federal elections. We have to have smart people to understand who to vote for, because if we don't get smart business people in, then you're just going to have war. Because when you can't negotiate people in a business format, this is what it is. It's just economics. But they've moved it to weaponization of the U.S. dollar. And if you don't agree with the United States, then you're more likely to be not in power anymore. Okay. And I think Iraq shows you that. I think Syria shows you that. And not Syria. Syria almost showed you that. Libya showed you that. If you disagree with the United States, then you're going to get removed, okay, from your country. That's the weaponization of the U.S. dollar, and that's what's gotten us back into this craziness that we're in with the countries who are hating us right now because we've weaponized the U.S. dollar. And if you don't agree with us, we're going to sanction you. We're going to remove you. We're going to take your money, just like we took Russia's money and we gave it to Ukraine. I mean, you think about that. The United States politicians took about 50 billion, from Russia. There was Russia's money. They took it and gave it to Ukraine, and they're making interest on it. You tell me who crooks are. Okay, all of them are crooks. Vladimir Putin's a crook. He's evil too, but all of them are evil. So we can't say America's got great leaders and Vladimir's evil. I'm sure Putin is evil, and I'm sure our country leaders are evil as well. So we got to put them both together because they're all evil. The governments are evil. You know, all the leaders are evil out there. So I guess you choose the lesser of the evils. But the bottom line is we can't just dog Vladimir Putin or dog President Xi when all they're trying to do is do what's right for their country. We have the politicians who do not do right for our country. The only thing they know how to do is go to war and make everybody angry at the United States and the citizens and the soldiers, to where if you or I go across seas, your life's in danger. Your life is in danger as an American because of our American politicians, and they've upset and angered the entire world because of the weaponization of the U.S. dollar. And how's that going for us, everybody? 35 trillion in debt, 2 trillion in credit card debt. The nations are turning away from us. You tell me how that's going. So it's not going too good. So we must understand the right understanding of these things. Our politicians in America are just as evil as any other politicians are. That's just the facts. That is the facts, Republican and Democrat. I can go through a list of it. We could be here all night and all day and for about a year, me going through what the United States politicians have done across seas to civilians, not terrorists, to civilians, everybody. 1 million civilians have died since 2003 with the war on terror. Okay, so you tell me how that's going as a believer who loves God, and He tells us to love our enemies and to love people who might not believe what we believe in, which is Islam. I'm talking about the citizens. If you want to get rid of Saddam Hussein, go ahead. You want to get rid of Gaddafi, go ahead. You want to get rid of whoever, I don't care. But leave the citizens alone, okay? Because I love the citizens of the world, and I'm against the governments of the world if one hasn't figured that out yet. But I'm all for the citizens of the world. Every citizen of the world I'm for, compared to the government. That is for sure. These governments are evil. They're taking advantage of the people, and they need to be, and they will be. They will be dealt with by the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, Yeshua the Messiah. And I can't wait for that because, again, all of these governments are evil, including the United States government. Okay, I think that's going to wrap what I have up, so to speak, with I wanted to go through Ezekiel 38 to prove a couple of points. Number one, that all of those countries that are not Persia, Libya, and what's the other one? Persia, Libya, and whoever else. If it wasn't for those three, every other nation, every other name is in Turkey. Please remember that. Do not let people fool you out there. There's a lot of people that are big teachers that are on TV and all that. They are just wrong. Okay, I love them. I love them to death, but they are just wrong when it comes to this. I just had an internet interruption, but they are just wrong when they're talking about Russia. I hear it all the time with people talking about Israel. Okay, you got to watch Russia. They don't deal with Ukraine. Then they're going to come down to Israel. No, they will not. They will never do that. Okay, China will never do that. These people are out in business, okay? They're not like the United States. Russia and Ukraine, or Russia and China go to Africa for business. They don't go down to kind of an indoctrination of homosexuality and transgenderism and wearing rainbow jackets and all this stuff with that. They're not about that. That's why they're taking the business from us. They're taking the currency from us, because when I say currency, they're getting our business, because they don't do that. They're about the business transactions. We're about politics. We're about indoctrination. We're about homosexuality, indoctrination, and all that stuff. And that's why we're losing the African countries. That's why we're losing a lot of people, because of the weaponization of the US dollar. If you don't do what America says, you're either going to be dethroned or you're not going to get what we have to offer if you don't follow America. Well, how's that going for us right now? I think we've over leveraged our leverage, if you will. We don't have the leverage that we used to have anymore. That's what we have to understand. We do not have that because they've given it away. Okay, they've given all the leverage away. Okay, which is called the currency. Everybody, they've given the leverage away till we don't have any leverage. So now when we weaponize the US dollar, Russia laughs at us. We have so many sanctions on Russia right now, and they're laughing because it doesn't deter them whatsoever, because they're doing transactions with China, with Brazil, with India in their own currencies, and America's going to be left out. I watched the interview with Vladimir Putin and guys, Tucker, whatever his name is, Tucker Carlton, whatever his name. And I don't agree with anything Vladimir Putin said, except one thing, that America is going to be left behind if we do not wise up. I do agree with that, with the research that I've done. I agree with him on that. Sure, and America is being left behind because we feel like we still have all the leverage, and we don't. We don't have the leverage. BRICS has the leverage. Why does we have the leverage? Well, they've got 40-something% of the population in their countries. They've got the leverage. They've got 28% of whatever it is. I mean, they've got the leverage. We've lost the leverage because of our politicians, and then we've kind of weaponized the currency. Every country wants to leave America and go to BRICS. There's 40 nations who have applied to BRICS, 40 nations. Just the 5 nations they had in the beginning has 40% of the population. Just think if they get 40 more countries into BRICS. Saudi Arabia joined BRICS too, everybody. Remember the petrodollar? We'll see how that's going to go here in the future. They joined BRICS. Why would they need the petrodollar? Russia and China could support and protect them, okay? They don't need America to protect them. They got the alliance now. So my friends, keep your eyes on all of this. I'm not trying to scare anybody. It's just a very sad moment in U.S. history right now. Very sad at what's going on with America, with every aspect of America. Name me one aspect of America that's positive. Name me one. Give me one. Give me one, and I'll shut up about America. But give me one positive trait that America's got going on today, and I'll shut up about it. But the bottom line is America is receiving what we have dished out. Okay, we've been the bully on the block. Yeah, I can admit that, and it's been to all of our favors. Okay, wonderful. But that's coming to an end. That is already at an end. It's coming to an end right before your very eyes. And I don't think people really understand the depths of this and how serious this is when you look at any metric with the U.S. economy, any metric, you're going to be worried about where this country is going, where the economics is going, where the currency is going. And our politicians do not do us any favor by trying to indoctrinate people with homosexuality, with transgenderism, when people do stand for the Bible. Thank God. These politicians in Africa and other places as well, praise the Lord. I stand with them on that issue. Stand with them instead of the West on, homosexuality and all these things. My friends, Europe, France, Britain, all of Europe and the United States are being judged right now. And I thought about this the other day, is what goes around comes around. We've talked about that before, the golden rule. And what France has done, what the French have done to the Middle East and North Africa, and what the British Empire has done to North Africa and the Middle East, and what America has done to the North Africa and the Middle East, is coming back, guys. You can see it. It's coming back. I mean, these people hate us even more so because of what we've done. I'm not saying they wouldn't hate us to begin with. They hate us even more because we're in their land. We've got bases on their land. Think about that. We've got air bases on another country's sovereign territory. I don't care how pro-American any of us are. That is wrong. Okay, that is wrong. We should not be on anybody's land except for ours. Russia should not be on anybody's lands but Russia's. China's. That's just where I come from. I mean, I come from that. I love America being the superpower. Of course I do. But be the superpower. Don't be the dictator. Be the superpower. Be the governor of the world. Don't be the dictator of the world, removing people who agree with American politics or the currency, or they're going to go to the euro dollar or whatever. Well, negotiate it out. I mean, why are you trying to remove a dictator? Just negotiate it. Negotiate him out of going to the euro dollar. Is that such a hard thing? Apparently it is. With George Bush, I'm sure he couldn't change anything. But the bottom line is just look at what this country's done. I love America just as much as anybody, but we have to have national accountability, just like to have personal accountability. And if one is just so red, white, and blue that we can do whatever we want, we can remove anybody we want, we can kill a million civilians. If someone's to that attitude, they have the wrong attitude of being an American and being a believer as an American. Being a believer as an American, yes, we're a superpower, but we do not come across civilians the way we have across the Middle East. No wonder these people hate us. If I was in the Middle East, I'd probably hate America too. If I was born in Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan, I'd be like, what are these people doing on our land all the time? Why is all these soldiers on our land all the time in Iraq and in Afghanistan? And why are they here on our land? You know, and if anybody can answer that question, they will come down to the truth of why America truly is over in their land. And it's not because there's some righteous politicians that's wanting to do the right thing. It comes down to what I've always said it comes down to, what the world comes down to with scenarios like this. It's the almighty dollar. Okay, that's what it's about, or the petrodollar in this case, and the gold and all of these natural resources that these countries have over there. And again, France, Britain, and America is taking advantage of the countries in the Middle East and North Africa, and these people are sick of it. I mean, they're sick of it. And now we're getting the result of us bullying these people for decades over there with our politicians, you know, because we are the superpower. We have just absolutely bullied these people. And you know what? Just like it says, what goes around comes around. Now they're sanctioning us. BRICS is going to sanction America. America is going to be the one who gets the other side of the coin. And my friends, please keep up with this. I don't say this at any other than, I don't know who keeps up with this stuff. I keep up with it because I love it. And I'm in business and all this stuff, and it does affect, you know, what I do for a living as well. It affects everybody, okay? And again, please keep up with it. Listen to 50 different economists. They're probably going to say the same thing, but what I'm trying to say is please do research, and please do your own research and make the best decision for you and your family. With that being said, I know I've been rambling a little bit more than I wanted to, but a lot of important topics and points that we can get into with this. But my friends, we cannot be deceived. You know, it comes down to that. We cannot be deceived. Being deceived means having the wrong theology or the wrong eschatology. People do have the wrong theology. I'm not saying the perfect theology, but we've got to have the basics. Okay, we've got to have the calendar, the feast days, the covenants, etc. Of course, we're all saved by Yeshua, sealed by the Holy Spirit, we're observed, of course. But we have to understand. My friends, right eschatology. We must understand it, because as we get to the end of the day, end of the age, that matters. The proper eschatology matters. Look in the right place matters. To have the right countries, it matters. If everybody's looking at Russia, and Russia's fighting Ukraine right now, Turkey's going to slip back, and people are going to be caught as a thief in the night. Oh, what happened? I thought it was Russia. They're still fighting Ukraine, even during the Millennial Kingdom. They can't get rid of Ukraine or America. I know I'm being facetious, but the bottom line is that we got to get the right countries in there, and the Bible will tell you the right countries in there. They will give you the interpretation of it, just like Daniel did today, or Gabriel did in Daniel 8. Gabriel said, hey, it's going to be Medo-Persia, and it's going to be Javan. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then out of Javan, 4 kings, and then the antichrist is going to rise out of one of those 4, and here we go. Makes sense to me. I mean, it's not hard. It's just really not hard. And again, I say this in love because I know people taking it out of context, but the prophecy teachers in America overall have gotten it wrong because they look at it from America's standpoint. They look at it from America's enemy, Russia or whoever else, China now. I'm sure China's going next to Christ's kingdom because Russia's not it, with the American prophecy teachers. But we've got to understand it's not about America at all. Zero. It's not about America at all. It's about Israel and it's about the surrounding nations. And we hope that America is a sheep nation and not a goat nation. And right now, it doesn't look too great with this current administration turning its back on Israel. We're seeing how ironclad that agreement is. I don't even know if he knows what that means, okay? Ironclad, but you can see it. And just like I said before with Russia, another point, we'll get into the questions after this. Just like I said with Russia, that Russia had to support themselves, okay, because they could not support Armenia against Azerbaijan. And look what happened. Azerbaijan went through Armenia like you have never seen, okay? It wasn't a war, it wasn't even a battle. It was just a march through, take over, that's it, okay? That could happen to Israel if America gets in a bad situation, okay? Just like Russia had to pull their troops from Nagorno-Karabakh, they're going to eventually, we might have to pull our troops back home as well. Okay, things will go down different than we can think, okay? Everybody thinks America's on this perch right now that will never be knocked off. You're being knocked off your perch day by day, everybody, as an American. I hate to tell you, but you are. I mean, every day you're getting knocked down even more, okay? And again, it's the reconciliation of the accounts. What comes around, the golden rule. We've talked about this before. We're saying all the things come back on our land that we've done across seas. It's very simple. So again, we have the right countries to have the right understanding, my friends. If we don't have the right understanding, then we're just not going to understand it. We're just going to be looking at the wrong area, look at the wrong region, and you're going to miss the greatest show on earth right now, and that is in the Middle East and North Africa. You're going to see the greatest that ever goes down in this world with the biblical prophets from here on out. I mean, just put your eyes in the Middle East and enjoy it. When I say enjoy it, you know what I'm enjoying, not celebrate, but at the same time, you're seeing biblical prophecy come to fruition right in front of your eyes. Okay, I mean, Daniel 8's from news. Iran's already a superpower. Go from there with Daniel 8. They're in Daniel 2:2, the second kingdom. They're in Daniel 7 as well as the second kingdom. Just follow it. It's a beautiful thing to watch this go down if we have the proper understanding of the prophecies. That's really important, my friends, is to have the right understanding of the prophecies. Daniel 8, you cannot misunderstand that. Medo-Persia, it says, and Turkey. That's it. And those are only two major countries at the end that Daniel talks about, really, is Persia and Javan, Turkey and Iran. That's it. No need to look at anybody else in Europe or Rome or Russia or China. No, Turkey and Iran is what Daniel told us in Daniel 8. Gabriel said it's an end of the age prophecy 3 times. I'm going to trust the angel. I'm going to trust Daniel that he wrote it down right. I'm going to trust that this is for the end of the age. And if it's the end of the age, it's the end of the age. My friends, it's super important. I see so many times on these TV shows and all this, these people who have a big platform and who I love. They do a great job. They're wrong. They're wrong on these prophecies with Russia and with Rome and all this stuff. They're just wrong, and they're leading people to look at the wrong area and especially the Jewish people. The Jewish people are looking at Rome when they've got the fight of their lives right in front of them. The fight of their lives are right in them, right next to them in Hamas, in Hezbollah, in Syria, in Iraq, in Turkey, in Jordan, in Arabia, in UAE, Qatar, in Egypt, Libya. You tell me, okay, where everybody else is. Those are the nations. Go look at 48. Go look at 67. Go look at 73. Not one European nation was in there. Not one. It was all the Islamists. Why? Why? Because they gave Israel by land. It's about the Abrahamic covenant. That's why they attacked them the day after in 1948. That's why they came against them in 67. That's why they came against them in 73 and so many times after that. And again, they're going to keep coming. And then one day it's going to be the onslaught of 200 million that's going to come to the gates of Jerusalem. And that, my friends, is what you call the second coming events, where it's really, really serious. So thank you very much, everybody. I didn't mean to go this long tonight. I meant to go about 2 hours with the prophecy, but I wanted to get Ezekiel 38 and 39 in because, again, it shows you that Daniel 8 is going to happen, and then Ezekiel 38 will happen right after that because Persia is underneath. They're underneath the nation of Turkey. Okay, with that being said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We'll go through some of the questions and comments really quick. 1 second, please. Okay. But thank you again, everybody, for joining us tonight. Excuse me for some of the technical issues we're having. We've had a bad storm come through. I'm glad that we didn't get knocked offline because there was a couple of times it was fluttering a little bit that I thought we were going to get knocked off. But thank you very much for staying with us through that. It's a very important prophecy, one that you're seeing in front of your eyes right now, one that we really need to understand. If it doesn't fit Daniel 8, it does not fit in the Holy Bible. That's it. Daniel 8 is the end of the age prophecy. You saw two nations. That's it. No Russia, no Rome, none of that. No China, none of that. Two nations. And then, yes, the surrounding nations will support either Israel or the antichrist beast kingdom. And we'll just have to see how that goes. But Russia and China and America and anyone else that people love to put in there, they're not in the Holy Bible. Not one time you will find Russia literally mentioned. And everybody can say, oh, Rus, that means Russia. Well, that's up to them. But that is a very, very wrong way to look at it. I'll just say it very nicely. To look at it that way, to just try to understand something, the Prince of Rosh, and think, okay, let's talk about Russia. I mean, that is not being agreeing with the word. Okay, just because something sounds like something. I mean, okay, it's Russia. I mean, that's a very amateur way, I think, to deal with biblical prophecy. If I could say it nicely like that, it's a very amateur way to deal with it. To think that he's talking about the Prince of Rosh, he would say the Prince of Russia, okay? I mean, Prince of Edom, the Prince of Lydia. He would say the entire name. He wouldn't just say the first three letters of a name, okay? So, or first four letters of it, and it doesn't even mean that. Rosh means the head of, the chief of. So we have to get familiar with the Hebrew a little bit more. So that we don't have the errors in the understanding of what Rosh means. Because if you go ask a Jewish person what Rosh means, it's going to be the same thing, chief, leader of. Think about Rosh Hashanah, the leader of the head day of the year, the chief day of the year. It's the same thing. So we have the right understanding of these things, or we don't look very, very wise. But shalom to you, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us again. Marcia, always great to see you. Amy as well. Thank you guys for being with us. Thank you, ladies, for being with us, I should say. We hope all is well with you guys, you ladies, wherever you guys are, Pennsylvania, and I believe Las Vegas. Michael, Shabbat Shalom. I wish it was this right. Shalom to you, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. I did get your email, and I will respond back to you tomorrow. Just been a busy day, man, with Mondays, just a busy day, and plus with the video tonight. So I will be back in touch with you tomorrow. Shalom to you, Jim. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend. Hope all is well. Chronicles of the Chosen, I love your handle. Shalom to you as well. Thank you so much for joining us again. It's great to see you. The Most High is coming to set things straight. I'm not sure what verse it is, but there's a verse where it says people will hide themselves in the cliffs of the rocks, a dreadful day. Yeah, that's in Revelation. Also, the prophet Isaiah, I believe, says that as well as a confirmation. Beautiful. And you're exactly right. Exactly right. Jim, if you look at history and Alexander the Great, Turkey will have a similar movement. So I agree with that. Turkey will invade both Syria and Iraq. I agree with that. Turkey will go to Lebanon, Gaza, Egypt, then move against the Kurds. Nissan 2, sorry. Okay, and I might have missed something with Nissan 2. And then 1,260 days from April 10th is the Feast of Trumpets of 2028, which is September 21st. Possibly the rapture, in my opinion, 1,536 days from today. Can you believe it? And Wanda, shalom to you, my friend. I hope all is well with you. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm sure that is asleep right now. That's okay. She tells me that. She's like, I'll come on and say hello. And then I go to sleep and I'll watch it on the next day because I think I came too late for her. Okay, James, Erdogan is the first king. He is the white horseman of Revelation. He will on the sixth seal be resurrected into Antichrist on the sixth trumpet. Isaiah 14 goes into detail about this resurrection. Turkey is moving to BRICS, I believe so. NATO meeting July 9th through 11th, very important to see what comes out of that. Erdogan will lead NATO to help Lebanon and Palestine by the end of this month. In my opinion, the Ottoman Empire is ready to start. Yeah, I do believe, and I'm glad James mentioned that, I do believe Turkey will bail out of NATO. NATO is a crash and burn situation. You see what I'm saying? I think even one of the candidates, I think it's Trump, I think Donald Trump, he's not a huge fan of NATO for a lot of reasons as well. Well, I know why, because they pay all the money and we don't. I mean, we pay all the money and they don't. I had it backwards. So we pay all the money and they don't pony up any money. So again, smart business by the politicians for sure. I do agree that Turkey will go to BRICS, which is interesting because Iran is already in BRICS as well. NATO meeting July 9th to 11th. That's very important, I think, which is what, tomorrow? Yeah, it starts tomorrow. And then Erdogan will lead NATO. I do believe that. And I do believe it's just a matter of time before this guy starts to make a mark for himself. I really believe that. He is second largest military in NATO, with the United States being number one. God will use Erdogan as a pawn to judge the Jews. Joel talks about this attack on Israel by 10 nations, Ezekiel 38:39. Okay, question. Chad, why does everyone think the Kurds are terrorists since they are Sunni like Turkey? I didn't know they were Sunni. So yeah, that's good. I thank you for sharing that with me, that they are Sunni. I think it's just because of the territory, as far as what I understand, and he just doesn't like them. But I think it's mostly about the land, because they're in southeastern Turkey, I believe, if I have the geography right. So they're in southeastern Turkey, and he thinks they're terrorists. He thinks they cause terrorists. With all of the things that goes on in Turkey, he blames the Kurds for it. Kind of like we blame whoever for our problems. But the only thing that I can think of is he just does not like the Kurds because of the territory, and also because he does think they cause problems in the region with their country, and also in Iraq, and also in Syria. I can't speak for Iran because Erdogan wants, as he knows, Erdogan wants Iraq and he wants Syria. So that's part of the reason where he wants to push them, as James knows this, he wants to push them into Persia. Yes, and thank you for mentioning this as well. Turkey just inked a deal for 120 F-16 jets and maintenance packages from the U.S. I mean, think about that, 120 F-16s. That's the firepower. And tell me, why does he want 120 F-16s? That tells me he's ready to pounce, okay, for sure, like the leopard does across the Middle East. Thank you for reminding me of that, James. You told that, James, but I read on the news, I did know that they bought a bunch of F-16s, but I didn't know there was 120 of them. That is a lot of firepower, ladies and gents. 120 F-16s, that's a lot of money to come out of the pocket. I've said this many times before, but the United States, whether people want to hear this or not, the American politicians, I'll say it like that, not us, but we are a part of it. The American politicians have actually armed the Middle East for Armageddon. Have you ever thought about that? That the U.S. politicians have armed, through the last 20 to 30 years, we have armed the Middle East for Armageddon. And this is a prime example of that. We have inked a deal to send 120 F-16s. Now, again, they don't know this because you think Joe Biden's reading Daniel 8? Okay, do you think his administration is reading Daniel 8 and Daniel 2 and Ezekiel 38 and 39? Of course not. These people don't even know what that is, okay? But again, they're not reading this, but again, they have sent 120 F-16s to what is going to be the headquarters of the Beast Kingdom, okay? They don't know this, and that's not saying that in any kind of way. It's just, that's what they've done. They've just sent 120 F-16s to where the King Messiah says that where Satan dwells and where his throne is, so to speak. So so let's go back to a map quick. I think this is worthy of a map conversation, and excuse all the arrows, if you will, but let's look at Turkey. We just saw this. Turkey, okay, so America just sent 120 F-16s to Turkey, Okay, so we got Turkey covered, I believe. I think they're pretty good to go now with 120 F-16s. Let's go to Afghanistan. We left $80 billion worth of equipment over in Afghanistan. Very smart move by, again, Joe Biden. Keep up the bad work. But yes, so we left $80 billion over in Afghanistan. We're sending 120 F-16s over to Turkey. We know what's happened in Iraq. We sent Iran, the Obama administration sent $150 billion to Iran, which started this mess back when he was in office, back in his presidency. Joe Biden, and then when Trump took over, Trump supported Turkey, and this is not saying one's good or one bad. I mean, they're both wrong, in my opinion, but the bottom line is Obama supported Iran and built them up 150 billion. I think they got another, what was it, 1.3 billion cash on a cash pallet. I think I showed pictures of that before. So Obama kind of propped them up, and then they did what they had to do with marching across the Middle East. Okay, and then when Trump got into office, he spurned Iran. He cut the money supply off. They were about to be bankrupt after he left, and then he went to Turkey. He and Erdogan were BFFs, if you will, instead of he and Iran. So it's just interesting. I've said this before. It was interesting. And again, I don't care about either one of them. But the bottom line is I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I think both of them are serpents. But the bottom line is it's interesting to me that the U.S. president had a direct line with the two nations that are going to take over the Middle East. Obama Iran with the money and things like that. And they marched across the Middle East and did their thing. And then Trump came in, he spurned Iran, he built up Turkey, and he was about to build up Turkey. And then all that happened where he didn't get reelected again. And then Joe Biden came back into office. Well, then Joe Biden goes back to Iran, okay, because it wasn't the appointed time for Turkey to take over. That's the only understanding you can have. It wasn't Turkey's appointed time. Iran still in their appointed time. And Joe Biden gave them what, 9 million, whatever it was. And then October 7th happened. Okay. So you tell me, like I said before, these politicians are bipolar with Israel. Okay. They support Israel and then they give all the money to other people to destroy them. I mean, you tell me, these people are just sick people, man. They really are. But again, we go through the Middle East, Turkey, F-16s, Afghanistan, 80 billion in equipment, Iraq, all the money we spent over in Iraq, all the lives we have over there for 20 years for what? Okay, Saudi Arabia, of course, we've built them up. I mean, we've got a base over there that guards the oil fields. Okay, Saudi Arabia would not even be on the map right now if it wasn't for the United States of America, because we have a base over there, and because of the petrodollar, Iran would have destroyed those guys if it wasn't for the United States of America. Excuse me. So we have armed the Middle East, my friends. Egypt, Libya, look at the civil war in Libya, Sudan, we're in Sudan as well. We have armed the Middle East for Armageddon, and just wanted to bring that out for people who might not recognize. Okay. Okay, James, they will use them against Israel and us. Guess that won't be a great sell once they use them against us and Israel. Yeah. They don't care about that. Just try to cover the economics of our country. And we need to sell the F-16s for sure to get that money for sure because of our economics. And yes, Joey B will sell anyone weapons of war, both sides. That's right. Israel or their enemies. Whoever wants to pay, we will pay, or we will play if you pay. Okay, Ironclad, salute you, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. Ironclad, I meant Ironclay. Okay, I was thinking about Joe Biden's Ironclad with Israel. Still in my mind how Ironclad his relationship with Israel. I need to have more Ironclad relationships like that. Okay, I tell you. So yeah, Ironclay. I'm right. Neo-Ottoman Empire, the iron. Yes, in my personal opinion, I think the iron is Iran, clay kingdom is Arabia. Interesting. So we'll see how it plays out. But my personal opinion is I believe, like you said, Babylon, the gold, Persia, the silver, Greece, Javan, the bronze, and then the antichrist kingdom, which is the conglomerate. This is where Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 come into play. And if I get through the comments, I'll go through that if people want me to. But Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 go perfectly together. Okay, it shows you in Revelation 13, John says he saw one beast. If you guys don't see, let me get through the comments and I'll come back to that if people want me to come back to it. I just want to be respectful. I've been on for about 3 hours and I want to go through everybody's comments that have posted them since I think I'm just at 8 o'clock right now. So if you can remind me, Iron Clay or whoever, if people want to go through that, we'll be up Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 and show how it's really beautiful. Daniel 7's fourth beast with 10 horns is the same beast as the one beast in Revelation with 10 horns that says that he was a lion, a bear, and a leopard. Okay, so again, if John says in Revelation 13 that one beast, the Antichrist beast kingdom, is a lion, a bear, and a leopard, that should give all of us the understanding to go to Daniel 7. The first three kingdoms of that prophecy is a lion, a bear, and a leopard. What is that telling everybody? That the Antichrist kingdom will be made up of the lion, the bear, and the leopard, which is the Babylonian, Medo-Persian, and Grecian ancient land areas will be the conglomerate of the Antichrist kingdom, is what John is telling all of us. If we don't understand Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 together, one will not understand what John is saying and Daniel is saying. John and Daniel are saying the first three kingdoms of Daniel will be a conglomerate land area of the 10 kings of the Antichrist kingdom, because it's made up of a lion, a bear, and a leopard. So you got to go to Daniel 7, and what is the lion, what is the bear, and what is the leopard? That is the Babylonian, the Medo-Persian, and the Grecian Empire's land area, and it fits perfectly with the prophecies of the Bible. It fits perfectly with the table of nations. The table of nations is your Antichrist kingdom, my friends. And the line is you go to Daniel 7's fourth beast with 10 horns, 10 kings, that land area of the lion, the bear, and the leopard. It's really simple when you look at it, but we have to understand Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 together to get the proper understanding. That's why there's no fourth kingdom by itself. The fourth kingdom in Daniel 7 is a conglomerate of the first three, according to Revelation 13. Revelation 13 again says it's a lion, a bear, and a leopard is the beast. What it looked like? John said it looked like a lion. It looked like a bear. It looked like a leopard. Okay, what does that mean? He's saying go back to Daniel 7 and go look at the prophecy again. The first three kingdoms are the lion, the bear, and the leopard. And then the fourth kingdom is not Rome, because the fourth kingdom of Daniel 7 is not in Revelation 13. There's only three kingdoms in Revelation 13: Babylon, Persian, Grecian. Rome's not in there. Rome's not in Daniel 7 either as the fourth kingdom, because the fourth kingdom is the conglomerate. It's not an individual kingdom. It's a conglomerate with 10 horns. And John tells you the conglomerate's made of the lion, the bear, and the beautiful leopard, which is the three kingdoms in Daniel 7. So I hope that makes sense. It's easier if I could show you guys that, but in summary, that's what it is. And if people want to, I'll do that with the slides, because it's easier to see it than for me just to talk about it. Okay, so let's see here. Daniel 8, this is Iron Clay. And yes, a lot of people do believe a lot of people believe that it has already happened, to your point. A lot of people do believe that. That's why when we look at the prophecy itself, let me see here. I can get back to it. Let me get back to where Gabriel says this. So this is very important, Gabriel, to Aaron's point, because a lot of people do believe that it's historical, because that's what's being taught in the church. That's already been fulfilled, you know. So let's read the passage again, and let's see if we can get more revelation out of it. Then it happened, when I, Daniel, had seen the vision and was speaking the meaning, that suddenly there stood before me one having the appearance of a man. I heard a man's voice between the banks of the river, who called and said, Gabriel, make this man understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and where he came, I was afraid, and I fell on my face. But he said to me, understand, son of man, that the vision refers to the time of the end. Very important, for the end of the age. Now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep and with my face to the ground, but he touched me and stood me upright. And he said to me, look, making known to you, Daniel, what shall happen in the latter time of the indignation, for at the appointed time the end shall be. So to Iron Clay's point, and this is why, you know, we've got to reread these things again, because we've all been taught that these things have already been fulfilled. But again, we just read the prophecy, Daniel 8, 15 through 19, and 3 times. 1 second, please. And one time, I keep getting my internet's down. I don't know if it's down with you guys, but my internet keeps cutting out, so I apologize. But Daniel tells us, or I'm sorry, Archangel Gabriel tells us 3 times this is for the end of the age. So my friend Iron Clay, I'm sure you've been taught the way that we were taught as well. We were taught that this has already been fulfilled, but just trust what the Archangel Gabriel tells us. Trust what the prophet wrote down, that this is for the end of the age. So there's no way this could have been fulfilled, or we'd be going in direct opposition of what the Archangel Gabriel has told all of us. And that is for Son of Man. This is for the end of the age. I'm making known to you what shall happen in the latter time of indignation. For at the appointed time, the end shall be of this prophecy. So I hope that helps, Iron Clay. I hope that helps bring more clarity to it. But again, away, so no problem. But just please reread the prophecy and please trust. All of us, we need to all trust what the prophecy says. Excuse me, it would be very hard to take this prophecy out of the end of the age. I mean, Gabriel says it 3 times. So it would be really stretching this prophecy, really bleeding it into the past where it shouldn't bleed into any past, because it's for the end of the age. So I hope that helps, my friend. And that's right. Alexander the Great's empire came after the Persian Empire. That's right. Just like Daniel 8 does as well. You have Persia first, and then you have Greece after that, or Javan. So just like Daniel 8, that's what happened in history, just like you said. No, Europe is not the Antichrist kingdom. Saudi Arabia is the beast kingdom. The goat with the horn is Alexander the Great and splits into 4. So how could it be Alexander the Great when we read that it was for the end of the age? So we just read Daniel 8 said, or the Archangel Gabriel said 3 times, this for the end of the age. How could this be Alexander the Great? Alexander lived 2,500 years ago. That's not the end of the age. That's the middle of the timeline of the 6,000 years almost. So it could have been Alexander the Great. God has given us a prophetic foreshadow to understand how great and awesome he is with his wisdom. He's like, hey, you guys, I'm going to show y'all in history what's happened. It's not for that time. It's for the end. But understand how it went down with Alexander is all that he is saying. Because one would be contradictory of the angel Gabriel when he said 3 times, this is for the end of the age. Son of man, Daniel, it's for the end of the age. Daniel, it's for the time of indignation. I mean, he says it over and over because the prophet was on his face, passed out, okay, who stood up, and he was probably like, what in the world is going on? You know, so Gabriel had to tell him 3 times that, hey, this is for the end of the age. So in all due respect, my friend, this is not talking about Alexander the Great. God gave us such a great understanding of Alexander the Great, but it's not for Alexander the Great. It's for Turkey. For Javan, is for Pergamus, Turkey. Pergamus, Revelation 2 says that your throne is in Turkey, is in Pergamus, Turkey. I'm just quoting scriptures, man. I'm not debating anybody. I'm just quoting the scriptures. This is what scripture says, and we've got to trust the scriptures. Yeshua says Turkey is where Satan's throne is and where he dwells. If it was past tense, he would have said dwelled, or it's where he used to live. Okay, but it didn't say that. It says right now, today. Right now, he's in Turkey, okay? And he's waiting to pounce like the leopard that he is. Okay, James, Neo-Ottoman Empire is the feet of clay and iron, the 7th kingdom prior to the 8th kingdom or beast kingdom. That's right. Yes, yeah, so if you want to overlay Alexander's kingdom with the beast kingdom, okay, to a certain degree, it does overlay, except for Europe. It does overlay probably quite nicely, for sure. So the Grecian Empire, and I'm sure Iron Clay knows this, the Grecian Empire and the Ottoman Empire are really basically the same, okay? When you look at the maps of empire, they're basically the same, and to his point, they cover mainly the Middle East and North Africa, you know, to Iron Clay's point. And yes, it is all related to a certain degree, besides Europe. Okay, Rome is the two iron legs. Rome's moved into Turkey and divided into two divisions, east and west. The Ottomans overthrew them, absolutely overthrew them. Mehmed II, I believe, overthrew him. Is that right, James? I believe is who overthrew him. Mehmed II, I believe. The Great Commission might know that as well. The Roman Empire was split into two divisions and moved into Turkey. The Ottomans came into power in 1453 to World War I to 1923. The Ottomans will come back. They are the seventh kingdom prior to Antichrist. Amen. Yeah, that's another prophecy I just don't understand, because they've got Rome as the sixth, Rome as the seventh, and Rome as the eighth in the prophecy that he's speaking of in Revelation 17 and 18, I believe. They can't be the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. Why would Daniel write it, or why would John write it like that? He'd just say, hey, the Roman Empire, or this empire that I'm in now is the bad one, is what he would say. Instead of saying, the one I'm in is now, and then the seventh and the eighth will come. He wouldn't have said that. He would say, the one now, watch out for this one, because it's going to come back hardcore. He did not say that. He said there's one after the Roman Empire, and that's the seventh kingdom. And that seventh kingdom, just the James history lesson right here, occurred with the Ottoman Empire conquering Constantinople. Okay, Mehmed II, I believe, conquered that, and then it came to Constantinople, as we know. Or I'm sorry, it came to Istanbul, Turkey, as we all know. So the Ottoman Empire was the empire after the Roman Empire, where people get, again, just like with the Russia thing, with America and all this stuff, same thing with Rome. You know, the Christians hate the Catholics so much that, again, it goes into doctrine, it goes into eschatology. The Protestants hate the Catholics, so the Catholics are the Antichrist kingdom, Rome, and all this stuff. Some of that has to do with that. Then AD 70 as well. It gives people a hard time because they don't do the research and look at who did make up the Roman Empire. It was not Europeans at all. It was Syrians, Turks, and Egyptians and Arabs, okay? And of course, they wanted to destroy the temple because of the Abrahamic covenant. So we've got to peel these layers back tremendously because of deception. And again, Rome is a huge deception with the Jewish people and also with the Christians as well, you know, for different reasons. For the Jews, it's the last thing they remembered is AD 70 with Jerusalem being conquered and destroyed and exiled. For the Christians, Protestants, is because they hate the Catholics, okay? So, you know, both are in error because it's not about either one of those. It's about the surrounding people who hate the God of Israel and who hate the Jewish people because of what? The Abrahamic covenant, the land. That's why you hear the Palestinian people say the occupiers, the occupiers, the occupiers, the invaders, because that's the Abrahamic covenant. They feel like it's their land instead of the Jewish people's land. So until people understand the Abrahamic covenant, there's no need to get into biblical prophecy until you understand that. When you understand the Abrahamic covenant, then get into biblical prophecy, because then it'll make all kind of sense. If you get into biblical prophecy like I did without understanding the Abrahamic covenant 15, 20 years ago, you'll have no clue, like I had no clue. But when I started learning about the Abrahamic covenant and the covenants, and that's what the land piece is about, then you start reading and it's like just smooth as butter. It really is. It's like, okay, cool. And that's why I tell people to understand, in my personal opinion, there's three foundational principles to read the Holy Bible the way it should be understood: the biblical calendar, the covenants, and the feast days. If one understands that, then there's not going to be any replacement theology, and there won't be any replacement eschatology, because it'll just read like it reads. And you'll understand where the prophets are going with these ancient names, because how many people do you think know about the Table of Nations? Do you think a lot of Christians understand what Genesis 10 is about? I don't mean this in any kind of way. I'm just being honest. Do you think people understand the Table of Nations in modern day Christianity? How many people understand Genesis 10? Very, very few, because it's just no one's reading Torah, no one's reading the prophets, and they're especially not reading a bunch of names in Genesis 10 of the nations that were formed. You think people are reading that? Of course not. But that's the whole point. We've got to understand the Table of Nations in a basic form. We've got to understand the feast days, basic form. We've got to understand the covenants, basic form, and the calendar. And then one will read the Holy Bible, and there will not be confusion. There'll be consistency, not confusion. It'll be smooth, not rough. Not, oh, well, why does it say this when I've been taught that? None of that. It'll just be smooth reading, cohesive together. You'll pick it up. It'll just read as one story, and that's what it should read, as just one huge, beautiful love story of redemption for mankind through the Jewish people. Amazing. Okay, so this is iron clay. Iron mixed with Mary clay, 10 toes, 10 kings, Arabia, Iran, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman, Jordan, Turkey, Egypt. Okay. They don't mix well because they are Sunni Shia Islam and they don't get along. That is very true, by the way. They don't get along. But they will come together as one mind to destroy Israel, like Revelation 13 says. Okay, this is James' viewpoint. In my opinion, Turkey, Iran, Sudan, Libya, Ethiopia, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Egypt are also in harm's way. This is very good. Rosh is not in the older Bibles. Chief prince or leader is a Hebrew translation issue. Rosh means leader or chief head. That's exactly right. It definitely doesn't mean Russia whatsoever. And yes, Putin is an evil man. That is for sure. Probably the point I'm trying to make is because I know people take me out of context when I tell people that our leaders are just as evil as Vladimir Putin. They can't believe that. Please believe that. Please do believe that our leaders are just as bad, if not worse, than Vladimir Putin. Why is that? Last time that I checked, America is the one who's been dethroning kings across the world, not Vladimir Putin. He went into Crimea, he went into now Ukraine. Great. That was his land that the Soviets used to have. Okay, so I'm not taking up for him. I'm just saying it was the old Soviet Union's land, so he just wants his land. America, Iraq was never our land. Libya was never our land. Syria was never our land. Yugoslavia was never our land. And we have done to those people and their countries some bad things. That's what I'm talking about. There's a huge difference in getting I don't think it's right. I think it's Ukraine's land and they have their land. But to Russia's point, if you are for Russia, or I'm not, but if you are for Russia, Russia's just going for their land. America is going for dirty business, okay? That's what America is going for with Iraq, Libya, Syria, Sudan, Yemen, the list goes on and on. Everywhere America goes, there's destruction, okay? And I don't mean that ugly for the American citizens. I mean it towards the politicians. They're just evil people. So yes, Putin is evil, Erdogan's evil, she's evil, all of them are evil, okay? And so is the United States government as well, okay? We cannot say that they're not. They're one of the biggest threats to mankind, in my personal opinion, is the United States government, the politicians, not the soldiers, the politicians, the diplomats, the politicians of Washington, D.C. They are the biggest threat, in my personal opinion, to mankind. Okay, Rosh is a Hebrew word that probably means head. It holds a diverse range of meanings and interpretations in both its literal and figurative. Again, Rosh means leader, the chief of. It definitely does not mean a country of Russia. Russia cannot move armor through the Caucasus Mountains, never. Even the Muslims believe it is impassable. It is. Look at some pictures of it, a huge gorge that cuts off Russia from the Middle East. There's no way they can get through the Caucasus Mountains, to his point. So when you look at a map, the Caucasus Mountains, if one's not familiar with it, it's right northeast of Turkey, okay? Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, that area is the Caucasus, and there is no way they could come through that area down to Jerusalem because of what James just said with the terrain. Okay, so that means they would have to either go all the way around the Caspian Sea, through Turkmenistan, through Iran, through Iraq, through Jordan, down to Jerusalem, or they would come directly south through Turkey. And again, that will never happen. without a major war. So thank you for that, Jim. That's a very good understanding of location and how Russia, they would have to go around their elbow to get to their rear end, if you will, to Israel. And that's just not what the prophecy states. I mean, Turkey's going to come due south. Okay, remember what the prophecy states in Daniel 8. Okay, he's going south. Okay, he's going south. He's going east. Well, if he's coming south, he's coming from the north. If he's going south. And then if he's going east, he's coming from that western side of Turkey as well. You see, so he's coming south, according to Daniel 8, to Jerusalem. He's going east over because he has to get to Israel, okay, to get to the beautiful land. Again, he's got to either come through the Mediterranean Sea from Pergamus, Turkey. He's got to come around through Syria, okay? So he will come around through the Syria area because there's going to be troops on the ground, horsemen, chariots, just like we read in Ezekiel 38. Remember, if you can't avoid getting, and again, I support Israel 100%, just trying to say, if you want to fight Israel, you don't want to fight them in the air, okay? You just don't, okay? They've got the most powerful air force there is. So if you want to fight Israel, you want to go ground troops on the ground, the old school way, okay? Because the population, remember, the population, there's not a lot of Jewish people compared to the surrounding nations. What is there, about 8 million, 9 million Jewish people in Israel right now? Look at the surrounding nations, and you've got about 200 million, okay? So you tell me who has the leverage with that. So again, they're not going to do it by air all in all. They'll do it air, they'll do it sea, and they'll do it ground. But don't forget about the ground, okay? The ground's going to be the major force that comes down to Israel. Just read the prophecy of Ezekiel 38 and 39, and it'll tell you that as well. That's a great point, Jim. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, that's good. Saudi Crown Prince. That's right. That's right. That's very good, Ironclad. And that vision is called Vision 2030, just like he's saying. And the bottom line is keep your eye on this. Everything, this vision 2030, LCC 2029, the leader of Egypt, he's got to re-elect or he's out. Turkey 2029. So that 2029, 2030 area where a lot of people are pointing to the return of the Messiah, keep your eyes on that. We'll just have to see what happens with it. But keep your eyes on that. Things are moving very, very quickly. And so it's to keep up with all of it. That's why we do what we do, and we do it all together because everybody's keeping up with different things, and we can get all the information that we can to understand the prophecies. But the Vision 2030, he has a vision with Neum, okay, the Saudi Crown Prince. If you're not familiar with Neum, we'll do a video on that here soon. About Neum, the great city that the Crown Prince is building in the northwest portion of Saudi Arabia, okay, which is near Mount Sinai. By the way, I think Tom went through it when he was online with us. He went very thoroughly with us about what's going on there. So just keep that in mind with the Vision 2030 to Ironclad's point, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so forgetting about Arabia, who had already had Abraham's Accord in place. And then I think his opinion is Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, young Crown Prince. He is the Antichrist. But I personally disagree with it just because Daniel 8 says that he arises out of the four kings of Turkey. Let's go back to it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let's see if we can find it in the prophecy. Let's see here. That's later. Here we go. So this will tell us where the Antichrist rises from, according to Daniel 8. We've already read here a few minutes ago that this is for the end of the age. Gabriel says 3 times that this is for the end of the age. So now let's, with that in mind, that this is for the end of the age, that this prophecy will occur. And this is a prophecy that will lead the Antichrist into Jerusalem. Okay, so this is the end of the age prophecy. And now let's look at it. As I was considering the ram, suddenly a male goat came from the west across from the surface of the whole earth without touching the ground. The goat had a notable horn between his eyes. Then he came to the ram and he crushed him. Okay, and then I'm going to keep on going down. Broke his two horns. There was no power in the ram to withstand him. He cast him to the ground. No one could deliver him. So this is for the end of the age. This is Turkey crushing Iran to become the dominant superpower of the Middle East. And then look what happens after that. Therefore, Turkey grew very great, but when he became strong, a large leader was broken. That means he's passed away. He's not in power, whatever the case may be. And from Turkey, in place of four noble horns came up towards the four winds of heaven. And out of one of those four horns, the little horn, who is the antichrist, would arise, grow exceedingly great towards the south, Jerusalem, towards the east, which he's coming from Pergamus. So he's got to come east, or he has to go through the sea, and towards the glorious land. He grew up to heaven. He cast down some of the host. Of course, this is talking about the antichrist. So my friend, how can we get around that? If the antichrist is from Saudi Arabia, why is the antichrist coming out of the four kings that come from Turkey? Okay, it does not come out of Saudi Arabia, because it's coming out of those four, one of the kings of the four from Turkey. So we've got to look at the prophecy and what it says. And it says this: Gabriel says it's for the end of the age. This prophecy is two kingdoms, and the last kingdom will be four kings, and then out of those four kings, the Antichrist. Well, those four kings, my friend, are in the nation of Turkey. I would just say Syria and Iraq, because of the way the geography lines were before they were like this. So he does not come from Arabia, because he comes out of the four kingdoms that comes out of Turkey area. See, so we've got to look at all these prophecies together. I mean, there's no scripture that says it comes from Saudi Arabia or Iraq or Iran or Yemen or Egypt or Sudan or Libya, okay, or Somalia. It comes out of the nation of Turkey once it splits into four regions, four kings, and then out of one of those four kings, which is the Seleucid division, Syria, Iraq, Turkey, he will come out of that Syria, Turkey area. So I'm not sure where the other prophecies are with saying that he's going to come out of Saudi Arabia. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Charts include, I might have something to James. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a comment to someone else or a follow-up. Okay, Saudi Arabia and Egypt will be under massive judgment on all this, but I do not believe they are part of the 10 nations, in opinion. I don't think Arabia is part of the 10 nations. I do think Egypt is, because of Daniel 11. Daniel says that three of them he conquers, and Egypt is one of them. Sudan is, it's not Ethiopia, it's Sudan. And then what's the other one? I'm going to blank. Egypt, Sudan, and Libya So that's just my personal opinion and of what the prophet says. But Arabia, again, in my personal opinion, is the harlot, so they would not be a part of the Antichrist kingdom if they're harlot. The harlot can't be the Antichrist kingdom. The Antichrist kingdom can't be the harlot. They are together, but they're two separate entities. There's a beast, and then there's a woman on the beast. So they're together, but they're separate, okay? And then at the end, Persia will burn Saudi Arabia. Iran will burn Saudi Arabia, according to Isaiah 21. Okay, let's see. There we go. The king of the south is Egypt, and the king of the north is Turkey. That's right. That goes back into Daniel 11, how these two have just kind of been through history, fighting each other over and over and over. There is no love between these two. Okay, Turkey and Egypt, they hate each other. And they might have diplomacy right now, and everything might be on the surface fine, but it's fake. Okay, it's a false peace, because you will see what happens with the king of the north, the king of the south, here in the future. And that's exactly right. Arabia and Egypt. Arabia will be destroyed forever. Okay, if we read Revelation 17:18, if you read Isaiah 34, a few other ones, Isaiah 21, Arabia will be where the jackals are, where the ostriches are. I mean, it will be a desolate land, burning forever. Just like, do you remember Saddam Hussein? Whenever Kuwait, he invaded Kuwait, and the United States went over there to help Kuwait out. And Saddam Hussein lit up all those oil fields over there, and it was just like torches all over the land because all of the oil that the ground has, that's what it's going to be. If you go read the prophecies, it burns forever, it says. I mean, the harlot will be gone. Okay, Saudi Arabia will be, like it says, it will be a wilderness of jackals, ostriches, where the owls and all these things stay. Isaiah 34, Isaiah 21, Revelation 17, 18. It's really powerful. But yes, they will be under major, I think we can agree with that for sure, that they'll be under major sickle of the sword, sickle of the fire, for sure. And that's right as well. Isaiah 19, right? Egypt will be taken over by the Antichrist. That's one of the front page news that we're going to do here in the next couple of weeks, because you can see all of those prerequisites. You can see all of those circumstances going on in Egypt right now. You know, with the basically the civil war, if you will. You already saw that with the revolution in a way. And then you got the economy. It's in the toilet as well. The Nile River is a disaster because of the dams that they built, you know, and I'll go through that as well. So you're seeing these prerequisites of Isaiah 19 starting to be closer to its fulfillment. And then we'll know it's going to be fulfilled when the Antichrist will conquer it. And then when the Lord turns Egypt over to a cruel master, that cruel master is the Antichrist, and then he will chastise them, and then he will redeem them. And what's so amazing about Isaiah 19, if I can think of it, because I've had a lot on my mind, you know, with all this, let me think about the prophecy. What does he say? He says, my people Egypt, and the work of my hands Assyria, and my inheritance Israel. I mean, isn't that beautiful? His people are Egypt too. Okay, my people Egypt, the work of my hands Assyria. He's not done with Assyria. And then my people, my inheritance would be Israel. That great highway that's going to run through there from Egypt to Assyria. It's going to be beautiful. God loves Egypt. He loves Assyria. He loves Lebanon. He loves Iraq. He loves Iran. He loves these countries. They've just been taken over by demonic territorial principalities. Okay, but that's all going to be crushed with the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Okay, during Alexander the Great, Egypt just allowed them to take over without a fight, capitulates without a fight, okay, so to speak. So that's probably going to be the same thing. Shalom to you, my friend. Great commission. Great to see you, Anthony. I hope all is well out in California. It was great to see you the other week, man. Hope all is well. And to you as well, my friend. Shalom to you and to your beautiful wife. Okay, Daniel 11:42, he shall stretch forth his hand upon the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. That's one. He shall say, or shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, and over the treasuries of Egypt, Libya, and Put will fall. Libya and Sudan will fall at its heels as well, if I can remember the rest of the prophecy. So you're exactly correct, man. There's 3 of the 10 kings in the Antichrist kingdom, because Daniel 11, that portion of Daniel 11 is talking about the Antichrist. I think if I remember correctly, from verse 20 on forward, I believe is the Antichrist. So for sure, verse 40 through 43 is talking about the Antichrist, and he shall stretch forth his hand also upon the countries in the land of Egypt. Isaiah 19, the cruel master, it will not escape, but he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, and over all the treasuries of Egypt. And the Libyans and the Cushites, the Sudanese, will fall at his heels. Okay, so there's your 3 of the 10 kings right there in Daniel 11, 40 through 43. And then during that passage, he also says Ammon and Moab, they get away from him. So if you read Daniel 11 through 40 through Daniel 11, 40 through 43, it's going to debunk a lot of things that we've been taught. Okay, number one, the Antichrist does not rule the whole world. Okay, he doesn't even rule the 10 kings. He conquers 3 kings, just like Daniel 7 says, and just like Daniel 11 says. He doesn't conquer 4. He doesn't conquer 7. He conquers 3. And if he conquered more, Daniel would tell us. Daniel would tell us he conquered the entire world. When it says in the book of Daniel that something about the entire world, he's not talking about the entire world. He's talking about the biblical world. He's talking about Daniel's world. Daniel's talking about his world that he was living in, not the entire world, because Daniel's world, like we said from Daniel 8, is Western Turkey. That's his world. If you read the prophecy, he came across the whole earth. He just came across Turkey, Iran's the next door neighbor. Okay, so we got to put the prophet in his mindset of the table of nations, please, and things will make very much sense, and we won't think the Antichrist rules the entire world, because he does not. It says in Daniel 11, 40 through 43, that Ammon and Moab get away from him. Okay, so Jordan, that's Jordan, he doesn't even control Jordan in the Middle East. So if he doesn't control Jordan, he only conquers 3 kings of the 10, then how does he control the whole world? He controls the 10 kings in the Middle East, because they come with him with one mind to destroy Israel, just like Revelation 13 tells us. So there's a lot of misconceptions out there about the Antichrist, and that's a few of them. He does not control the whole world. Daniel disagrees with that. Daniel 7 disagrees with that. He conquers only 3 kings. And then the other 7 will come with him to attack Israel. And that's all he's worried about. He's not worried about anything else, everybody. Why is he just worried about that? Is because of the Abrahamic, the Davidic, and the New Covenant. Once those are fulfilled, he's destroyed forever. He knows that. We all know that. And he knows that once that happens, he's gone. Okay, and that's thus the reason why his focus is just on Israel. Why would it be on anything else? If you were part of the beast kingdom, why would your focus be on anything else other than Israel? Why would it be? Why would your focus be on New York City? I mean, what's the point? Why would your focus be on Miami? Well, what's the point? Or London? What's the point? Hong Kong? What's the point? There is no point. The point is the Abrahamic covenant, the land piece that God put his everlasting name in. Okay, he set his name in concrete in Zion. He will dwell in Zion forever, forever. That's the reason. He didn't do that in any other place. Not America, not China, not Russia, not anywhere. He did it to Israel. And that's where the focus is. That's where the Antichrist focus is. So that's where our focus needs to be, is on Israel, because that's where the ball game is. That's where the war is, the battle for Jerusalem, not the battle for any other city in the world, the battle for the great city of the great king that has put his everlasting covenants in cement forever in the most holy place in the universe, in Mount Zion, the Temple Mount. So everybody, we've got to really understand this, that it's about the Abrahamic covenant. It's about Israel. It's not about any other nation other than that. And then the enemies that want to crush Israel. That's it. That's the whole understanding of it. It's not some complicated thing that none of us can understand, and none of that. He gives it very clearly in the Bible what to look for, what area to look for, where the Antichrist is going to rise from. Daniel 8 tells you exactly where he's going to rise from. You know, so Daniel 8 is an amazing chapter, everybody. Prophetically, it might be the most amazing chapter, prophetically, because it tells you exactly the game plan that the Lord has for the end of the age, beginning with Persia, Iran, then with Turkey, Javan. Yeshua says Satan's throne's in Western Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey, Revelation 2. I don't know how much clearer that could be to all of us. So, and then after that, the leader's going to die. 4 kings is going to rise from that area of that nation. And then the Antichrist will rise from one of that kings in that nation of the Middle East. Okay, that's it. Not Africa, not anywhere other than Syria, Turkey, Iraq area. That area he will rise from. That is very clear according to the prophet Daniel 8. So he makes it very clear and easy for us to follow him if we read it. Again, we got to read slowly and carefully and to understand who's the right players in the prophecy. You know, I can promise you this, it's not Russia, okay? There's no way it's going to be Russia. No way, zero way. And if it is, won't someone show me more scriptures on Russia? No one can. Only people go to is Ezekiel 38, 39, and then they say Russia's the bear. And they don't even know where the bear is, okay? And it's in Daniel 7, by the way, but they don't even know what the bear is, and it's the second kingdom, not the fourth kingdom. So even when people say Russia's the bear, well, that's the second kingdom, not the fourth kingdom. So Russia should already been gone through, because we're about to be into the third kingdom and then the fourth kingdom. So people don't understand what they're saying. The bear is the second kingdom in Daniel 7, not the third, not the fourth. So if everybody wants to put Russia as the bear, then okay, well, Russia's the bear and they're the second kingdom. And I didn't see that come to fulfillment, but okay. I see Iran as the second kingdom, as the bear kingdom, but okay, I guess people want to put Russia, okay. It doesn't make any sense. There's no historical understanding of Russia going against Israel whatsoever. I mean, that just will never happen. I mean, that's just very simple. It would never happen, and it's just astonishing. It really is astonishing that some of these folks who have big platforms They are deceiving the people, and people are looking at Vladimir Putin, and they're looking at all these other nations, and they're just deceived because they're deceived because the one that's about to rise is the nation of Turkey. Over and over and over. We saw it in Ezekiel 38:39. Go argue with the ancient biblical maps for whoever doesn't want to understand that. But they don't have a bone to pick like everybody else does. They're just calling it like it is. And they put all of those nations or names in Ezekiel 38 in the nation of Turkey, besides Persia, Libya, and I forget the other one. Who else is living? Persia, Libya, and many others. But he puts them underneath them. Okay, it's about the nation of Turkey, my friends, Javan, when we get down to it at the end. The Chronicles of the Chosen. I love your handle. And he said, he or she said this, okay? The great mystery harlot, Revelation 17:5, modern day Christianity, okay? I didn't say that, he said it. So I get enough flack as it is already. So very good. To a certain degree, I don't disagree with that to a certain degree, but prophetically, I do think it's Saudi Arabia, but I understand where you're going with it. That's for sure. She's sloppy drunk on the sins of God's people. They said it, so, and I do agree with that to a certain extent. I really do. Drunk, right? Chronicles of the Chosen, just drunk on the wine of their fornication to a certain degree. And if someone believes that it's Roman Empire, then they can definitely say they're drunk on the spiritual adultery of the Roman Empire because they're celebrating according to Babylon. So to a certain degree, they are Babylon. Even though they're not mystery Babylon, they are celebrating according to Babylon because those are Babylonian feast days, Christmas and Easter. And then Sunday Sabbath is obviously Constantine. With the Roman Empire, but Babylon came up with Christmas tree, and then also with the fertility goddess. That's why Jeremiah came against them. Remember, they were getting attacked by the Babylonian Empire. So Jeremiah would have understood, obviously, what the nations were doing with their idolatry, spiritual idolatry. And that's why he warned the people not to do the Christmas tree in Jeremiah 10, or what we know as the Christmas tree, because people were decorating trees back then and idolizing them in their homes, okay? So the prophet is telling all of us, do not do that. That is Babylonian. That's from the nations. That is an era, massive era. And then Jeremiah 7, Ezekiel 8 will go through the Easter celebrations, the sunrise service. You can see that symbolism in there. The fertility goddess, Tammuz. Tammuz was a fertility goddess, so to speak. Ashtaroth, Ishtar. I mean, it's really self-explanatory. All those things came out of Babylon. Thus, the reason the prophets came. Or when I say the prophets, actually God came against it. Okay, thus saith the Lord. Okay, so it wasn't really Jeremiah. It wasn't really Ezekiel. It wasn't really Isaiah. It was Yahweh. It was Yah, Elohim, who spoke through the prophet and said, I hate the fertility goddess. I hate the sunrise service. I hate people decorating trees. That's what Yahweh said. That's not what Jeremiah said. It's what Yah said through the prophet. It's what Yah said through Ezekiel. So all the people who are still doing these things, the Babylonian celebrations, please go read Jeremiah 10. Please go read Ezekiel 8. Please go read Torah. And anything with the nations of the celebrations is evil. Basically, is evil. It's out of covenant with God. Okay? So people need to realize that is Yah talking through the prophet, and he hates a Christmas tree or a tree being decorated inside of your house. He hates anything that resembles a fertility goddess of Ishtar or Asheroth. He hates that because that's what he told the prophets. And the people don't put that together is these celebrations come from Babylon. Okay, Nebuchadnezzar, his empire. That's why the prophets came against it. And that's why the Lord rose the prophets up to teach the Jewish people and say, do not bring trees into your home and decorate them. Do not do the fertility goddess. Do not burn incense to Asheroth, which is the fertility goddess. And that's the same thing as Easter, obviously. Asheroth, Ishtar, Easter. I mean, I've said it before, we don't have to be linguistic experts to understand how Satan has tricked and deceived mankind from the Jewish people to the Christians throughout history. I mean, it's very simple to understand, but man, indoctrination is indoctrination. Indoctrination is it is a deception that only the Lord knows. Only the Lord knows how he brings people like myself out of that stuff, and people like most of you out of that stuff as well. Only God knows. God knows best, because I look back at this stuff and I'm like, how in the world, how did we ever get to this? How did we ever get into this? And there's a lot of answers to that for sure. The Antichrist is Assyrian. I don't think Erdogan is Assyrian. His ancestors came from the country of Georgia, South Georgia. No, I'm just kidding. They are ancestors of Japheth. That's correct. Yeah, and he's not the Antichrist. Erdogan, and I don't think anyone said, or not that I know of, anybody has said Erdogan is the Antichrist. I think some of us, including myself, we do believe he's that first king that's in there, and then it'll lead to the Antichrist. But yeah, I don't think Erdogan is the actual Antichrist. This guy's evil all day long for sure, but he's not the Antichrist right now. The Chronicles of the Chosen, she's caught like a pig in the mud. The bride has 30,000 different lovers. Isn't the Lord our God? One, not 30,000 different denominations. And you're exactly correct. I mean, I couldn't say it any better. I'm glad you were saying that, because I might not say it like that, but I say it all the time. And I'm glad other people are seeing the same thing, is unfortunately caught like a pig in the mud, wallowing like a swine in the mud. Really, the bride has 30,000 different lovers. Isn't the Lord our God one? Not 30,000 different denominations, just saying. Amen. Amen. I'm totally with you. Mystery Babylon is a city, that great city, and that's why a lot of people are looking at Neom, that great city in north that the Crown Prince is building in northwest Saudi Arabia, I believe. Yes, northwest Saudi Arabia, if I have my geography correct. Yes, northwest Saudi Arabia. It's right below Jordan. It's almost like at the Sinai Peninsula as well, a little bit. It's right there. We'll do a video on that to get more familiar with Neom, if one's not familiar, but they're calling it the Great City. Okay, and again, it's right below where I think a lot of Israelis will go down to visit. A lot of Israelis go to Nepal and get in all the paganism over in Nepal and all those areas as well. So I'm sure they're going to go down to Neom as well and enjoy the paganism, Yep. If you look at the letter to the seven churches, the seed of the beast or Satan is in Pergamus, Turkey. Revelation 2:12-13. It says, I know your thoughts, and where Satan dwells and where he lives, or where his throne is and where he dwells. So you're exactly right, James. Yeshua himself is saying that Satan's seat is in Pergamus, Turkey. I mean, I don't know how much clearer this can be for everybody. I mean, the nation of Turkey, go read Revelation 2:12-13. That's all you have to know about the nation of Turkey. If we can't trust Yeshua, who can we trust? And Yeshua said that the seed of Satan, the beast, is in Pergamus, Turkey, which is Western Turkey. Again, I'm not sure how much clearer. That should be the trump card for all of the debate. Revelation 16:10, and the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast. That is Turkey, everybody. Very good, James. Thank you so much. And his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain. My friends, that's Revelation 16:10. The fifth angel poured out his vial. This is the bowl judgment. This is the 10 days of awe, everybody. This is not the Great Tribulation. You have to understand the feast days to understand what I just said. I'll try to explain it. So there's segments of the end of the age. I'll say it like that. There's the tribulation as a segment. I'll just use the Great Tribulation as the last 3.5 years. So that's a portion. The day of the Lord is a different portion. It's not the tribulation. The day of the Lord is right after the Great Tribulation. And in that day of the Lord, the first 10 days, you have to understand the feast days for this, is the Feast of Trumpets is when he returns. And then he's got a 10-day war from Feast of Trumpets to Yom Kippur. Okay, if we don't understand the feast days, we get lost in transition with this. Modern day Christianity thinks it's just one day, he comes and it's done. That is just not accurate according to the Holy Bible. This is a war. This is a king coming back to receive his inheritance and to pour out his wrath. And it is a massacre, a one-way massacre war. And so when we look at it, we need to understand the feast days. If you understand those, let me pull those up real quick because it'll be better if I do that. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. And I can't. Okay, so anyhow, just bear with me real quick and I'll try to explain this. Second coming events, if we don't understand that he comes on the Feast of Trumpets, there's a 10-day war, then he redeems everybody on Revelation 19, on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. What's going on during those 10 days? Well, it's the 10-day war. It's a massacre out on this earth. All over the map of this earth is a massacre from Yeshua. Please go read Isaiah 63. Who is this? Who comes from Edom? Who comes from Jordan? Who comes from Bozrah? Blood all over his garments. Okay, so he's been down on this earth for 10 days in Revelation 19. Revelation 19, he's on a white horse, bloody garments. That means he's been down for 10 days. If it's Yom Kippur, that means he comes on Feast of Trumpets. He's got bloody garments in Revelation 19. So he's been warring for 10 days, everybody, by himself. No one's with him. Just like Isaiah 63 says, go to Revelation 19, 10 days later, we come with him in the clouds to the final victory against the antichrist. We've got white clothes on. We're not bloody at all because it's Yom Kippur. We all wear white, kind of like the high priest did in Leviticus 16. We're all wearing white. He's got white on with bloody garments coming down for the victory. So that should tell us that there's been something going on for 10 days. If he's got bloody garments on and we don't have bloody garments on, Isaiah 63 says he comes by himself on his day of vengeance, which is the day of the Lord, 10-day war, and he pours out his vengeance. So if we don't understand the 10-day war, we're not going to understand this right here, because all of the bowls, okay, let me back up. If he comes on the seventh trumpet, okay, at the last trump, that's literal, everybody, the last trump, the seventh trumpet, please read it. Please read what the seventh trumpet is. That's when he comes. Well, what's after that? You've got the bowls. Well, the bowls are during the 10 days of awe. That's what James is saying right here. He has a personal war against Turkey, a personal war. He's coming to do this himself, okay, on all the ancient enemies, the 10 days of awe. Okay, the Antichrist, the Great Tribulation is the Great Tribulation. That's the Antichrist coming against Jerusalem, exiles half the city into captivity, a third of the Jewish people come through, all these things. That's different than the day of the Lord. After the Antichrist does his thing, according to the tablets of heaven, then Messiah will come. Right after that, the Feast of Trumpets. And then you've got a 10-day war, my friends. And that's when he pours out the bowls, because if the seventh trumpet is when he comes, then you still have 7 bowls. And those bowls are during the 10 days of awe. That means 7 bowls are turned out in 10 days, everybody. That's going to be... You want to be on the north side, not the south side, okay? You want to be in the pavilion of the Lord. You want to be at Mount Sinai, and that's it, okay? You don't want to be on this earth besides those 2 places, because it's going to be an absolute murder scene of 200 million people, okay? So again, I'm glad James brought this up, because people don't realize that the bowls, in my personal opinion, are in the 10-day war. Okay, because he's coming back on the 7th trumpet. So the bowls haven't been poured out yet. The bowls are poured out after the 7th trumpet. So the bowls will be poured out in the 10-day war. And then he redeems us on Yom Kippur. 5 days, he's going to be judging the nations. Matthew 25, Joel 3. And then after 5 days, on Tishri 15, 5 days after Yom Kippur, that's the first day of the millennial kingdom, the Feast of Tabernacles, which is called the honeymoon, right? Because we're going to have the wedding of the Messiah. And then we got to have a honeymoon, right? You always have a honeymoon after a wedding, or most people do, unless you don't unless it's a quick wedding, unless it's a quick marriage. But we got to look at it like that. It's the honeymoon. That is the millennial kingdom, which is the new covenant. Very good. Thank you very much for pulling that out, James. The 5th angel poured out his vial, his bowl. upon the seat of the beast. The seat of the beast, Revelation 2, is in Pergamus, Turkey. Okay? And his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain. Amen. Thank you so much for that, James. Everything revolves around Israel, and then for the enemy, we've got to look at the enemy, which is Turkey. I'm getting to these comments like this, and he's probably making a comment about that, okay? About, to honest, that guy kind of looks like Hitler resurrected. So they do. And when Erdogan first came on the scene, excuse me, my voice is starting to get a little shaky, but when Erdogan first popped on the scene as a candidate for someone as the first king of the prophecies, people started to identify him with Hitler, and this is one of them. I mean, this was on the Berlin Wall, everybody, not too long ago. I don't know the exact date, but within the last 3 or 4 years. Okay, this was on the Berlin. This is on the wall where you're seeing it. It's in Berlin, Germany. So there is a lot of speed, a lot of understanding that people are looking, those who hate Israel and those who hate the Jewish people, they're looking towards this guy, okay, as the next bad person to take care of the Jewish people, if you will. Is this guy right here is Erdogan. So the Chronicles of the Chosen, you're exactly right. They look very like brothers, if you will, because they really are. They're both evil. Okay, so they're both going to the same place, which is hell. So yeah, they are brothers in hell. So very good. Thank you very much for mentioning that, so everybody could get another peek at this demonic person, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, evil guy, totally evil. All right. And here we go. Here's the scripture. And the angel of the church in Pergamus, Turkey, Western Turkey, these things saith he who hath the sharp sword with two edges. I know your works and where you dwell, even where Satan's seat is. Present tense, and thou holdest fast my name and hast denied the faith. And just look at where Satan dwelleth. Okay, that means where he dwells. I know that's kind of like a King James version, whatever, but where he dwells, it's present tense. So we really need to look at it. I like that. Okay, iron clay, Isaiah 10:24. Therefore, thus says the Lord God of hosts, O my people that dwellest in Zion, be not afraid of the Assyrian. He shall smite thee with a rod and shall lift up his staff against thee. That's right. That's right. Yes, and he's talking about this, I know. And they do look like twins. Of many Christ in history, Erdogan will be resurrected into the last one. All right, President Erdogan declared Istanbul's Hagia Sophia. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I don't think I did, but it's a mosque now. It used to not be a mosque after a top court ruled the ancient building's conversion to a museum by modern Turkey's founding statesman was illegal. Yep, this is interesting. Whenever the Muslims conquer a nation, they build a mosque to dedicate it. That's exactly right. Put the stamp on it. Yeah, I mean, I see some conversations about the King of the South. Yeah, for sure, my opinion is King of the South is Egypt. I think throughout history with the King of the North is really the Seleucid division of that. Okay, when I say Turkey, I'm talking about the Seleucid division of Antiochus, Alexander the Great's four kingdoms. I'm talking about the Seleucid division, which is Turkey, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon area. That's the division that I'm speaking of. So if you go back in history and look at it, the king of the south has always been Egypt because the king of the north and the king of the south, they've always come against each other. So one would have to go back into history and look at basically where Alexander's divisions broke up into the north, the south, the east, and the west divisions, and the north and the south kingdom went against each other all the time. Okay, Daniel 11 really goes through that. So, in my opinion, Egypt has always been king of the south because of what I just said, and also they've always been a major player in biblical prophecy from the very beginning. So they will be a part of biblical prophecy in the end. In my personal opinion, they are the king of the south, and they will go against the king of the north, which is that Seleucid division. If you remember, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, Lebanon, that will be that king of the north area, in my opinion. Okay, this is Iron Clay. The king of the south gives one of his daughters to the king of the north for an agreement or a marriage agreement. The crown prince of Jordan, I'm not sure what his name is, King Abdullah. I do know him. I'm not sure who the crown prince of Jordan is, but just married a Saudi young lady who is related to the king. You lost me there, to the king of Saudi Arabia. Okay, so all right. Okay, and this is James. Amir married her cousin El Sisi in 1977 after El Sisi, which is the president of Egypt, graduated from the military academy. They have 3 sons and 1 daughter, Mahmoud, Mustafa, Hassan, and Ayah. For sure. Watch Egypt. And the wedding of Al Hussein bin Abdullah, which is the son of King Abdullah Hussein, Crown Prince of Jordan, and Rajwa and Asaf, took place at Zahran Palace in Amman, Jordan on June 1st, 2023. A little over a year, the newlyweds. Cyprus is ancient Katim, and yes, Katim. Okay, and this is James. April 2024, El-Sisi has been sworn in before Parliament for his 3rd term as Egyptian president. El-Sisi's oath-taking on Tuesday marked what should be his final 6-year stretch as leader to I thought it was 2029. It could be to 2030. Whatever the case may be, very, very interesting for sure. All right. I had to mention this, Evan, at the Great Commission. I'm listening while picking up on this Ovation guitar that I gave my friend to play. He allowed me to borrow it to learn on. I fell in love with it. Not any good, but it's therapy for me, just strumming. Well, that's what it's about, is just to get dialed in tune with it. And I'm glad you enjoy it, my friend. Enjoy it. Kittim is the Old Testament name for Cyprus, and Kedar represents Arabia. It was one of the, for sure, Isaiah 21. In every direction were peoples that were true to their false gods, but Israel had proved false to the true God. Amen. This is good. Numbers 24, and ships shall come from the coast of Kittim, and shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Ebor, and also shall perish forever. He shall perish forever. And there we go. Oasis in Saudi Arabia. Great Commission, we all need something like that for self-therapy. I just bought myself a 4-book set from Bill Warner, Political Islam, just to Saturday, my little self-therapy. Amen. Amen. I love it. Yep. Kedar, son of Ishmael, will become desolate. Amen. That's right. Taman is modern day Tama, Saudi Arabia, and ancient Dedan. Edom is modern day Neom City, Saudi Arabia. Mount Sinai is Jabal Alaz in Saudi Arabia. Okay, I've been watching TV. It's amazing how much I learn when I'm focused my attention. Isn't that amazing? With the prophecies, especially, I know we talk about some things that we all are kind of accustomed with, but on the biblical prophecies, we got to read very, very carefully, or we'll miss something. We have to reread it, so we don't miss it again. So that's very good, very good. Yep, Daniel 11 talks about the ships of Kittim shall come against Antichrist. Therefore, he shall be grieved. He shall return and have indignation against the Holy Covenant and shall do his pleasure. That's very interesting because the ships of Kittim, if that's Cyprus, if everybody believes that Cyprus shall come against the Antichrist, well, right now, Cyprus, Turkey has not officially recognized Cyprus as their independence. Okay, he still feels like it's their land. Okay, and he's actually got troops down there in Cyprus as well. If I forgot to mention that earlier. So this is very interesting. For the ships of Kittim shall come against Antichrist. Therefore, he shall be grieved and shall return and have terror and fury against the Holy Covenant and shall do what's his pleasure according to the tablets of heaven. On June 24th, 2016, Turkey began a direct military intervention into Dabiq, Syria, by declaring Operation Euphrates Shield, mainly targeting the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The 2019 Turkey offensive into northern eastern Syria, codenamed Operation. Erdogan says Syrian army attacked, killed 1 Turkish soldier in Manbij. Operation Peace Spring. I'm not sure about the peace part, but it was an operation for sure. I mean, this guy, you're talking about a hypocrite. You got to listen to Erdogan and how he kind of comes across, Russia and Ukraine, and he's trying to be the moral police of the world. And then he's doing the exact same thing with Iraq and with Syria, with the Balkans, with the Caucasus, with Cyprus. This guy is the hypocrite of hypocrites. And that's saying a lot because we've got some hypocrites as American politicians as well, some pretty big ones. But he is the hypocrite of the hypocrites. Remember, the Antichrist beheads the tribulation saints. Saudi Arabia still beheads people as a form of punishment. They have a place called Chop Chop Square. It's funny. It's not funny, but Chop Chop Square is kind of funny. Thank you for that. Okay, you know what the Levant represents, and James will give you the answer. Levant, historically, the region along the eastern Mediterranean shores, roughly corresponding to modern-day Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and certain adjacent areas. Very good. And then Great Commission, no Israel, Islamic nations coming together as one with no Israel, meaning Israel will be Islamic land. That's why I always said Levant, stating his beliefs. That's why, he's talking about Obama. That's why Obama always said Levant, stating his, of course, yeah. Of course so. Obama. And it certainly is, isn't it right, Iron Clay? Crazy how we're going to watch this all play out. 3D glasses, popcorn, a couple of Reese cups, or whatever chocolate you like, and make sure it's frozen and enjoy it. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be terrible, like the prophet Joel said. Okay, Must make it to the rapture to see the 1,000-year millennium. Only the ones raptured get the 1,000 years. The rest do not get into the white throne judgment. They only see eternity. Ukraine is where Magog began. They spread to Russia. My son-in-law is from Russia. Well, according to the biblical atlases, they would disagree with Magog began in Ukraine. They put Magog in Turkey as far as what all of the biblical atlases that do not have to have a bone to pick with. The ones that we saw today, 4 or 5 of them, Moody, Zondervan, all these things, they put all of these names, including Magog, in the nation of Turkey from the very beginning. So I'm not sure where Ukraine fits into that scenario. I'd love to see the research on that. But according to the biblical atlases, they all are in Turkey. And that's what I personally have to go by, unless someone can show other documentation that is legitimate. We have to go by the biblical atlases that are obviously responsible and obviously truthful. Yeah, and that is correct. Russia is, I don't know how much they're in Syria right now. When all of that was going down, excuse me. When the Arab Spring was going in 2012 and 2014, that area, Russia did put troops down in Syria. I'm not sure what presence they have now since it's been 10 years. But I know they pulled their troops from Armenia because they needed their troops for the Ukraine war. And so I would assume that they pulled the majority. I'd have to research that, but I would assume if they pulled their troops from Armenia, they probably pulled it from Syria as well, because Syria has kind of, I don't want to say settled down, but it's settled down tremendously since, 5, 6 years ago, for sure. But they could still be in Syria. And the reason they went into Syria was to stabilize what the United States was doing in the Middle East. I know this doesn't go good with Americans because it just doesn't, but it's just the facts that Syria, Assad would have been next, okay? Saddam Hussein, gone. Gaddafi, gone. Syria was next. Assad was next. Bashir Assad, the president, was next. I call him the luckiest guy in the Middle East, maybe in the world, because the United States would have gotten his butt out of there as well, okay, for sure. But Russia, Iran, and China got in the way of that, and they stabilized, if you want to call it stabilization, they stabilized Syria more so than it was. So right, wrong, or indifferent, that's just what happened. I'm not saying that in any kind of way, other than that's what was going down. America was going through the Middle East like Speedy Gonzales and the Tasmanian Devil all at one time, okay? Back in 2003 and the Arab Spring, I mean, they were going through there just like I said, like Speedy Gonzales and like the Tasmanian Devil in a bad way, okay? And then again, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, it just wasn't the appointed time for Bashir Assad to be out of office. It won't be long, because I think he's a pawn about to be moved, not by the United States, by a nation called Turkey, okay? Because he and Erdogan do not like each other whatsoever. And in fact, I think Erdogan is going to do the pleasure eventually to get him out, from my personal opinion of that. But again, we got to keep up with these things and how they operate. But again, Russia could be still in Syria, but not with the presence they were in Syria with, because they've got their own battle to fight with the United States through Ukraine. Okay, here we go right there. There's a correction right here, or edification on my part. Russia's defense ministry announced on this past Wednesday, it had deployed additional forces in the Syrian-controlled areas of the Golan Heights, where Israel had allegedly stuck at an increasing rate. Okay, so yeah, with what's going on, I guess with Hezbollah, going in to northern, or not going in, but bombing northern Israel. I think 80,000 people have been evacuated from the Golan Heights and stuff. So I haven't found any information on that, but hey, I love it. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. But it seems like the Defense Ministry announced on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, it had deployed additional forces in the Syrian-controlled areas of the Golan Heights. So right now, it's not controlled by Syria. Number one, the Golan Heights is controlled by Israel. Okay, so I'd have to look at more information on that to really confirm that. Not that I'm discrediting whatever source this is that Ironclay has, but I'd like to just get another witness to know what's going on, because it's not controlled by Syria, it's controlled by Israel. Okay, if one's ever been to Israel, Israel controls the Golan Heights. I have friends who live in the Golan Heights, so they would not be living there if it was Syria's controlled area. I can say that for sure. So I'd like to see more information on this, but very interesting if that's the case. It seems like Russia's got its hands full with Ukraine, so it would be very interesting that they'd be wanting to get into some other conflict in this. But they have supported Syria in the past with Iran, with China as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if Russia did put some troops down there in there. But yes, I'll definitely research that some more to get the total understanding and confirmation of it. So thank you so much for that, Ironclay, for that information. Gog and Magog is northern Turkey, furthering pointing to Turkey. Yeah, just like the ancient biblical atlases say, the land of Magog is Turkey. And if Gog is from the land of Magog, then Gog will come from Turkey as well. Thank you, Great Commission. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Let me try to get back into the, these are not it. Let me see here. Where did I have? Okay, so here's the ancient biblical atlases for those who might not believe in what the atlases say. But these are the names that are given in Ezekiel's prophecy, and everybody wants to put these things everywhere but Turkey. Well, the biblical atlases would disagree with that. So I've got to trust the biblical atlases, not someone else's opinion, unless they can show other proof that Magog is not in Turkey. We'll have to follow the biblical atlases. New Moody Biblical Atlas is a very reputable atlas. I think everybody would confirm that. And they put Magog in Turkey. They put all of those names in the nation of Turkey: Meshach, Tubal, Gomer, Togarmah. It's really overwhelming. The Holman Biblical Atlas, another reputable biblical atlas as well, again, confirms the Moody Atlas: Magog, Gomer, Togarmah, Tubal, Meshach. What am I missing here? Well, I'm just going by the biblical atlases. That's all I'm doing. I'm not making it up. I'm drawing maps myself. I'm just going through the biblical atlases. HarperCollins Biblical Atlas, another reputable biblical atlas. I think everybody reads HarperCollins books, right? They're a great publisher. Well, look at what they do. They put Gomer, Tubal, Meshach in the nation of Turkey. Let's go to Zondervan. I think everybody's familiar with Zondervan as well. Do you see what I see as well? Magog, Meshach, Tubal, Gomer, Togarmah, they're all in the nation of Turkey. Japheth is where this atlas, as well as this one, and this one, which are all reputable biblical atlases, they put all of these names in the nation of Turkey, and Turkey only the nation of Turkey, no one else. So super important to realize that. I don't know what else one would need other than how else you going to tell? Go to the biblical atlases. Now, that's the only way you could tell if it's accurate or not, is go to the reputable biblical atlases to prove whether it's right or whether it's wrong. And for those who think that it's not right, they have a misunderstanding and they have just indoctrinated with the wrong eschatology. I don't know what else. Don't let your eyes deceive you. So it shows you right there with 4 or 5 maps: Magog, Gomer, Meshach, Tubal, Togarmah, Lud, and 4 or 5 different maps. I mean, I don't know what else to show people other than this. But if you want to stay with Russia, stay with Russia. And good luck with that. You'll be deceived at the end of the age because you'll be focused on Russia and everybody. those who are wise will be focused on Turkey. Okay, it'll be a wise or foolish version situation once it gets to the end of the age. And my friends, we are at that point. So we need to get the right eschatology. I don't mean this in any kind of way. I love everybody, but these times are very serious. It's a dire time. Just look with your eyes around the world and you tell me. There's no time for hurt feelings or any of that. Just follow the biblical atlases, follow the scriptures, and you will find your truth. And other than that, I don't care what anybody else says with the prophecy teachers or all this stuff or whatever. That's irrelevant. Follow the scriptures and follow the atlases to the proper understanding, and you'll have your proper understanding. There's so many deceived people out there looking at Russia and Rome and China. I mean, good luck with that. Okay, they would be very much deceived as far as what the true biblical prophecies do state, truthfully. And for people not to look at the biblical atlases, I think that is very irresponsible with biblical prophecy. It is, if I can say this, it's amateur hour. If you don't look at the biblical atlases to understand where these ancient names are, I mean, I can go to Daniel and just plug in anybody I want. Ain't that great? I can just plug in, okay, I hate China. Who else? I hate Mexico, put them in. I mean, that's just nonsense. It's not about the American competitors or the American enemies at all. It's about Israel and their enemies. And again, Russia is not their enemy. They never have been their enemy, never will be their enemy. Politically right now, they are against them because Israel has chosen Ukraine. It's a political thing. Okay, it's not, they're going to come down to Jerusalem because Israel supported Ukraine. I mean, that will never happen. It's never going to happen. So we've got to get off of these things and get out of the indoctrination. The indoctrination is really deafening, and a lot of it has to do with the American prophecy teachers who look at it from an American viewpoint. And that is just absolutely amateur hour, because you got to look at it from an Israeli standpoint, an Israel-centric book, and then look outward. So put your mind and your heart and your soul in Israel, and then look out according to the prophecies, not look out from America, who's America's enemies. That is very, very irresponsible to look at biblical prophecy in any kind of way like that. USA is everywhere too. Doesn't make the Gog. Just look at the nations named Messiah fights and destroys it. I mean, it's really, and I know Great Commission and I, we do this a lot on these chats. I mean, it's really that simple, everybody. Just read the biblical prophets for what they say, okay? And they're not going to mention any name that's not in the Middle East. None, zero. That's not their world. Their world is the Middle East and North Africa. Biblical world is what these guys were prophesying through the Table of Nations. If people can get that through their heads and their hearts, it'll make it really easy to read the Bible. But they're talking through the Table of Nations. They're not going to come up with they're not going to go rogue on you and start being a psychic out there. I think the Soviet Union is going to change to Russia in 1992 on Christmas Day, by the way. Of course not. I mean, that's ludicrous to think that the prophets were like that. I mean, they're prophets. They're not psychics. And they're going to prophesy through the Table of Nations only the Table of Nations. And so if it's not in the Table of Nations, guess what? It's not in the prophecies. If it's not in the prophecies, you will not see it on this earth. You will just not see it. And there's a lot of deception. Messiah said, do not be deceived. And my friends, the Christian church is absolutely hoodwinked and deceived with eschatology and with theology as well, with the false days. But as far as prophecy and eschatology, it's Russia and it's Rome. That's it. And now we're going to get China too, because we might as well get them in. So it's those three you hear. You do not hear Turkey. You do not hear all of these names that we're talking about through the prophets, because they're not reading the prophets, okay? They're going off of Daniel. They're reading Daniel and Daniel 9, and they're not even understanding Daniel 9 as far as who comes against them. They think it's Rome because Rome's the one who came against them before. And they're not going deep into the scriptures and into history to understand that there was not a European there except for General Titus, okay? General Titus and a few of the hierarchy generals, that's it. They were the only Europeans on the land, okay? The rest of the people were Arabs, Egyptians, Turks, and Syrians, just like the renowned historian that everybody goes to, Josephus, has said over and over that this is Middle Eastern people that destroyed the city and destroyed the temple. Okay, Titus didn't even want to destroy the temple. If you read into it, he didn't want to destroy the temple. Who did? The Islamists or the Arabs. Why? Because they hate the God of Israel and they hate the Abrahamic covenant made to Isaac and Jacob. So we have to put all of this together. And I know the Great Commission tries to get people to understand this as well. It's very easy if you just look at the biblical prophets and understand the day of the Lord and who does he come to fight against. It's really simple. Just pick up the book of Jeremiah and read it. Pick up Isaiah and read it. And I'll tell you more specifically. Read Isaiah 13 through 23. Read Jeremiah 46 through 52 and read Ezekiel 26 through 32, especially chapter 32, because it'll tell you the specific nations Yeshua throws into hell, specifically into hell. And guess what? They're all Islamic of today. Can you believe that? I guess he's going to be consistent as well. Ezekiel is going to be consistent with the Lord. Of course they're Islamic because those are the people who hate the God of Israel and the covenants, okay? I mean, it's really that simple. And for those who don't understand the covenants, that's the reason why we got Russia, we got Rome, we got this one, we got that one. America's this. America's none of that. Russia's none of that. China's none of that. According to the prophecies of the Bible is what I'm talking about. I love America like everybody else does. We're just not in biblical prophecy. And I know that disappoints a lot of Americans because it's all about America. But in the Bible, it's nothing about America other than the souls that are saved from America. That's what it is in the Bible. The remnant of America is what it's about. It's not about him coming to establish his throne in Washington, D.C. I mean, give me a break. That's never going to happen. If anything, it's going to be destruction, okay? It's going to be judgment, okay, coming to this nation, not restoration. It's going to be judgment first, then restoration, if we repent and if we turn back to him. So it's very important. We've got to understand this, that, just like he says, I mean, we put the USA everywhere. They're mystery. With the USA, it's either we're mystery Babylon and we're going to be destroyed, okay, or we're the greatest thing. We're the replacement of Israel. I mean, it's so extreme. It's either we're replacing Israel as the promised land or we're mystery Babylon and we're going to be destroyed forever. I mean, it's so extreme with people. And it's like, man, well, let's just look at the prophecies and deal with it. America's going to have its problems. We have our problems. I'm just wanting America to get back on the same page as the Lord. We're not on the same page as the Lord because we're not. Look at our nation. So people get offended when we talk about the United States on this channel and many other channels. I'm sure the Great Commission as well on his channel, on James' channel or whatever. But people can just stay offended, man, because the truth is the truth. We all love America just like everybody else does. But we've got to have national accountability. We've got to have individual accountability. And just because the scriptures don't include the United States of America in a major form, that doesn't mean we just don't. We're just part of the nations, everybody. That's okay. We're just part of the nations. We don't have to be the big dog on the block every time. We're just part of the nations. In the millennial kingdom, there's no big dog on the block, but one big dog, and that's Israel. And that's where we'll be a part of, okay, is Israel, not any other place, okay? We're going to be part of Israel, okay, the promised land. And we must understand that. But people get all freaked out when people talk about America or talk about the politicians or talk about the church or whatever. It is what it is. And people need to quit being so offended by it and just, hey, it is what it is. I can't believe people can't see it themselves, of what's going on. But people aren't into the prophecies. People aren't into what's going down at the end of the age. People don't know what time it is. People don't know how dire, this could drop just like that. Does everybody understand that? This whole thing, the global economy, the global everything could fall just like that. And it will. It's going to. And people really need to wake up and understand that these are the times. This is no time to fool around and start joking around about, oh, this person's this person, that person's that person. No, the prophecies are the prophecies. Israel and then the surrounding nations, they tell you who these people are. We don't have to pick and choose, by the way. There's always interpretations of it. In the book of Revelation, in the book of Daniel, there's always interpretations of who these kingdoms are. And that's why I can't understand why people just want to plug in all of these people, because they tell you who it is. Daniel tells you it starts with Babylon and then go down from there with the kingdoms of history that will come back again the same kind of way. So until we understand how to read the Holy Bible in the proper context with the calendar, the covenants, and the feast days, we'll be going through these conversations till Messiah returns, because people aren't reading Torah, they're not reading the prophets, and then they're going to go read Daniel, the visions of Daniel, without understanding Torah and the prophets. That person would be lost as a lost sailor at sea if they're just going to pick up the book of Daniel without understanding the everlasting covenants, without understanding the other prophets. People go to Daniel 2, Daniel 7. Okay, we've got Britain as the lion. We've got America. Seriously, this is what people do. You're like, where does this come from? It comes from a place of people not understanding Torah, people not understanding the biblical prophets. And then they just want to go pick and choose in the book of Revelation. And then you get all this nonsense, and then they deceive people. And then you've got a lot of people who are deceived. I used to be one of those deceived people, okay? So I'm not trying to be any kind of way with that. I'm Mr. Know-It-All. I'm not Mr. Know-It-All. I've just gone through the process of being in error, okay? I used to be in tremendous error with the ways to worship, with prophecy. I was a disaster. Now that I look back at it, I'm like, I didn't have a clue. I'm not saying I have a clue now. I have a better clue, but back then I had no clue, okay? Because my theology was off, my eschatology was off, I was off, okay? And until one goes through the process of reading the scriptures multiple times, not just one time and having days of our lives on here and having a football game on over there and thinking we're going to learn this stuff. We've got to spend time with the biblical prophets. We've got to spend time with Torah to understand the prerequisites to understand. Because when someone comes across and say, Russia to me, I automatically cut them off. I'm not going to cut you guys off because we're all here. But someone that is a prophecy teacher or biblical scholar or something like that, and they start talking about Rome and Russia, the conversation is over, because those people don't have a clue. They don't. They've been indoctrinated with eschatology. They've been indoctrinated with theology. And these are the same people that think Rome's the antichrist that are still worshiping according to Rome. So how is that? How are they thinking the antichrist kingdoms, the beast kingdoms, is Europe and Rome, and they're still worshiping Christmas and Easter according to Rome? It just doesn't. I can't calculate a lot of this stuff that we hear when we go speak with people, and not debate people, but have conversations with people. Some of these things you're just like, where does this stuff come from? Because it's nowhere in the scriptures. But again, I don't mean that in a judgment way, because I used to be the same way. That's the point. We've got to come to the truth of the matter. And what I used to believe is just nonsense. It's just not biblical. It's just totally erroneous with theology and eschatology, the way that I used to do it, okay, with Christmas, with Easter, with Sunday service, with Rome and Russia and all these things that I was taught as well. And I'm like, man, I don't get it. I don't understand it. All these things are Middle Eastern, but then we're going to switch over to Europe on the last kingdom. It doesn't even make any sense logically or biblically whatsoever. When you go to Daniel, the first three kingdoms are in the Middle East, North Africa, and then all of a sudden the fourth kingdom, we're going to shift it over to Europe just because we hate the Catholics, and they're wrong in theology. The Vatican's whatever, which I'm not taking up for the Vatican. They are what they are. They're evil. But we've got to get the right theology and the right eschatology. I don't mean this in any kind of way to people other than time is getting close. Okay, time is near. Please look around. Please look at what's going on. And if we're not looking in the right area, if we're not looking in the right geographical area of the Bible, how could any of us understand? If we're not on God's calendar, how in the world can any of us understand what God's doing if we're not on his calendar? How in the world can we understand the second coming events to the complete understanding if we don't understand the feast days? How can we understand what the war in Revelation is about if we don't understand the covenants? Okay, that's what Armageddon is about. It's about the Abrahamic covenant. Okay, that's what it's about. It's about the land, because that's God's land, and the Islamists, Satan has influenced the Islamists to come against that land. It's really that simple. Through Ishmael, through Esau, through Edom, through Goliath, Philistines, Palestinians, okay, however you want to call it. All of these people are the ancient enemies of Edom, or ancient family of Edom. Herod was an Edomite, okay? These ancient generational, God says he hates Esau forever. He doesn't say he hates Rome forever. He hates Germany forever. He hates Esau forever. I've got a generational war against Amalek, not against Germany. Okay, I've got a forever war against Amalek. okay, the ancient enemy who came against the Jewish people when they left for the exodus from Egypt. My friends, we've got to have all of this knowledge to understand when people try to challenge these things, you're like, what are you talking about? Okay, just like I said, he's got a forever, not to the first coming, not to the second coming, a forever war, and it will end at the second coming. Okay, so please don't take me out of context. It will end. Amalek's war will end at the second coming, but that's the point. We've got to understand the generational buildup of the war through 4,000 years, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000 years of King David going against Goliath and the Philistines. I mean, we've got to understand all of these things against Esau and all of these understandings that this has always been the case. We've just got to catch up to the understanding that this is a forever war against the surrounding nations, against Israel, until Yeshua comes to clean all of this up, and he's about to. So we really got to really understand that from a theological and eschatological standpoint, about how to understand the second coming events. And if one's not reading the biblical prophets, how in the world can anybody understand the second coming events without understanding what Isaiah, Jeremiah, Moses, Micah, Malachi had to say about it? You know, I mean, I know everybody goes to Revelation, and we should, please do. But don't forget the Tanakh prophets, okay, the Old Testament prophets, okay? Don't forget Jeremiah. Don't forget Daniel. Don't forget Ezekiel. They were the first ones, okay? And then John came and he confirmed it. You can go to the book of Revelation, and everything John wrote in there, you can find in the Torah and the prophets. Did you realize that? Everything, every sentence, every verse in there that he wrote is a second witness in the Torah and the prophets and the Psalms. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, I've read it many times, and it's just amazing. You know, that everything, he's given a second witness to whatever was already spoken. You understand? That's how powerful Jeremiah is. That's how powerful Isaiah is. That's how powerful Daniel is. That's how powerful Ezekiel and all of the prophets, Moses. That's how powerful these holy, righteous men are. And the Christian church has just almost disowned the prophets, have almost disowned what Moses said, okay, which is an absolute disgrace. And it tells us a lot about the stance of the Christian church, okay, because they have no idea what the prophets have said about the second coming events. Thus the reason why you have all of this replacement eschatology and everybody looking at Russia and Rome and Vladimir Putin's the antichrist and all of this nonsense, man, that you didn't hear this kind of stuff back in the 90s when Vladimir Putin was in charge of Russia in the 90s, did you? You didn't hear any of this stuff. Okay, I mean, he's been here for 30 years, 35 years in power. We have to realize that. I mean, this guy's been in power in Russia for that long. But you didn't hear any of that until of late because of the American politicians. I mean, go look at the relationship that he and George Bush had, the junior, George W. Bush. Go look at that relationship that Putin and George W. Bush had. Go look at it. Okay, they weren't talking about he's the Antichrist then and he's Mr. Awful then and all these things. Hillary Clinton was cozying up to him. I mean, think about that. But now he's the worst guy ever, you know? So you tell me, it's hard for me to believe these American politicians. It's hard for me to believe any politician, a Russia politician, Saudi politician, Israel politician, any politician. I'll always have a check in my spirit about these people. We don't have no idea if they're telling the truth or not because they're politicians, right? So we just got to get off. It just drives me nuts. It really does. Obviously, you guys can tell that when people just start just plugging in all this nonsense. Please read the biblical prophets for what they have said, and that's it. If they say Edom, they mean Edom. If they say Lydia, they mean Lydia. If they mean Gaza, they're going to say Gaza. If they say Babylon, they're talking about Babylon. Okay, we got to take them for what they say and not say, well, that was back then, but yeah, it's Russia now and it's China here. And it's pretty astonishing. It really is. Yeah, I mean, this is great. Thank you, James, for this. Russia is going to war against NATO for stealing America, politicians stealing their $250 billion in assets and giving their interest money to Ukraine for weapons. How's that? This is an act of war. It absolutely is. Happened to Japan Philippines before World War II. So my friends, this is what I'm trying to say. If we don't keep up with this, you're going to listen to someone like me or someone like James, and you're going to think we're un-American. We hate the politicians and all of these things. I love America. I have no problem with the politicians until they act accordingly. And that's what they do. They act accordingly. And look at what they've done. This is facts. Okay. So the good old American government, the politicians, have stolen. This is out there. You can go. Economists are talking about it. Everybody's talking about it besides James and myself. Okay, but look at for stealing $250 billion in assets and giving the interest money to Ukraine for weapons. I mean, think about that, guys. That is theft. That is stealing. And since that time, I think Japan has asked for their gold back from the New York Treasury. I think 2 or 3 other countries have asked for a country in South America. It's either Chile or Argentina, somewhere. So one of them, they asked for their gold back. Would you trust the United States after you heard about this? Okay, they just took $250 billion from Russia and given it to the enemy, Ukraine. Okay, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is going on all the time, guys. This is just one example of these crooked politicians for America that is causing judgment on us. Is why I'm so livid about it. I don't care about the politicians, but they're causing judgment on us. We're the ones who are going to have to pay for their greediness, okay? We're the ones who have to worry about being nuked by Russia, being bombed by Russia, being invaded by Russia. These politicians are going to be just fine. And they're the ones who put us in this position. So if anyone thinks that we're un-American, no, it's the opposite. We're true Americans who love America, who love the citizens of America. Okay, and the citizens of America have been hoodooed by these politicians. Think about it. There's about 600 people in Washington, D.C. controlling 330 million. You tell me who's the stupid people. 330 million is the stupid people, and the 600 are the smart people, roughly. Okay, so you tell me who's the smart ones and who's the stupid ones. We are the stupid ones because we're allowing these politicians just to do their thing. Guys, do you realize we're $35 trillion in debt? We have $2 trillion of credit card debt as Americans only. 2 trillion Americans. Okay, you tell me, our economy's in the toilet. Okay, we got inflation sky high. The currency's being just come against like we have never seen with BRICS. 40 countries have applied to their BRICS nations. Okay, they want 40 more countries. So you tell me where the favor of America is right now. There is no favor, because the favor is turning away from America. That's very easy to understand. We're a debtor nation, 35 trillion, debtor in credit cards. Nations are turning against us. We don't win any wars anymore. The Taliban really beat us in Afghanistan. You won't hear that on national TV. We don't win anymore. We don't win. We didn't win Iraq. Look at Iraq. Okay, Iraq has had to clean up an absolute mess from the George W. Bush presidency, an absolute mess. And Obama just piled it on as well. Okay, so we got to understand that this country is in bad shape, and it takes people who love the country to have national accountability instead of saying, ain't life grand? We're America. No one's going to destroy us. We're the greatest. That was the same ideas that Israel had before they were destroyed in 587 BC. Please go read the book of Jeremiah and read what Zedekiah and Jehoiakim, all these evil kings, have said to Jeremiah. They burned his scroll. Okay, so we're dealing with the same thing as they were. Okay, we're dealing with an evil tyrannical government. And that is, if you haven't figured that out yet, please do your research. America is not the free nation you think it is. Okay, and that is proven over and over and over. This country has gone the wrong way, the wrong route. And God's had enough. And I think that's really easy to identify with if you look around. If you just open our eyes and just look around, and get off the radio, get off the TV, get off all this stuff, and do your own research and look around at this country and look around at this world. You tell me what time it is. And it's time for war. It's time for judgment. It's time for chastisement. That's the time that we're in right now. And people who want to have rose-colored glasses on and don't think that, look around the world and you tell me, with all the war going on, with all the famine going on, with all the plagues going on, And we are just beginning with that. It's time for everybody to get a little bit more quickened in their spirit about what's going on with the world, with what's going on with Israel, what's going on with America, godliness. We need to really understand that instead of focused on our own kingdom and what we're going to do with our own lives and what we're going to do. It's not going to be anything if we don't get our country under control. Okay. All these aspirations, all these goals that everybody has out there for their lives, you better look at America and look at where we're headed for those goals. Okay. Because those goals will have to change, and you'll have to adjust those goals if we lose the currency, if we lose these wars, which it doesn't look like we're winning the wars in Ukraine. If we lose these things, my friends, you're talking about a different society. This is not to scare anybody at all. Please do your own research. Please do your own research with the economy, with the currency, with the global economy, with all the pieces together, and then look at these politicians. And if you think I've got faith in these people, no, I don't have faith in any of these people. I have faith in God. That's who I have faith in, and I pray that he has mercy on this country, and he has mercy on the citizens of this country because of what these politicians have done. And if you don't know that, I made a video about it, and I don't know I can't remember the title of it. Are we witnessing the collapse of the American empire or something like that? And it'll go through a lot of information with these politicians of what they've done across seas that should make all of us want to go puke for days about what they've done to the citizens of the Middle East and North Africa. The citizens, not the terrorists, the citizens who have not done anything to our country. I don't care if they're Muslim, I don't care if they're Hindu, I don't care if they're atheists. Okay, they're human beings. Okay, they have families, they have children. And I've had friends that were in Iraq, that were soldiers in Iraq, and those folks won't even talk to me about it. They won't even talk to me about what went down over there because why would they talk about it? And a lot of bad stuff, man. 1 million civilians have died, at least. That is conservative in the Middle East since the war on terror has begun. You tell me, what's the war about? Is it on the terrorists or is it on the citizens? I think it's pretty much on the citizens because 1 million at least have been killed, and millions are refugees. Think about that wherever you're from. What if you had to get up and leave your home because a foreign entity decided to take your leader out for just because they wanted to, because of money? It's not weapons of mass destruction for sure. It was about this right here. I already told you what it was about. Saddam Hussein wanted to go to the euro with his oil instead of American dollars. And the U.S. said, no dice, gone. Gaddafi, he wanted to do the African coin for the continent of Africa. Don't you think that's a great idea? I think that's beautiful for the continent of Africa. The United States said, no dice. And a couple weeks later, gone. Okay, so we must understand the U.S. government has weaponized the currency, and thus the reason we're starting to get the backlash, because we've weaponized the currency as a dictator and not a superpower. And if people don't do what the good old American politicians want them to do, gone. Okay, and people know that. Well, you can do that to Iraq. You can do that to Libya. You can do it to the JV teams, if you will. You can't do that to China. You can't do that to Russia. You can't do that to India. You can't do that to South Africa. And now those countries have come together and they have formed an alliance to come against the US dollar, okay, because of the greediness and the overzealousness of these greedy politicians who doesn't know how to govern the world as a superpower, who only knows how to run it as a dictatorship. Okay, in the last 20 years, one would be a fool to argue against that if you go do your research on the U.S. government. Okay, the U.S. government over the last 20 years, this is very, very easy to say with true confidence. The U.S. government is the biggest terrorist threat in the world in the last 20 years. That's easy, very easy to understand if you do your own research. The United States government is the biggest terrorist organization in the world. I mean, that should be really out there for everybody once people know the history of the last 20 years and really go back even to Nixon. From Nixon on forward, even go back to Vietnam on forward, okay, which is roughly 52, something like that, 52 years or whatever, somewhere there. Go back to there. But the last 20 years with George W. Bush and Barack Obama, the two worst presidents in U.S. history, for sure, no, in my mind, no questions asked. That's why we're in the position we're in, everybody. Do you remember 1999 and 2000? Do you remember Slick Willie's presidency, Bill Clinton. Do you remember Bill Clinton? You might have a problem with Bill Clinton. You might want him back now, wouldn't you? Okay. He balanced the budget. The economy was great. No wars. I mean, hey, I think a lot of us would have Slick Willie back in office. Look, since that time, what has happened to our government. And I'm not saying the government was good then or before then, but look at the government since then. Look at the government with George W. Bush on Ford, okay? It's quite telling, quite telling. He's the one who started this fiasco off with the war on terror and let's go get them and all this stuff. That great, go get the terrorists, but don't get the citizens. Leave the children alone, please. Leave the women alone, please. Just go after the terrorists. But that's not the game plan. That wasn't the game plan. The game plan was take down an entire region and to try to Americanize it with freedom and all this. Well, my friends, look at our government now, at all the freedoms that you have. Your freedoms are being taken away, okay? America's not as free as you think it is, okay? That should be common sense when you look around at some of these regulations and laws that are stacked up to the heavens, okay? It's regulations everywhere. But we must understand and be national accountable. And what those two presidents have done, okay, was an absolute evil deed. And it's caused a lot of consequences to our nation. And you're seeing it. Everybody can see it now. Everybody can see it now. Back 3 or 4 years ago, everybody thought I was crazy. Okay. And you guys still might think I'm crazy, and I am crazy. I'm crazy for God. I'm crazy for his commandments. And I love people. I love citizens of the world. I'm against all of the governments. I'm for the citizens. So wherever you go, you talk about Israel, I'm for the Jewish people. I'm against the government. You go for America, I'm for the American citizens, against the government. Okay, when I say against the government, I just don't like what the governments are doing. I think they're very tyrannical right now, including Israel's, okay, to a certain degree, especially with the COVID stuff and what they were doing to the Jewish people. And so that's just me. I'm for the citizens of the world, and I'm against the governments because the governments are evil and the citizens are tired of the governments. Go check out France, go check out Argentina, check out America, check out everywhere. Everybody's tired of these governments. You look at what's going on in France, that tells me a lot about what's coming to France. What's coming to France, and it's for a reason, everybody. We talked about this on the Fisherman and the Hunter's prophecy. What's coming to France is coming, okay? And it's going to be not good for the citizens of France and for the Jewish people, especially the Jewish people. You will see an aliyah from that country in the next several years. You'll see an aliyah like you've never seen. We saw one in 2014 and 2015 from France because that's the third largest population of the Jewish people. You look at all the terrorist attacks in 2014 and 2015 in France, even in Nice, one of the luxurious places over in France, nice beach and all that, Nice. Go look at Nice, terrorist attack. Go look at Paris, terrorist attack with the theater. Hundreds of people dying. So it's coming to France, it's coming to Europe, it's coming to America, it's coming to the world. And what that is the Lord's chastisement. It's a time for war, it's a time for pestilence, it's a time for plague, and it's a time for famine. And that's where it is. Please look around and you tell me if I'm wrong. That's where it is. And it doesn't seem to me that the Lord's going to turn his hand anytime soon from that. Until the world repents, he will not relent. Okay, and I'm not trying to be a poet, but that's the truth, is that until the world repents, he will not relent. Why would he relent? It's the time. It's the time. Now's the time. I think you can see the pains, the birth pains already happening, and we're not even into the birth pains. We're just into the light tremors right now. The birth pains, if you're a woman, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you've had a child, the birth pains are coming right at delivery, okay? And it's almost time for delivery. And you're seeing having his way with Israel. He's having his way with America. He's having his way with the world. He's having his way with the church because it will come to us first. And the time of judgment is here. And it is. And the country that turns back to the Lord will be saved. Those who do not won't. That's very clear. But it's a very serious time. I'm not trying to come across anybody any wrong way other than I love you. I love God. I love his commandments. And it's the time. And I just want to do my part. And I want everybody to be attentive. And I know everybody is, but we got to get engaged with this process. And the more we're engaged in the process, the more we will have the more accurate understanding of the prophecies. None of us know all of it. None of us do, including me. But if we all come together, we will learn more about it. If we all trade the ideas, and then wherever the truth lands, it lands. I'll be right on some things. I'll be wrong on some things. I mean, that's just the way it is. No one's right on everything, but hopefully we can all stand to be edified and corrected and repent. And then we know the truth then, so that's just where I come from with everything. It's just, there's no time to pacify people, if I can say that in a loving way. Everybody pacifies everybody already. There's no need for me or you or everybody to pacify the Jewish people or pacify the Christians, because they're already being pacified. The Jewish people are and the Christians are. That what both of them need is someone that's going to tell them straightforward, according to the scriptures, here is the truth, okay, according to this scripture, okay, and show it to their face. And then after that, it's up to them if they want to come along or if they do not want to come along. So now is the time. Now's the time for the Great Commission. Now's the time to have a little bit more of a quickening of our spirit. I know my spirit's quickened a lot lately. So I don't know if it's just me, but I think the times are quickening. When we look at it, when we look at what's going on with the elections, we look at, with all the elections, not just with the presidency. Look at Israel. Look at what they got going on. I mean, it's dysfunctional, to say it nicely, okay, over in Israel, when you've got the three amigos over there who hate each other. One's resigned or gave his resignation. The other one hates the other one, Netanyahu and Gallant, so they're dysfunctional. That's the reason God is showing them some warfare, is because he wants them to come together in unification. He wants the Christians to come together in unification, not in all these denominations. I mean, now's the time of judgment. I think that's pretty obvious, and he's trying to get all of our attention. And the question is are we listening? Am I listening? Are we listening? All right, so the polar north from Jerusalem to the North Pole goes through Ankara, Turkey, not Moscow, Russia. I find that very telling and very interesting, right, James? Beautiful. I would like to see some kind of a reference point on that. I mean, some people, excuse me, some people go on the migration goose trail, that you go on or whatever. I mean, sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's dangerous, right? Great Commission. So I'd like to see that as well, that Noah's children. So Shem, Japheth, and Ham migrated to Russia. I mean, as far as what I understand, Ham migrated to Africa area. Japheth is in the Turkey area, and Shem is, of course, Israel. That's what I understand it to be through the Holy Bible, unless somebody's got some kind of inside information that Japheth and Shem all of a sudden said, Shem said, you know what, I don't want to go to the promised land. I want to go to Russia instead. I mean, I find that hard to believe, that the children, Noah's children, which is Shem, Japheth, and Ham, that they decided they were going to migrate from the area where Noah granted them to live in. Maybe their great-grandchildren, great, whatever. We all come from Noah. So I came from Noah. So I guess I migrated to America from Turkey or whatever. So you can go on this wild goose chase, or whoever is going to go on it. But I'm with the Great Commission. I mean, where is that? Noah's children? You think those three men went to Russia? I'd have to see more understanding of that, more references, true references of that, because I just don't believe that. But the grandchildren migrating to Russia, I don't believe that. Maybe the great grandchildren that eventually got all of us over here to America. I guess we can go down that goose chase if someone wants to, but I don't know what kind of point someone was trying to make with that, other than I'd have to see more evidence, true evidence for that, because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for them to travel back in those days. The travel that would be to travel from Israel, Shem's in Israel, Japheth's in Turkey, to travel that terrain up to Russia. I guess they went to the southern Russia, right? Because they surely didn't go to where Ukraine is, to eastern Russia. I'm sorry, western Russia, for sure. So anyhow, I'm with you. Great Commission doesn't make any sense logically or biblically whatsoever. Okay, yeah, so here we go. This is great as well. And I hope I meant to say this earlier, because I always try to bring this out. When Daniel says, just like Great Commission says, when Daniel says Nebuchadnezzar ruled the whole world, that's not a literal statement that he ruled the entire world, okay? Nebuchadnezzar ruled the Babylonian Empire, okay? Let me pull up a map. Let me see. I know I have a map of the Babylonian Empire, so I can confirm this with everybody. Yes, I do have that, believe it or not. Can you believe it? Okay, so let me get to it right quick. Okay, let me pull this up for us. Okay, let me see. All right. So this should prove a point with everybody that, again, you got to take, we got to understand the prophets the way they really meant it. Remember, Daniel's world was the biblical world. So when he says to Nebuchadnezzar ruled the whole world, that's the Babylonian Empire, everybody. That's not the whole world. Nebuchadnezzar ruled the Babylonian Empire. He did not rule down in Yemen. He did not rule over in eastern Iran. Okay, he didn't rule over in west Sudan. Okay, so we've got to put it to Great Commission's point. When Daniel says he ruled the whole world, he's just making a statement saying that he is the superpower of the world. He controlled the whole world. He was the kind of like America is the key is to rule the whole world. So if Daniel was writing about America right now, he would write America who rules the whole world, because America does rule the whole world, okay, as the superpower or the dictator. It's more the dictator than the superpower, but that's another conversation. But when you look at the Babylonian Empire was there. Okay, so there was more to the world than just the Babylonian Empire, everybody. So like Great Commission says, when he says that Nebuchadnezzar ruled the whole world, he just had the authority of the whole world. He had the superpower of the whole world. He was the leader of the whole world because his empire was so great. Okay, he did not control the whole world. Okay, so it's not literal as the Great Commission is saying. It's just understanding that he's the superpower of the world. Kind of like today, like I said, America is the superpower of the world. Everybody could agree with that. Well, maybe not for long, but right now we are still the controller of the world with the currency. Right now, that's why it's important to keep up with that, because we're losing leverage with that. So exactly, did he rule the Americas? Did he rule Europe? Did he rule Australia? Did he rule China? No, he did not. Nebuchadnezzar did not do that. Okay, so we've got to keep it in context, just like the Great Commission says. When Daniel says he ruled the whole world, he was the superpower of the world. But as you can see on the map, there was more to the world than just Egypt, some of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, a little bit of Turkey. There's more to the world than that at Nebuchadnezzar's time. Great point, Great Commission, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thus the reason that the Antichrist doesn't rule the entire world, okay, because that's what it says in there as well, that he will rule the entire world or whatever it says. He's telling you that just like Nebuchadnezzar, who didn't rule the entire world but was the superpower of the biblical world, that the Antichrist will be the superpower of the biblical world as well, with the 10-king system, okay? But he will only conquer 3 kings, not 10, only conquer 3, and Jordan gets away from him. So he doesn't control the entire world with just that understanding, okay? And then with the understanding of what he said about Nebuchadnezzar, it's hyperbole in a way, okay? But it is, but it's not. He's just saying that he's the superpower of the Middle East and of the world. So thank you for that, Great Commission. I appreciate it. Okay. And that's exactly right. So why are we including Russia? Why then all the nations Messiah fights and destroys are Islamic nations at his return? I mean, why did the prophets write it that way? Exactly. Because that's who he fights. It's who he fights. It goes into the American prophecy teachers of America having a bone to pick with Russia, because that's America's enemy, okay? That's all that it is. It's not that anything in the Bible, it's none of that. It's the Americans' viewpoint on Russia throughout the last 3 or 4 decades that they're our enemy. And then the prophecy teachers, oh, Prince of Rus, there we go, Russia. That's craziness. Really, it doesn't fit at all in any kind of conversation. It does not fit in any logical conversation. It does not fit, especially prophetically. just like Great Commission said, it just doesn't fit. And just like a famous lawyer once said, and depending on your viewpoint of that, he could be either famous or infamous. But just like he said one time, if the glove does not fit, you must acquit. And you've got to acquit, and you got to leave alone Russia in biblical prophecy, because the glove does not fit, so you must acquit. Okay, Anatolia, also known as Asia Minor, is a large peninsula or a region in Turkey constituting most of its contemporary territory. Very good. Geographically, the Anatolian region is bounded by the Mediterranean Sea to the south, the Aegean Sea to the west, the Turkish Straits to the northwest, and the Black Sea to the north. Very good. Yep, I mean that's very obvious if someone understands the Caucasus Mountains. It's the dividing line between the Middle East and Russia. They are just impassable. It will never happen. Ground troops would never do. I mean, who would want to do that? No way. Okay, the biblical Antichrist beast system is Islam. Messiah fights and destroys the surrounding Islamic nations at his return. That's Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel. I'll give you the chapters: Jeremiah 46 through 52, Isaiah 10 through 23, and what's the other one? Ezekiel 26 through 32. It tells you straightforward. Amen. Yep, just like the Great Commission says, only modern day Islamic nations are named. So what fits, Turkey or Russia? And the beast that is healed and revived is the Ottoman Empire, the Islamic Empire. Yep. If you look at the statue of Daniel 2, all 7 nations are Middle East. The Jews have never been ruled by Russia at any time. I mean, there's no reason. The conversation is really mute. It's just the problem is so many people are indoctrinated with Russia because of what I just said with the American prophecy teachers saying Russia, 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 Rome, Rome, Rome. And after time, people think it's Russia, 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 and Rome, 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 and I guess China, China, China now, because we got to put them in somewhere since we're going to go fight those guys as well. So in Taiwan. So it's just amazing. It's amazing. Okay. Why you go for such a short time, Brother Che? Exactly. I love you guys, I tell you. Yeah, I mean, I would, but James keeps posting all these long, very important chats. It's good stuff, really good stuff. We are here, and this is an extremely important topic as we move forward. The next 4 years is going to be harsh. I mean, it's a nightmare. People need to realize, I mean, I don't know what people, I mean, when I look at the world right now, it is an absolute tough world to live in right now. Everything's in chaos right now. And I'm not trying to say that doom's gloom, but it is. I mean, everything's in chaos, wherever you look at. So yeah, the next 4 years, get your 3D glasses ready, or don't even get them ready. Just put them on, because you're already seeing some amazing things right now, amazing things prophetically, but you got to be looking at the right spot. You got to be looking in the Middle East and North Africa. If you're looking at Russia, well, enjoy the Russia-Ukraine war. But other than that, I'm looking at the Middle East. Okay, now there's some amazing things going on in the Middle East, because that's where prophecy will occur, is in the Middle East. Okay, Middle East, North Africa. Why? Because that's where the biblical prophets have ordained it to be. Okay, through Yah. Yah's the one who told him this, everybody. Remember, not Jeremiah, not Ezekiel. Yah said he's got a problem with the surrounding nations. He never said he had a problem with Russia. He never said he had a problem with Rome, even though he will. Even though he's had a problem with Russia too, but he doesn't say in the Bible that he has a problem with these countries. He has a problem with the Islamic countries of today. Please, and again, pretty please, read the biblical prophets for what they say. I've given you the chapters, just read it. It's very clear, very simple. It has never occurred before. It will occur at the end of the age. All of the context of those scriptures are the day of the Lord. In that day, in that day and in that day. What day are they talking about? The day of the Lord, the seventh day. They're talking about the return of the Messiah, the Mashiach. The two great things that the prophets were raised for was, number one, to get the people to repent at that time, to turn back to the God of Israel with the Torah. And then their second greatest commission, which is, again, just like the first, is to prophesy about the day of the Lord, okay? About the day of the Lord, okay? And so they had a great understanding of these things, everybody. That's why they're called prophets. They had a wonderful understanding of the day of the Lord, okay? That's why we have a great understanding of it, because they did, okay? But we've got to get into their mindset and understand the day of the Lord from the context that they were prophesying about, not us, not Americans, not Chinese, not Europeans, none of that. Jewish, okay? You got to get into the prophet's mindset. They were Jewish, everybody. We got to get into their mindset of who they thought were their enemies coming against them. And those enemies are going to be the same at the end of the age because of the way it is. It's really that simple. It really is. I'm not sure why people do have a hard time with this, because if you read the prophets thoroughly, they tell you to look in the Middle East and North Africa. They never tell you to look anywhere else other than Israel and the surrounding nations. That's it. They don't tell you to go look anywhere else other than the ones that we're looking at, the surrounding areas. They never tell you to go look at Rome or Germany or Switzerland or Spain or any of that. I mean, they never tell you to do any of that. So we got to trust them. All right. At the end of the day, it's not a salvation deal, nor is it a separator or brotherhood in Messiah. It gives us more to view, more to look at and be aware of. The only thing that I would add to that, because I do agree with what he said, the only thing that I would add is the warning of don't be caught as a thief in the night is what I would tell everybody. Because if you're not on God's calendar and if you don't understand the prophecies, my friends, there is a great chance, not a little chance, there is a big chance, a great chance, a 99% chance that someone's going to be deceived if they don't understand the calendar, they don't understand the prophecies, they don't understand the covenants. One is a lost sailor, okay, at a cruel sea on the day. So we got to understand that. We've got to understand these things, or I won't. None of us will. None of us understand it. And we'll be in danger of being caught as a thief in the night. So that's the only thing I would add to that. He's exactly right. It's not a salvation deal, nor is it a separator or brotherhood in Messiah. It gives us more to view, more to look at and be aware of. But don't be caught as a thief in the night, because covenants, calendar, and prophecies do matter with someone's going to be caught as a thief in the night or not. Paul tells you that as well in 1 Thessalonians 5. He correlates in 1 Thessalonians 5 to being caught as a thief in the night with the times and the seasons. He correlates them both together. You got to understand the times and the seasons, or you're going to be caught as a thief in the night, is what Paul is truly saying. You can read that for yourself in 1 Thessalonians 5, 1-6. He will tell you, no need that I should tell you, brethren, the Thessalonian church, the faithful church, no need that I should talk to you about the times and the seasons, because you obviously know that the day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. But you, my brethren, are not in darkness, that this day should overtake you, because you do understand the times and the seasons. But for those who do not, they will be caught as a thief in the night. So he's correlating the thief in the night to understanding the times and the seasons, which is the Moedim. Okay, so please spend time with 1 Thessalonians 5, because it will really give us the conviction that we need to understand the times and the seasons. The times and the seasons, as everybody on here knows, is the Moedim, is the Leviticus 23 and the calendar. So again, I'm all with Great Commission 100%, but my only thing would be is don't be caught as a thief in the night. And there is, you have to have knowledge for that. Okay, you got to have understanding of that, or one would be caught as a thief in the night. He put all of this information in the Bible for us to understand for the end of the age. He gave us a great detailed game plan, a battle plan, if you will, a war plan for what he's going to do. And it's up to us to understand that the way that it is written in the prophets, in the Torah, obviously Yeshua, Paul, and the book of Revelation, to understand how that all goes down. It's up for us to be the Bereans, okay? It's up for us to understand the game plan, okay? We've got to understand the war plan, and that's why he gave it to us, okay? And there's a lot of reasons that go into people that aren't into that war plan. It goes into doctrine, theology, preacher, rapture, all of these things that people are just not going to read the prophets because of theology and eschatology that we've discussed many times before. Our ministry has received the draft letters of offer and acceptance sent by the U.S. for the sale of 40 new Block 70 F-16s and 79 modernization kits and ammunition equipment for them. I guess that's talking about Turkey. Hang on, let me see here. October 6, 2019, President Donald Trump ordered the American troops stationed in northeastern Syria to withdraw. On October 9th, Turkey invaded. I mean, you tell me. So that goes back to what I was telling you guys earlier, that the presidents are interesting to watch in America because President Obama went with Iran for 8 years that he was in office, 150 billion nuclear package, 1.2 billion in cash, whatever, 2 million in cash, whatever it was. But Donald Trump switched and he went from Iran to Turkey, kind of like the prophecy of Daniel 8, from Iran to Turkey. Obama was on Iran, Trump is on Turkey, but Biden's going back to Iran with giving them $9 billion, whatever dollars. And now we're going to see what happens in this upcoming election and see if Joe Biden gets back in office or if he runs or if he, whatever it may be, to see which way he continues to go. And then if Trump gets back in office or if he can run or whatever, then we'll see which direction he goes in this time as well. Does he go back to Turkey? Because again, just like James showed, he opened the door, just like Obama opened the door for Iran, Trump's opening the door for Turkey, okay? So, and that's just not saying any kind of way. It doesn't matter if one likes Obama, hates Trump, likes Trump, hates Obama. That's just the facts, okay? And again, when we talk about these presidents, I don't care about anybody's affiliation because I could care less about it. I could care less about either one of these people, okay? So again, they're just figures that are politicians that we have to discern according to the times that we are living in. Nothing more and nothing less. When I'm talking about presidents, Donald Trump, Biden, Obama, all these people, you know, people get very polarized by these people, you know, and MAGA and Obama and Biden and all these people, forget all that. Let's focus on the Lord. Let's focus on Yeshua. All this stuff will play out the way that he wants them to play out. He's the one who raises kings and dethrones them, Daniel 2, and that's where I stand. So I could care less about either one of these people or either one of the parties. Everybody else can have those parties all they want and go for it. But for me, I'm trying to understand why these people are raised up for the time that we're living in. I could care less about all the other politics and all this stuff about the Democrats, and I could care less. I don't like either one of them. I wish we had a new political system, actually, instead of the one that we have now. And we will soon. It's called a dictatorship, okay? So that's how the Roman Empire went down, and that's how America's going down if one has not seen and opened their eyes to look at what this country has done. These politicians, is we're going towards that, everybody. The Roman Empire was not the empire before they collapsed. They collapsed with their economy, and they became a dictatorship. You see what I'm saying? They became the Roman Empire because they were manipulating the currency and they were doing all the things that we are doing. Okay, everything we're doing, they were doing. Okay, so my friends, this could eventually turn into a dictatorship because that's what happens when the currency falls, when the economy goes into the toilet. You know, it becomes a authoritarian government, okay, a totalitarian government, everybody. And we are right here from crossing over into that. So everybody can do their own research on that. But these presidents, again, everybody has an agenda, and we're going to see what happens with this election. God knows best. He's going to choose who he wants in office and who America deserves. Remember that. He's going to give America who America deserves, okay, just like he's going to give Israel who Israel deserves. Israel, when they were not following the Lord, he gave them an evil king. And in their case, they had a lot of evil kings because they were doing evil and they didn't follow the ways of God. Thus, the reason they were destroyed. What makes this nation where we can't be touched? You don't think America can't be touched by the Lord God Almighty? You don't think he will destroy this nation? You don't think he'll put this nation to its knees? He's trying to get everybody's attention now. I don't know how many knees are going to the ground, but he's still trying to get everybody's attention. Okay, he's going to still allow the calamity. He's still going to allow all these things to happen. It's not the Democrats. It's not the Republicans. It's the Lord God Almighty who's allowing this to happen, and he's influencing people to allow the southern border to be, come on in. Everybody welcome. I don't care who you are, come on in, because guess what? We've gone into borders illegally as well. So judgment's coming back, everybody. I've said it before, golden rule, what we've done over there is coming back. We've crossed borders illegally. We've got our border like no other time before, being crossed over like you come on in, come on in, come on in. My friends, you know what that does to the social system of our country when you've got 10 to 20 million people undocumented that's going to need healthcare, that's going to need occupation, that's going to need housing. You know what kind of pressure that puts on the American system. Again, there's no way, there's zero way, no way that this American country can survive with what's going on right now. But God's allowing that because we're getting payback. It's the counts are being reconciled, everybody. Okay, we've got government anarchy. They've got a government. We've caused government anarchy. We've caused civilian unrest. We've got civilian unrest. We've caused refugee problems. Look at our tent cities that we have right now, homeless problem that we have. What goes around comes around, and this country is receiving the deeds of the American politicians and your two great presidents, George Bush and Barack Obama, the two greatest presidents of all time. You're getting the results of their actions, okay? And if you don't know their actions, please go do your research and look at what they've done to Iraq. Look what they've done to Libya and the citizens. Look at what they've done to our ambassador, left him to die over there, as well as soldiers in Libya. It's called Benghazi. They made a movie about it. So you tell me, again, individually and nationally, the golden rule. What you do comes back. What I do comes back. The nation does come back. And right now, my friends, America's had its day in the sun, and now it's time for the reconciliation of the accounts. And the reconciliation of the accounts is not going to look too good because of what we've done in Iraq and Libya and Sudan and Yemen and Syria. Really, everywhere you look where America has gone, destruction has followed. Okay, so we're going to have it here, and that's what it's going to be. And I know that's tough for people to understand, but I'd rather come across this way and provoke somebody to go do their research to understand what's coming so that you can protect your family from harm's way. Okay, so I'd rather someone not like me and I provoke them to go research it to protect them family instead of me saying, you know what, ain't life grand? America's the greatest. We're never going to be destroyed. Don't worry about it. We've got the grace. We're the greatest. I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, and you love me for saying that. Okay, I'd rather you hate me and me provoke you to go see the truth and protect your families instead of me giving you everything you want to hear. Ain't life grand? Tickle those ears and your family will be in bad shape. Okay, if you don't go do your own research. So that's just where I come from, and I love everybody to tell you that. You know that sometimes love doesn't come with just all the good stuff. Okay. True love is the hard stuff as well. That's true love. Okay, that's the true love that the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit has for us. He will chastise us for those who he loves. And I know he's chastised all of you, and he certainly has chastised me, and I deserved it, and I deserved a lot more. And he was very graceful with me, very merciful with me throughout my life, through all the crap that I've done, all the evil that I've done for 38 years. He's been very patient with me. So, and all of us. So our job and our responsibility is to not sugarcoat things, is to be straightforward. And again, I love everybody, but I love God more. And I love his commandments. And we've got to do our part in God's kingdom, one soul at a time. I could care less about 600 people, 6,000 people, whatever. One person to open their eyes, to go do the research, read the scriptures, understand these things, go do your homework on the economy. Don't listen to me. I'm not an economist. I'm just a businessman. I'm a real estate guy. Okay. I keep up with it to the best of my ability because number one, I'm interested in it and I'm concerned about the world and the world economy, the global economy. I think everybody should be. And number two, I'm in business, so it does affect my real estate business with the decisions that these morons do up in Washington, D.C., these momos up there. So that's why I keep up with it. And again, I'm telling you guys this so that you guys can keep up with it as well if you have not already, and I'm sure you guys do. But for those who might not, please look at BRICS. Please look at the global economy. Please look at the U.S. economy. Look at the inflation. Look at the debt. Look at all of these things, credit card debt. Look at inventory with real estate. Look at every metric of the economy, GDP. Look at everything, and everything stinks to high heaven. It really does. And I'm not trying to be negative. I wish I could say, you know what, we're good. But we're in a fight for our lives, everybody, because that's what these politicians have done to our country. And a lot of that, of course, goes back into the citizens as well, with morality, with church, with all of these things. But don't forget the politicians and what they've done to the other citizens of the world, which is an absolute disgrace. I mean, it's evil what they have done to these other countries, to the citizens of the countries. And again, for a long time, and we'll continue with the comments, for the longest time, I was like, man, why do these people hate us so viciously? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you hate us, okay, you hate us. But you hate us like you want to kill us. You want to destroy us. You want to bomb us. Why is that? I never understood that. And I'm not saying these people would not want to do that already, because that is part of Islam. But America has not helped the case. I'll say it like that. We have not helped the case of helping people not hate us, okay? We have not done ourselves any favors across seas. Politicians have not done the citizens any good by going over there and acting like a bunch of momos over there who care less about mankind. You know, so again, I love America just like everybody else does, but I love the citizens of the world more than I love the country of America. I will tell you that right now. Okay, I'll tell everybody that right now. I love God and I love mankind. As far as the countries are concerned, great. I'm an American. I love America with all my heart. But I love the citizens and a human being more than I love a country, okay? I think that's biblical for sure. We've got to love people. We've got to love our neighbor, and that means our enemy as well, just like Yeshua said. And we just have not done that in the United States of America as a government across seas, okay? I'm not saying inland, I'm saying across seas. We have not showed these countries that we love them. We've shown them that we hate them, actually, or that's the way that I would take it if I was Iraq, if I was Libya, if I was Afghanistan, if I was Yugoslavia. Now, no more Yugoslavia. They split, but I would take it that way. If I'm Egyptian, if I'm Libyan, if I'm born over there, I think America hates me. Okay, I think America hates me, and I'm probably hating America as well, because I'm from that area. I grew up there, and I see American soldiers everywhere, American bases everywhere. And I'm like, man, isn't this Iraq? Isn't this Syria? Isn't this Arabia? Why are we got American bases here? So, and this has come from someone who does love America, but I just do not believe in that kind of superpower dictatorship for any country to do that, including the United States of America, to have an Air Force base or a military base on someone's sovereign land as a country. Okay, I don't agree with that whatsoever. I mean, like I said, how would you like the Libyans to have an airport base at LAX in Los Angeles? How would you like the Iraqis to have it in Atlanta at Hartsfield-Jackson International? Wouldn't that be nice to have the Libyans over there having an airport base there? How about New York? Why don't we get the Saudis over there? Okay, and how about the Yemenis? How about we get them somewhere? I mean, I think I've made the point. I don't think Americans would like that too much. Just like Americans won't like Russia having a warship basically on the coast of Cuba. Okay, who would like that either? But America, we've got to understand we're getting a dose of our own medicine. And I know Americans don't like to hear that because we're prideful, we're egotistical, everything's about us, everybody else is wrong, we're right. But America's getting a great dose, okay, of what we've been dishing out across seas. That is obvious. That is straight obvious. And as soon as we understand that, the sooner we're able to repent for our country, and the sooner we can hopefully get through this chastisement that we're in. Okay, but it's going to take repentance to do that. And it's going to take a lot of other things as well. But I know I go on about this stuff, guys, but I don't think people understand the magnitude of what the government has done across seas and the consequences that are coming back on our shores. Okay, and again, it's not all about the money. Okay, of course not. But it's not even about the money. It's about society in general. You're talking about a whole different way. America's had the standard currency for decades, and it's afforded us the luxuries of doing what America has done. Okay, and again, spreading out the inflation across the world instead of just on our homeland, because we do have the currency that we can spread that out, if you will. Too much to go into, but just look at it as spreading the inflation out. But once the currency is not the standard currency anymore, there's no cheating the system, if you will. There's no nudging the system, fudging it because of inflation. You will deal with reality then, and the reality will not be too great. Okay, but that's very good, James. Thank you very much. I did forget about that, but look at that. I mean, a couple of days after that, Turkey invaded. And again, if Donald Trump gets back into the presidency, watch out for he and Erdogan together, okay? Just watch that relationship, as you have already seen a couple of circumstances already. And again, if somebody loves Donald Trump, I'm not saying that bad. I'm just saying facts. I mean, I think he's going to support Turkey. So I know we got some loyalists to Donald Trump that if I say anything negative whatsoever about Donald Trump, then I'm anti-Trump. Okay, I'm not anti, I'm not for, I'm not none of it. Okay, he's just a figure. Obama's just a figure. Biden's, I guess, just a figure, I guess, whatever. But they're just figures, okay? That's all that they are to me. Nothing more and nothing less. And they're all non-believers. None of these people are true believers at all. So they are who they are. And they're just politicians who have a role to play at the times that we're living in. And that's nothing more or nothing less. Okay, William Rick Walter, thank you so much for joining us. And we appreciate your chat. Dear friends in Christ, please pray for me and the children. And we certainly will. We have a lot of great prayer warriors, and I'm not sure when this came through a couple hours ago because I've been just running my mouth, so to speak. Isn't that what the Q&A is about, though? It's just kind of just rolling with the punches, if you will. But we certainly will, William. And again, we apologize. Our hearts go out to you, man, for what you're dealing with, but we will definitely be praying for you. I will be praying for you, and I know many others will be praying for you as well. And let me make sure that this is just for my own personal sake, because by the time I get off of here, I'll probably forget, just to be quite frank with you. So let me take a picture of it, and now that I've got it. Okay, so thank you very much, Rick. We hope everything gets better. And we know that Yeshua's got you and got your family and your children. And we just pray for protection. We pray for blessing, and we pray for reconciliation, or whatever the case may be with this, and restoration and good that comes out of all of this. In the name and blood of Yeshua, man. Amen and amen and amen. Very good. And that's exactly right. It's a history lesson that will play out here probably pretty soon. The Great Commission, Nebuchadnezzar's decree to bow down to a statue, is prophecy of Islam, and it's a black stone. He set up, all must bow at the sound of music. Islam has a call to prayer and bow down to the black stone. I read something actually today in the Great Commission. I know you'll like this, and I'm sure everybody else will. I read today that Nebuchadnezzar's statue did make a sound out of it, that it did. So I'll send that to you, the Great Commission, but it was speaking. Okay, so just like Revelation says, the image will speak. From what I read today, I think I read it through an Orthodox rabbi. So everybody don't freak out about that. Okay, just because he doesn't believe in Yeshua, he might have this understanding. Okay, so I think I read that through Chabad or something of the Orthodox, that a reference point that it did speak through that gold statue that Nebuchadnezzar did erect. So I thought that was very interesting, going to the Great Commission's point about the black stone. And yes, he will attempt to change the times and the laws, the seasons, attempt to change Torah to Sharia law, his feast days to Islamic days. That's always nice, right? Have you ever had a cup and it's been sitting there a while, and the ice is all glooped down here, and you got to take a swig, and all the ice? That just about happened here on a live video. That would have been pretty nice, wouldn't it? So we'd probably repost that tomorrow. Just take a clip out of that and just put it as what do they do? These short videos, what they're called? I forget what they're called. I haven't done one, so I don't know what they're called. But on YouTube, you do a short video. Tells you how much I get on these things. But anyhow, that would be a pretty interesting video, right? Ice coming all over you. talking about the Great Commission, the times and the season. Goodness. Okay, James, the Battle of Issus, Alexander the Great's invasion of Asia, in which he defeated a Persian army under King Darius III. Yep, and you're exactly right here, my friend. The Saudis are the biggest lobbyist is Washington, D.C. They are paying these politicians to do their bidding. Yeah, Prince Bandor. I don't know if people have heard of the Saudi prince, Prince Bandor. He was in the George W. Bush, Herbert Bush. I mean, this guy was a Washington, D.C. politician, but he was in the Saudi kingdom, So you tell me. But anyhow, yeah, I mean, Washington, D.C., especially the Bush family have been the biggest supporters of the Saudis. I mean, there's books on this stuff, the Sauds and the Bush family. I mean, the Bush family are crooks, okay? Nothing more and nothing less, okay? Papa Bush, Junior Bush, Prescott Bush, please do your research. Everywhere there's been a big event in U.S. history, a Bush was around, okay? JFK was shot, a Bush didn't realize where he was. I don't remember where I was when JFK was shot. I mean, how many people do that? Do you remember where you were with 9/11? I mean, do you remember where you were with any major event? Of course you do. Okay, that tells you something was going on. Remember, he was in the CIA, everybody. So interesting. Second thing, Ronald Reagan got shot. Who was his vice president? George Herbert Bush. Okay, two popular presidents, JFK and Ronald Reagan. One was killed, one was shot, and you have a Bush. Okay, now let's go to the third time. Everybody probably knows this. 9/11. Who was there? We have another Bush there. I mean, everywhere calamity is, Bushes are there. I mean, you tell me. I mean, again, just these people. And the thing about the Bushes is this. Let me say this, because I know people might support the Clintons as well. I don't support either of them, okay? But the Clintons, I at least know who they are, okay? They don't fool me. They're not trying to hide. They're not trying to trick me. I know who they are, okay? They're straightforward. They'll kill you if you don't. I know who they are. They're straightforward. The Bushes, they hide behind Christianity, okay? We're Christians, we're this and that, but they're evil, okay? So when I say this, don't take me out of context. I have a little bit more respect for the Clintons because I don't have to figure them out. Okay, I know who they are. And I respect people like that. When they just tell me straight up, thank you very much. Whether it's good, bad, or ugly, appreciate it. Thank you very much. I don't have to figure out what kind of angle someone's coming at me with. But people like the Bushes, who are Christians, whatever that looks like with them, they're evil, okay? And they have done so much harm to people. It's unbelievable, including the 9/11 families, including a lot of families over in the Middle East and North Africa. These people, again, man, they are just evil people. They really are. And they were one of the biggest supporters of the Saudis. Go look at it. I put it in one of my books, God's Fishermen, Satan's Hunters. It's a free ebook online, so you can go to my website and get it's a free ebook. God's Fishermen, Satan's Hunters. I go through all these stats about these American presidents who are just traitors, and the Bush family is part of those traitors. Okay, I mean, they've received billions of dollars. I think it's 1.476 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Think about it, with a B, like a boy, billion. Okay, that's a lot of money, isn't it? Okay, and you don't think the Saudis get some kind of return on that investment? I mean, come on now. I mean, that is a lot of money to be thrown around for no return on your investment, okay? And I can assure you they've received their return on their investment, 9/11, and many other things, okay? So again, yeah, the lobbyists, go look up Prince Bandor, okay? Bandor, Bandar, Bandar. Yeah, Prince Bandar. He was a Saudi in the Saudi kingship, but also a politician in the Bush White House. So you tell me. You tell me. The 9/11 families have proof Saudi Arabia was behind 9/11 and George Bush and the Bush family. Yes. So the Bush family and Saudi Arabia, like I always say, like peanut butter and jelly. Okay. They are together. You can go read about it. There's people who've written books on it. I mean, these people are evil. Okay. And they have caused a lot of harm to the citizens of America and also the citizens of the Middle East, is the Bush family, the Bush crime family, I should say. Daniel 7:24. And the 10 horns out of his kingdom are 10 kings that will arise. Check this out. And another horn shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue how many kings? The whole world? Nope. 10 kings? Nope. 7? No. 3 kings. Only 3. Only 3, everybody. So when someone says the antichrist rules the whole world, say, what about Daniel 7:24? I thought he conquered only 3 kings. And Jordan and Ammon gets away from him. How could he control the whole world? If Daniel says he only controls or conquers 3 kings, and Jordan gets away from him. So he doesn't even control the Middle East. How does he control the whole world? I mean, some of these things that goes around, but we have to read. Okay, I would have known that unless I read Daniel 7 multiple times and spent a lot of time with it. You know, we have to read these things and spend a lot of time with them to understand how to not debate, but just clear all the nonsense out of the room. Okay. And thank you, James, for clearing the nonsense out of the room, because it shows you right there that only 3 kings this guy conquers, not the whole world. Okay. After them means 10 nations fall and turn into 4 regions. From the 4 regions, a little horn arises. Okay, William Rick Walter, most definitely will keep you and the kids in prayer. Okay, so that's the gentleman who asked for prayer. Here is Mr. William Rick Walker. Most definitely we will keep you and the kids in prayer, being lifted up in real time. Amen and amen and amen. Thank you, Evan. Shalom. This is beautiful. Iron Clay, Romans 9:13, which is a plagiarism of Malachi 1. Okay, Paul just plagiarized it and quoted it. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau I've hated. Okay, we got to understand Esau. He didn't say I hate Germany, I hate Rome, I hate Esau forever. I hate Amalek forever. Okay, generational war forever with Amalek. You know, so we got to understand the language that he presents in the Bible, like Iron Clay has. This is the venom against these people. Okay, he hates Esau. Okay, he hates Amalek and all the people that have come against the children of Israel. And Esau, amen, is still trying to kill his brother Jacob. You know, one of the weirdest dynamics in the world is this: is Israel. Jordan controls the Temple Mount, and Israel polices it. I mean, secures it. I mean, isn't that the weirdest thing? 2 brothers. Remember, 2 brothers. The brother who is the evil brother is the one who controls the Temple Mount, Jordan, Esau, and the one who's the good brother at the end is the one who just secures it. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that really interesting that it's a brother affair? Okay, I don't see a Catholic church on that Temple Mount. I don't see a Russian Orthodox church on that Temple Mount. I don't see a Chinese Buddhist temple or whatever they worship on that Temple Mount. What I see on that Temple Mount is a mosque. Not only 1 mosque, but 2 mosques. 1 for show and 1 for worship. Okay, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So that tells me everything that I need to know what the end of the age battle is. There's not a church on there. There's not any of that on there. A Buddhist temple. There's not a Hindu temple. There is a mosque on there. Okay, that should tell everybody just with that. There's so many confirmations of what the war is about. There's your physical eye-proof war. Okay, go look at the Temple Mount, the holiest piece of real estate on the face of the earth. You tell me who has the problem with that. Do you think the churches do? Do you think the Orthodox Russian church does? I don't think so. Do you think the Buddhist temples do? I don't think so. The Hindu temples? No. The Baptists? No. Methodists? No. Islam. Okay, it's very clear. I mean, we just have to open our eyes and look in real time of what's going on. And that's what gives me so much frustration with prophecy teachers out there is look with your eyes. Look at the Middle East. It's right there in front of us. I mean, if we can't see it now, I'm not sure people are not going to be undeceived, okay? But goodness gracious, it's right there in front of our eyes. Everywhere you want to look, it's about Islam wanting to dominate not only Israel, but the world, everybody. I mean, they want to dominate America, and they're gaining pretty good ground on that, by the way. When you look at the elections and you look at the state governments and how many Islamists are being elected, how many Muslims are being elected. I love the Muslim people. It's not about the Muslim people. It's about the religion they worship, okay? In Islam, I've said it before. I've talked about Islam. I don't talk about the people. I talk about the religion. Islam is evil, okay? And it takes no back seat to any other religion or any other political field. The Great Commission would tell everybody that as well. He has more research on that than I do. But the bottom line is, that's the facts. And if the Americans can't wake up and see that, go to Europe or go ask anybody in Europe, or if anybody's on Europe right now that lives in London or lives in Germany or lives in Sweden or lives in France, lives in Spain or whatever, please opine and you tell me how Europe has changed through Islam in the last 10 years. And I think that would be a very interesting conversation if we have any Europeans on here who are experiencing that in the countries they live. I know some people on here, I don't know if they're experiencing that in their country. Their countries aren't, I don't know how to say this, their countries aren't the superpowers of Europe, France, Germany, London, Spain, whatever. They might be in smaller countries, but Islam has definitely had its way with the European countries. Kilcal, shalom to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you as always. We hope you are having a wonderful week. Esau, the ancient hatred for his brother Jacob, all of Ezekiel 35. Shalom to you, and thank you so much for joining us. As always, great to see you, and we hope all is well in Estonia. Amen. That birthright also led to Melchizedek priesthood too. This is very good. And again, this should tell us all that we need to know, right? I mean, Rebecca had two nations in her womb and they were fighting in her womb. That should tell us everything that we need to know about the Abrahamic covenant. First of all, through Isaac and Ishmael with the divide with those guys. Isaac was the chosen one. Ishmael was not. And then Rebecca had two nations in her womb. Jacob was the right one, or the inherited one. And then Esau was not the one who was going to have the Abrahamic covenant go through his lineage. That should tell us, that's what I'm talking about, Ironclad. This right here, my friend, is if we understand Torah, if we understand the Abrahamic covenant, this is an easy conversation to have about the end of the age. Who's it about, Islam or Europe? And it's really non-debatable, because you see it right here, two nations in your womb, Esau and Jacob. And we saw what he thinks about Esau. He's going to judge him. Amalek is a kinsman of Esau. Okay, they're kinsmen. Okay, Amalek is from the lineage of Esau. I think it was his grandson, if I'm not mistaken. Amalek was Esau's grandson. So we have to understand all of these things to understand that it is a family affair. It is a brotherly affair. And that's all that it is. It's about brothers who are fighting over the deed to the land. Okay, it's kind of like if anybody has a father out there who's wealthy, has two sons, the father passes away, and the two sons fight each other for the inheritance. That's all that it is. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Okay, it's really that simple. It's a family, Abraham, who has the covenant, Ishmael and Isaac. It's Isaac and Jacob, Ishmael and Esau. The Islamist thinks it's Ishmael and Esau. We believe it's, the Bible says, God said it is Jacob and Isaac and Jacob. So there's the difference in the two. But if we understand that, there's your war right there in a very quick understanding without 6 hours of video. I can explain it very quickly. Thanks to Ironclad. This is a family affair between Ishmael and Isaac, between Jacob and Esau. That is it. That is it. And then that's it. And then you can go to the next topic, because that will resonate all throughout the Holy Bible. And again, we can't make it larger than it already is. It's two brothers who hate each other, or really don't hate each other. Really, Esau hates Jacob. Jacob doesn't hate Esau. Even to this day, the Israelis love Jordan and the Jordanians. Okay, but the Jordanians do not love the Israelis. Okay, so it's only a one-sided love and then only a one-sided hate. But the God of Israel does hate Esau, Edom. And so it's really that simple. And I'm thankful that he mentioned that he or she, I'm sorry, that mentioned this, that it's very cool that it goes back into that, because I try to remember that all the time because it makes it easy to understand. But what does he say about Esau and Jacob? What does Isaac prophesy about those two? At the end of the age, when your brother breaks his yoke, when he gets restless and he breaks his yoke over your neck, you tell me that's at the end of the age. That's not Rome. That's Esau. He's going to break the yoke. Okay. We've got to understand it in its simplest form. And I thank you, Iron Clay, for making it that simple, because it really is that simple. It's a family affair of a deed to the land and an inheritance of the land that these people are fighting over. Okay. The Israelis, the Jewish people, against the Islamists. Okay. Because of the heritage of the nations. Okay. Abraham didn't have someone who went to Rome. Okay. Isaac didn't have someone who went to Germany. Okay. No, it's a Middle Eastern family affair. Excuse me. Of the deed to the land. Okay. That's all that it is. It doesn't have to do with anybody else other than the people who were made the covenant and the people who were spurned the covenant. Okay. I say it like that because Ishmael did not receive the inheritance. Esau did not receive the inheritance. So they are spurned about that, and they're mad about that. Okay. And they believe that the firstborn should receive the inheritance, right? What Esau was the firstborn and Ishmael was the firstborn. But God said that Jacob is the lineage, that Isaac is the lineage, not Ishmael and not Esau. There's your war. Thank you very much, Iron Clay, for that, because it makes it very, very simple. That's what the war is about, is Ishmael and Esau coming against Isaac and Jacob for the deed to the land. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much. Amen. The number 12 is associated with the perfection of order and government. Amen to that. All right. A good comment. One must be king, priest, and firstborn. It was the reason Jacob wanted that firstborn right as well, because he was the secondborn. So makes sense. Well, you're very welcome, man. I like this guy. Well, I love you too, and I don't get mad at me when I chat. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm very passionate. I'm sure you're very passionate as well. I've got a lot of great zeal. I'm sure you do as well. And I try to harness that zeal and to understand that, hey, I don't know it all either. You know, none of us know it all. So that's why we do the chats. If you're, I think you've been with us a couple of times, but on this, we like to not challenge each other, but we just talk about everything and everybody's opinion. And then we try to get to the truth of that opinion. And sometimes I'm wrong, sometimes I'm right. Okay. And it doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. It just matters if we get to the truth of the matter. All right. So that's the way that I personally look at it. And I hope everybody on here will say that as well. As I do have convictions. I do have a lot of zeal with the commandments of God. But when we get the feast days, the covenants, the calendar, that's to me non-debatable for sure. And I've got a lot of zeal about that. But at the same time, when we deal with prophecy, we've got to be a little bit careful with not being so dogmatic, okay? Because it's never going to look exactly how any of us want it to look, okay? With our interpretation of the scriptures, there's always going to be a little bit of, we have to conform to the way it is in reality. And we might have the overall understanding of it, but we might have a curveball. So that's just the way I look at prophecy. I do have my opinions about prophecy as well, but I try my best to be open to people when they come with different ideas that are not concrete in the book. Okay, if it's not very concrete, then of course we need to be open to it because we might not have the right interpretation. So I appreciate that, and I hope I'm like that as well. I hope I am like that. I do have a temperament, of course, my personality. I do have a high, how can I say this? Very intense, about the best way to say it. But at the same time, I try not to let that blind me with not hearing people or what they have to say. So that's why we do the chats, because everybody has an opinion, and I think everybody's opinion is accountable for that. I think everybody should be heard, because again, it could edify me, and I have been edified many times through these chats. That's one of the reasons I personally do them personally, to tell you guys, is because a lot of you guys do edify me, either confirming or correction. I've been corrected as well, on this on the channel, and I'm sure I'll be corrected in the future as well. I hope so, because I don't know it all, or not even close to knowing it all. So thank you very much for that, and back at you. And I do like your handle as well, Iron Clay. I need to get some of you guys to start doing my handle, okay? Not Faith. I like Faithful Performance, okay? I think that's great, but my other handles, if you will, because you guys come up with some pretty cool ones, But thank you so much for that. Yep. Thank you, Great Commission. Iron Clay, we not like that here. It's good to discuss scriptures in the right way. We love Brother Chad, and I love you too, Great Commission. And it was great to see you in person the other day as well. And I missed that time. We were all together. Last couple of weekends, I'm like, man, I missed that time. We were together up in Tennessee, but hopefully future times. But I love you too, man, and I love everybody on the channel and mankind in general. We gotta have more love to people, right? We gotta love people. I was thinking about that today. I was in the grocery store today, and one of my least favorite places to be, by the way, is the grocery store. But anyhow, I was going into the grocery store for a couple of items, and I was just thinking, because I try to be polite, try to be nice to everybody. Hey, how you doing? I try to be that way to everybody. Just be nice, and polite. You never know what people are going through, and people just aren't that way anymore. Even in the South, where people think the South has all the manners and stuff like this, even in the South, people are just rude these days. They don't care. Even when you go to a service grocery store or something, you don't get the service. You don't get, hey, how you doing today? I did today from the cashier. Okay, she was great, but a lot of people, a lot of people are hurting these days. A lot of people are having in bad situations. So I try to understand that, but I try to bring that to people. Again, you can always you never know what you can do to somebody. You never know what someone's dealing with in life, and you never know what a smile can do. You never know what a hello can do. How you doing? You got a beautiful, suit on to a guy. You got a beautiful dress on to whatever. And that's not to pick up on them or nothing like that. Just to be nice. Hey, I like it, whatever. So it goes a long way, man. And I think we need to have that. I know I need to do a better job of that as well, to be more understanding of that, more in the now, so to speak, because I have a lot going on in my mind sometimes with a business, during work hours, but also with all this other stuff in the world. Sometimes I can get kind of drifted off, away, and not realize that, not that I'm rude, but I'm not as attentive as I need to be to a person. So I try to do better at that, because you never know what you can do to help someone get through a day, get through a tough situation, or whatever it may be. So thank you for the kind words, Great Commission, and also Iron Clay, and back at you guys, and back at everybody here. I tell somebody this, and I'm not sure how many people keep up with the channel that is on here right now at 2:00 in the morning. Man, it's already 2:00 in the morning. Goodness gracious. All right. I didn't realize it was 2:00 in the morning. You see what I'm saying? So anyhow, thank you guys. I love you guys. And I appreciate everybody on here and your kind words. All right. Man, I can't believe it's 2:00. It is Monday, right? Yeah. So yeah, I've got to rock and roll tomorrow. So I'm going to try to get through the comments, but I do have to work tomorrow. But let me see if I can breeze through these things. I've been too chatty, so to speak. I need to be reading comments instead of blabbing. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Apollyon, to indwell the beast after he gets killed by the sword, but yet lives, the beast that was and is not, but yet is. Okay, the house of Saud fought the Ottomans and drove them out of Mecca and Medina. Isn't that interesting? And very true. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, during the Battle of Tyre, Lebanon, during Alexander the Great, he used the ships from Cyprus to defeat them. They had to overtake a fortified island there. It took months to break through the walls. There we go, and something to look out for, the Battle of Tyre. Isn't that right, James? The Battle of Tyre. Okay, yes. Are you familiar with the preterist view of Revelation? I am, but let me, my phone's dead. But yes, I am. But please, someone, please remind me. I get sometimes confused with all these terms that people throw out, all these things. Please remind me what the preterist is. They don't believe in the millennial kingdom. Is that right? Is that what a preterist is? Please remind me of what that is. But I think that's what it is they don't believe in the millennial kingdom, or there's something like that. If someone could opine, then I could come back to Jew Girl 369. And shalom to you, Jew Girl 369. Thank you so much for joining us. I believe it's maybe your first time joining us, so thank you so much. We love the Jewish people and we love Israel. Okay, of course we do. And that's why I saw this right here. Israel Kai. And so we stand with you. And I'm not sure if you live in Israel or if you're in the States or wherever you may be, but we are praying for your people, the Jewish people, who are our people as well. And we're praying for the hostages to be returned safely. And we're praying for the government to do the right thing. So thank you so much again for joining us. And I hope to see you again here soon. But if somebody could tell me what this is, I can get back to the preterist view, or if I could look it up, but my phone's dead. But I think that's the view that they have. I think so. I know this Jew Girl 369 might not be online now because it's a she, obviously, Jew Girl 369. She wrote the chat at 11:22, so about an hour and a half ago. So I'm not sure if she's still on here. Especially, it's not a teaching; it was more just comments. Excuse me, 1 minute. But I believe that's what the preterist view is the preterist view of Revelation is there's no millennial kingdom. I think that's what they believe. But if someone can correct me, I'll come back and I'll answer that. Okay, yeah, but I think, I'm not sure. I think Isaiah 53 is talking about a blue-eyed white guy from Nazareth they think is Messiah. Oh, yeah, but she's saying the Christians think Isaiah 53 is talking about their blue-eyed white guy from Nazareth they think is Messiah. I personally don't believe that. I believe it's talking about a Jewish messianic guy from Nazareth named Yeshua HaMashiach. I don't think it's talking about a blue-eyed white guy from Sweden, okay, or from wherever. It's talking about a Jewish guy from Nazareth who is the Messiah, who paid for all of our sins in Isaiah 53. There's no way that the nation could do what Isaiah 53 says. Only an individual could do that. Not a nation could do that. When you look at the criteria of Isaiah 53, whether it's a nation or an individual. And for those who aren't familiar with the debate on Isaiah 53, is the Jewish people, the Orthodox, they believe that it is talking about the nation who pays for the sins of the nation, if you can somehow get down with that. Or our side, we believe that it's Yeshua, the personal person who does that for the nation of Israel and for all of us. So that's the differences in the Orthodox and the Messianic, if you will. The Orthodox believe it's the nation of Isaiah 53. Messianic, myself included, believe it's Yeshua that is talking about to pay the penalty for those things in Isaiah 53 that only an individual could do, not a nation. A nation is not a savior, only an individual could be. So that's really another point to think about is the nation could not be a savior. Okay, an individual is a savior, a king, a Messiah is a savior. And also Psalms 22 goes into what Yeshua said when he was on the cross. My God, why have you forsaken me? And as you know, being Jewish, that is a direct reference to the first two sentences, if you will, or first sentence in Psalms 22. So he wasn't saying that God forsaken him. He was trying to tell the Jewish people of the time and the Jewish people of today and the Christian mankind of today that he is the chosen Messiah, according to Psalm 22, that he was crucified for all of us. If you read Psalm 22, that's what he was saying. My God, why have you forsaken me? Please go read Psalm 22, Jewish people. Please go read Psalm 22, Christians. Please go read Psalm 22, mankind. That's who it's talking about. It's talking about Yeshua, and that's the reason he quoted what he quoted. And I know that the Jewish people know this, but back in his day, Yeshua's day and the prophet's day or whatever, whenever someone quoted the first line of a passage, then they would understood the reference of the passage. Okay, it's kind of like The Lord's Prayer, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. I think everybody would say, okay, Chad, that's the Lord's Prayer. Yes. How about Psalms 23? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. You would go to Psalm 23. So that's the same thing with Yeshua. What he did on the cross is he was trying to get the people in his last few moments before he was crucified and then 3 days later resurrected. He wanted the people to understand one last time, go to Psalms 22, and it is I who I am talking about with my God, why have you forsaken me? So I don't know if many people know that, but that's why he said it, is to get the Jewish people to go read Psalm 22 to confirm that he is the Messiah at that time. That's the reason he said it. He didn't say it because God forsook him. Of course not. God ordained that through Passover before the foundation of the world. Messiah was going to do that for all of mankind. Okay, that's what Passover is about. It's about the salvation of mankind. Okay, so it's pretty amazing when you look at it. So I hope, I'm not sure if Jew Girl 369 is still on here, but I hope that helps to give some kind of provocation to go back and read Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53 and maybe a different lens and see how the Holy Spirit leads you. And amen. Israel Kai. Amen and amen and amen. Okay, where did the 2 trillion go that the Pentagon said that went missing one day before 9/11? I'll give you a couple guesses, but you'll only need one, Iron Clay. And, you've got it. Okay, so yeah, goodness. Yeah, and it's not in the hands of the needy, that's for sure. That's for sure. These people, I'll tell you. There we go. Yeah, correct. The antichrist will not rule the entire world. He doesn't even rule Jordan in the biblical world, but you're exactly right on that. Yep, this is a great point. Love it. I mentioned this the other day to someone, because some of these people, they'll be like, well, America's going to be destroyed. You got to leave America. And there's some people who have left America, because these prophecy teachers who are saying America is going to be wiped off the map, destroyed. And he makes a great point here. I told this to someone the other day that Abraham, if he could have found 10 people in Sodom and Gomorrah, or if the Lord could have found 10 people that were righteous, he would not have destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. And for him to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, we should understand how evil those two cities were. For him to have destroyed it, they must have been very evil. And then for him to say, if I can find 10 people, I won't destroy it, that should tell us everything that we need to know, how wicked Sodom and Gomorrah was, that as long as we have 10 righteous people in America, we should not be destroyed like Sodom and Gomorrah, basically is the way that I look at it. Okay. And I hope we've got 11 people online plus me. I don't know if I'm included in that 11. So we've got 10. So hopefully all of us are righteous enough that the Lord would not destroy America. So that's the argument that I use with people. I'm like, well, man, if he told Abraham, if he could find 10 people with Sodom and Gomorrah, hopefully we're not to that level yet. I hope not to Sodom and Gomorrah's level. Because it was just pure wickedness in every form, every fashion, just true wickedness. So I hope we're not that bad. Okay. So again, there's always hope with the Lord. We got to remember we do have children. We do have grandchildren. We do have nieces. We do have nephews. What about them? I mean, we're proclaiming judgment on them, destruction upon them. If we're not here or whatever, I mean, I think that's very irresponsible for believers who live in America or really any country to say that they're just going to be destroyed. Okay. And hey, we might be destroyed, but goodness gracious, let's be optimistic that we can be the salt and the light and one person at a time, and that God looks his favor on that. Okay. And if we have 50 or 100 or whatever, and of course there's there's millions of people in America who love God, and love the Lord. So I just don't see the attitude of people saying that, I just don't see the attitude of people saying that. Do I think we're going to be judged? Of course. We're going to be judged tremendously. But I do think there's restoration. I do think there's redemption once that judgment passes. if we repent, if we come back to the Lord. So that's just my hope. I love America. I know sometimes it might not seem that way, but I love America to say those kind of things because America needs some tough love. We need some self-accountability, national accountability, for sure. And, for us to turn this thing around. And I think we can. Louisiana, there's a hope out there for Louisiana. Look at Louisiana, the 10 Commandments. That is a huge deal. How much airplay is that getting in the media? Zero. Okay. How much airplay is that getting anywhere? Zero. Because people don't care. I think that is monumental. I think that is a great spark that could ignite a movement to put the 10 Commandments back in the courthouse and teach them in school. Because if you take the 10 Commandments and prayer out of school, look what's replaced that. Okay, something's going to replace it. Okay, if you take God out, there's going to be another God that comes in. I can promise you that. If you don't have the God of Israel, that's just common sense. And that's what's happening. Our children are being indoctrinated with some very, very bad stuff. And we've got to turn it around sometime, or it will not be turned around. Okay, so I have hope for America. I do believe judgment's coming tremendously on this nation, of course. But in a way, I receive that because if it's not for judgment, this country will not turn back. Okay, people turn back when their finances are tight, when their health, everything like that, health, whatever. That's when people come back to the Lord. So hopefully we won't get to that. But again, finances, the situation with the country, he will let all these things happen to rattle our cages in our heart and in our mind to turn back to him. And then he will relent, and he might leave a blessing behind, like Joel 2 says. I mean, that's what the hope is he leaves a blessing behind once we get through this stuff. But my hope is not for America to be destroyed, because I love people and I love my family and my friends and their kids and nephews and nieces, whatever. My hope is restoration. I do think we're going to be judged tremendously. I think this country is going to go through something that it has never seen. Personally, that's what I think. Okay, if we don't repent and if we don't turn it around economically, this country will go through the Great Depression. Will look like a Swedish massage compared to what's coming in the future if we don't do it. Why is that? It's because of what these people have done in Washington, D.C., the Fed and the politicians. They should have let the banks fail in 2008. Yes, they should have let the banks fail, because the free markets would have taken over the banks, and the free markets would have worked all of these things out in a couple of years. It would have been a rough couple of years for sure, but the free markets would have worked all of this out. You get the government involved, you've got a disaster on your hands. Go look at the Roman Empire. Get the government involved. Look what happens. The government's involved, and look what happened. Okay, they bailed out the banks, and now we're $35 trillion in debt because of wars, endless wars, war on terror, and then the housing market, and then the economics of our country, because you just can't keep printing money left and right, fake money. I say this all the time, and I'm sure this is going to offend a few people out there, but it's definitely is true, is the American dollar is the biggest lie that's ever been printed. If you ever think about that, it's the biggest lie that's ever been printed. Please do your own research and get back with me on that. But the American dollar is the biggest lie that's ever been printed because of what we're seeing now. And it's going to take down the global economy. The American dollar will take down the American or the global economy, including America, because of what our economics have been. If you and I are in a business, if you and I have a business and we do not run that effectively and efficiently, then we go bankrupt, right? Or we close our doors, right? I mean, that's the way it should be. If you don't run it right, you close your doors, bankrupt, whatever, that's just the way it is. Well, they did not do that with the banks. They should have let the banks fail. Okay. And again, 2 or 3 years, 4 years, rough. Okay. Whatever. But we would be in better position now if we would allow that to happen. They did not. We've printed 20-something trillion dollars since that time. Okay. And look at our housing market. Look at our economy. Look at our inflation. Look at our credit card debt. You tell me, was that a wise choice? And guess what? These banks, you're about to see banks fall like flies, okay? You're about to see regional banks close. You're about to see smaller banks close because they're trying to conglomerate it into 5 big national banks. And those banks are going to fail, okay? We've got to understand all we've done was put a big old Band-Aid on this debt, and we've added more debt and added more debt and added more debt. Well, my friends, that's called a bubble. and they keep blowing into that bubble, that balloon. They keep blowing it in, printing money, and eventually, you guys know what happens. It's going to pop. Okay, and we're close to that. I can't. A lot of people are scratching their heads on how they're still holding this up. Okay, a lot of people have theories out there because of the election, because of whatever. Who cares? Whatever it may be. One day, the accounts are going to be due, and 2 + 2 will not equal 4. 1 + 1 will not equal 2. Okay, you will be in the negative, and it will be, there is no kicking the can down the road after that. Have you seen lately that Japan has just been selling off the American treasuries? Okay, the bonds. China has been selling off their, I mean, no one wants our stuff, everybody. No one wants our debt. Who wants our debt? I wouldn't. Would you want America's debt? It's a never-ending hole of disaster. And people are seeing that right now. Please do your own research. That's why people are getting their money away from America. That's why countries are going against the dollar. They're going into BRICS. Everybody can see the writing on the wall. Daniel 5. Everybody can see this with America, that it is a sinking ship. I'm not trying to be negative. This is reality. We're in a sinking ship right now. We need to throw out the extra stuff, and they're not going to do that. The politicians are not going to cut the expenses that are taking our country down the toilet, okay? And that's the facts. We're bringing in about $4 trillion a year. $4 trillion a year. That's a lot of money. And we're spending $6 trillion a year. So we're negative $2 trillion on the balance sheet. You tell me, can you run a business negative $2 trillion? No. Can I run a business negative $2 trillion? No. So that's where we are, everybody. We're negative $2 trillion a year. We're adding $1 trillion of debt every 100 days. We've got $2 trillion in credit card debt as Americans. We've got $35 trillion in debt. So you tell me why there should be concern about where this economy is going, because where it's going is not in a good place if we don't wise up and get smart. And we better hope these people, we better pray that Joe Biden gets lucky, just gets lucky and makes the right decision about Russia and about China and about everyone else, because everybody is taking a piece of America's behind right now at free cost. It's open season. Come and get it. Okay, we're open for business in the bad way. Okay, come on in the border, come on in, bad trade deals, come on in, just take it. And you know who they're taking it from is you, and they're taking it from me and every other 330 million taxpayers of this country. And until the taxpayers say, no mas, no mas, no more tax money, no mas, until y'all get this corrected, it won't get corrected. Okay, because we've got to hold the purse from these people, and then you start seeing results. If you hold the money, you start seeing results. I'm not trying to tell people not to pay you taxes, pay you taxes. I'm just saying, until the American people get sick of being taxed to death, okay, by these politicians who are supporting abortion and homosexuality and going across seas with all this demonic agenda, okay, we're never going to get right. You tell me if we're going to get right when our leaders are spreading homosexuality and transgenderism. That's never going to go well with the Almighty God, okay, who hates homosexuality, who hates transgenderism. Okay, everybody knows this. I'm preaching to the choir. But until we make that decision, you're only going to see rougher times. We're seeing it in the real estate business right now. Inventory is at its max. I'm in the state of Florida, and Florida looks like 2008 all over again is coming, because prices are sky high. Insurance costs are through the roof. I mean, guys, this is everywhere, and it is what it is. I've been in real estate since 2001. So I've been through the good and the bad and the ugly and whatever, and it's all fine. But the bottom line is people don't realize what's coming. It's coming quicker than people say. Have you ever seen the movie The Big Short? It's a real estate movie about the crash of 2008. One of the major points that I took out of that, or a lot of them, of course, but one of the major points I took out of that movie is the guys who bet against the market, who bet against the stock market, and they won, were the guys who just looked around. And that's what they said in the movie. We just looked around. We looked around and saw what was going on. And that's the thing is, you know what people are doing today? Oh, what was that? Hang on. Facebook. I got to reply back. That's what people are doing today is they're on these phones all the time. They have no idea what is going on in the world, because they're on Facebook and Instagram and all these things and Snapchat and all these, and that's fine, do your thing. But at the same time, understand what's going on in the world. Understand what's going on in America. I could care less about social media. I want to know what's going on in the world, in America. I want to know about the economy, the economics, Israel, the Middle East, geopolitics. That's where I want to be, because guess what? We're in that time. We're in that time right now. We've got to be in that, okay? Or one will be caught as a thief in the night if one is just in la la land when all the prophecies are being fulfilled right now. So I hope to encourage you to really take it a notch up. Let's get a little bit more engaged in the process than we already are, and get a little attuned to the biblical prophecies a little bit more, because what you are witnessing and what I am witnessing, man, Jeremiah would have loved to have lived in these days. Ezekiel would have loved to live in these days. Daniel would love to have lived in these days to see these prophecies come to fulfillment of what they wrote 2,500 years ago. 2,500 years ago, 3,500 years ago, Moses. That's amazing. And to see these things going down, man, just like Mr. T said, everybody knows who Mr. T is, right? I pity the fool. I pity the fool is what I've got to say. And I mean that in love to everybody, but I pity the fool, like Mr. T says, for those who are not keeping up with these things, because you are missing, or not you, but someone would be missing the greatest show since the first coming events. And it's called the second coming events. We're not there yet, but someone would be missing just the journey to these beautiful things. And he wants us to be engaged in the process. Like, I couldn't imagine my life without looking at all these things. Like, this is what life is. I mean, life is about the Lord. Life is about the scriptures. Life is about the prophecies. Life is about the feast days. That's what life is. We've got to get accustomed to that, because guess what? In the millennial kingdom, you don't think we're going to be doing feast days and new moons and Sabbaths and all of these beautiful things. It's going to be just about the Lord only. And I know we all have occupations and things like that, but we still have to be engaged in this process. And again, I pity the fool. I mean that in love. I really do. I mean it kind of funny, but as Mr. T, but I do pity the fool, who does not understand these things. And I was a fool at one time. And that's why I do what I do, because the times are nigh. And I don't want people to be like I was. The people to be fooled, the people be indoctrinated, the people be tricked into all these things that it's just nonsense. It's just not biblical whatsoever. And it goes into the calendar, the feast days, the covenants, and the prophecies. It really does. All four things. It's just nonsense that's going on. And it's like, man, who's wrestling with these things? Who's really wrestling with it and challenging the status quo? Because the status quo is going to be caught as a thief in the night. The status quo is the wide gate. Okay, the status quo is not the narrow gate. The narrow gate are the sons of Issachar. The narrow gate is the Daniels, the Issachars, the King Davids, who loves the Torah, who loves the prophets, who wants to understand these men, these great men of God, and what they had to say about the day of the Lord, the testimony of the biblical prophets. I mean, who in the world would not want to understand what these great men of God had to say? Okay, not only just to the Jewish people, it's to the world. Remember, Jeremiah is a prophet to the world, okay, to the nations is what God ordained him to be. How many people are living, or how many people are reading Jeremiah? How many people are reading that beautiful prophet Daniel, Ezekiel, Malachi, Micah? Not too many, not too many. Very beautiful. Yep. Just the biblical world. Let's see. And then, just like he says, here's my opinion, but guess what? I'm keeping all my options open. I have an open mind. And that's the right attitude to have. I mean, I have my convictions just like Iron Clay does. But again, hey, if Iron Clay says something, I'm going to read it and see, hey, if it calculates, or I need to go research or whatever. So we have to be open to that, just like he's saying, or we will be kind of very, I think, deceived in a way if we don't keep it open, even though we have convictions. I mean, I talk to a lot of people on the phone, about prophecy and stuff, and we'll talk for hours. And again, we might be tracking on every single aspect of prophecy, but overall, we're getting to the same place in the same region with the same countries, even though we might look at it a little bit different. And that's okay. That's why we talk about it, and that's why we do it. So I love that. That's the right heart posture for me, for Iron Clay, and for really all of us, is to have an open mind to listen to what someone's saying, even if we disagree with it, And prophecy is what I'm talking about, really. The feast days and the covenants and the calendar, that's really dogmatic stuff. That's really no compromise whatsoever, is the calendar, the feast days, and the covenants. When I say what I'm saying is prophecy, because prophecy, we have to be open a little bit just because it's prophecy. And we got to be very careful, with being dogmatic. You said it, my friend. You said it. The Bushes are Nazis, okay? I'm just quoting Iron Clay. So you said it. I get in enough trouble with some of these comments I make about the Bushes and Obamas and everybody else. Excuse me. And that is exactly right. Bandar Bush. That is exactly right. That is for sure. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. I don't even know who when I say this, it's not that I don't like either one of them, because like I said, they're just political figures and that's who they are. I don't love them. I don't hate them. They are who they are. But, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, who don't I like more? Do I don't like Bush more than Obama, or Obama more than Bush? Because they're both about the same. Okay. To me, they are the same. Okay. Both of them are evil people that's done a lot of harm to the Middle East and North Africa and the citizens in the world, including the American citizens, including the American soldiers. You know how many soldiers we've lost across seas for what? We were in Afghanistan since 2003, and we come back and the Taliban's still in control, and we left $85 billion in equipment and countless numbers of lives that didn't come back. Some of them did come back with PTSD and lost limbs. That's why I have the problem. That's why I have the problem, is we're sending our young men and women across seas. Some of them are 18, some of them are 19. Some of them don't have a choice but to do the military to get the education and insurance and all these things. So you better believe I have a big problem with the United States government for using these people who are great people, our finest people who put their lives on the line, to be used as a bunch of pawns for proxy wars and money and gold and oil and all this stuff. I've got a huge problem with that. I mean, a major problem with that. And I always will, because why wouldn't I? I mean, these people are innocent people, and they're just taking orders to do what they're supposed to do for proxy wars. And again, they're the ones who has to live with these things that they've witnessed over in Iraq and Libya and Syria and Afghanistan and all that. What I say we should do is we should take all the politicians and put them over there in Afghanistan, is what I personally think. And I'm being very serious. Put them out there, or put their sons and daughters out on the front line, is what I think. Okay, instead of your daughter, instead of your son or your nephew or your niece, or my nephew or my niece or my son or my daughter, let's put their sons and daughters out on the front lines. Let's put them on the front lines, since they want to go to war so many times and just throw these people out in bad situations. How about that? Luckily, a lot of my friends, or all the friends that I do know, they did come back. All of the friends that I did know that went over there, they did come back, but they come back different. Again, I've got a huge problem. So whenever I talk about this, just come to know that it's for the soldiers, it's for their families, it's for the citizens of the world, and not for the United States government, who is, again, the biggest threat to mankind on the face of this earth. It's not any terrorist, it's the United States government who forms the terrorist cells, who gives them weapons. Who is the problem? Is the U.S. politicians is the problem, both Republican and Democrat. All right, Genesis 36:8, thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. Esau is Saudi Arabia, not Jordan. It is important to understand that we understand that Jordan are Moab and Ammon, the children of Lot. Okay, this right here, can anybody read this right off the top of your head? It says Shabbat Shalom in the Hebrew. Okay, and Trax his mic. I think if I said that right, thank you so much. Shalom to you, man. Thank you so much for joining us, and I love it. I think he comes on here and he does post this. I think I remember his handle, but Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, if you know the Hebrew from right to left. The Shah is this menorah looking thing, this W looking thing. That's shin. That's the sheen. Some people call it the shin. Bat. Okay, well, he actually put shalom, shalom. I'm sorry. So it's shalom, shalom. It's that's the lamed. Okay, the second letter from the right is the L, the one that sticks up. And then you have the vav, and then you have the mem, which is the m, which is shalom, shalom. SH is the W, L is the one that looks, that's higher up. The vav and the last letter is the mem. Okay, so that's shalom twice, shalom, shalom. And shalom, shalom to you, my friend. Thank you so much for the Hebrew lesson of today. Thank you so much. And I love trying to read it once we know the letters. So thank you so much for joining us. We hope all is well. Okay, there we go. I knew someone could help me with this. Preterism is all prophecy in the Bible is already been fulfilled. That's right. So they don't believe in the millennial kingdom. Everything's been fulfilled, which interesting. I'll just say it like that. Very interesting. Okay, the preterist interpretation of Scripture regards the book of Revelation as a symbolic picture of first century conflicts, not a description of what will occur in the end of times. Good night. The term preterism comes from the Latin preter, meaning past. Thus, preterism is the view that the biblical prophecies concerning the end times have already been fulfilled in the past. Well, I guess we're living in eternity right now. If they've all been fulfilled, and I guess the millennial kingdom's already done, I guess we're in eternity. Good night. Good night. Exactly. Not that there's anything wrong with blue eyes, man. I think the Great Commission has blue eyes, right, Anthony? All right. Edom equates primarily with the southern parts of modern-day Jordan and Israel around the Seir mountain range that runs between the Red Sea portion of Aqaba up the bottom of the Dead Sea. Okay, Galatians 4:25. For this, Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, which now is in bondage with her children. Okay, let's see. James, when countries sell off their debt, bonds and treasuries, that money comes back home and hyperinflates our economy. If 40 countries sell off their debt, the dollar will cease to be the global currency. And that's what Japan is starting to do. That's what China's starting to do, is sell off the treasuries. Okay, they don't want the treasuries. Okay, they want to get rid of them. They can see the writing on the wall. Everybody's getting rid of the treasuries. China and Japan, two of the biggest debt holders we have. Get rid of them. We don't want these things. They're worthless, is what they're really saying. And I mean that seriously. They are worthless, guys. We've got to really understand the position that we're in with the U.S. currency as the standard global currency. Again, just like all things, it's going to eventually will end. I mean, the American Empire, just like the Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, Israel Empire, the American Empire will eventually end. And in my personal opinion, we're on our way to that. Okay, we've got to correct that, because I believe in 2029, this country could have 2029 could be a very bad time for this country. It's the Shemitah, okay, number one. It's the Shemitah year. And number two, if we keep going on the trajectory we're going now, in 5 years, could you imagine where this country will be in debt? And I mean, goodness gracious alive. All right. Galatians 1:17, neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me, but I went to Arabia. What's in Arabia? Mount Sinai, and returned again to Damascus. Then after 3 years, I went up to Zion. So that's interesting. Paul, when he was converted, he didn't go straight to Jerusalem. He went to Mount Sinai to receive the revelation that we read in all the epistles of the one new body, the one new man, the difference in following the commandments and grace. You know what that entails with Yeshua. The letter of the law to the spirit of the law, a whole very important understanding for Christians to understand that. the difference in the letter of the law and the spirit of the Torah. We want the spirit of the Torah, Holy Spirit of the Torah, not the letter. The letter will kill you. It will kill me. We want the spirit of the Torah. So Paul gained a lot of great wisdom and knowledge and understanding, of course, at Mount Sinai. That is where the revelation comes, because that's where the Torah was given. So there's 4 mountains that the Lord has as holy mountains, and that's one of them. Mount Zion's another one. Okay. And then we have the mountain of the east. What do they call that? The mountain of the east, and then the Garden of Eden. So those are the 4 holy places of Yahweh. Okay. Is Mount Sinai. Please don't forget that. Mount Sinai, Zion, the Garden of Eden, and the mountain to the east, which is mountain of the east, which I believe is Mount Labor. Well, I forget it. My phone's dead. So Mount Labor, something like that. So just remember, Mount Sinai is one of those holy mountains of God. And if it was once holy, it is always holy. Okay, so just remember that. And Mount Sinai will always be holy because what the Lord did at Sinai. All right. And last but not least, the last comment at 2:37. I can't believe it's 2:37 in the morning. But bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers was collapsed. The 2008 real estate bubble. They were the only one the government did not bail out. Some players in 2008 as today. Pelosi, Schumer, same people. It's going to be interesting to see. But my friends, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm going to have to get off. I've got a work day tomorrow, as I know all of us do. And I know on the East Coast, I believe it's 2:30, almost 3 o'clock in the morning, which no big deal. It is what it is. I've thoroughly enjoyed being with you guys for all 7 hours almost. Surely, I love these conversations. Thank you very much for the conversations. Thank you very, very much for the chats, for the edification, and also for the clarity and the confirmation as well. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope that Daniel 8 resonates with you, resonates in your heart. You can see this coming to fruition. You can see the players, Iran, Turkey. You're about to see Turkey fulfill their prophetic calling here, depending on God's appointed time. But you're about to see Iran reach their pinnacle, and then Turkey will take over. Just like Daniel 10 says, Daniel, I tried to come to you in these 21 days, but I was held up by the kingdom of Persia. I've got to go back and fight the kingdom of Persia. But guess what? After the kingdom of Persia, you got the kingdom of Javan coming after that. So he tells you, even in Daniel 10, what to expect with Persia and Javan. Those are the 2 main countries, the varsity teams, not the proxy groups, the varsity teams that we must look out for, or one could be caught as a thief in the night because they have no idea where we are on God's prophetic timeline. When you see Daniel 8 goes down, put on those 3 glasses for sure and go get some extra popcorn and extra chocolate, because you're in for a treat, my friends. When I say a treat, it's going to be awesome and it's going to be terrible. Awesome to see these prophecies, terrible to see it on the ground and see it to come into fruition, because all the judgments that are going to be coming at that time. So, my friends, thank you again for everything. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your disagreements. Thank you for all of these things that edify all of us, either in edification or in confirmation. We really appreciate it. I'll be back with you. We'll be back with you, I should say, sometime this week. I've got a very special guest that I'm bringing on. He's a good friend of mine that I love to death. His name is Brian Sanders. He made a film. He's a filmmaker, and he made a film called Why Stand With Israel, which, I mean, man, look at the timing, right? I mean, what perfect timing to come out with that film. But it's about an 1.5 hour film. We won't be showing the film because of copyrights and stuff like that. It is his film, but we're just going to show the trailer of it. And then he's going to talk to us about it. Most of you guys, that y'all understand what it is to stand with Israel, with the covenants, with everything that Yeshua said, etc. So we all understand that. But please look out for that. I'd love for you guys to be on with him when he comes on live and goes through this stuff with it. I went through it with him. He had a showing at Ocala, Florida, a couple of weekends ago, and I was there with him because I live in Florida, and I was there with him, and man, it's just phenomenal. I mean, it's just really inspirational. It's confirmation. It's really gets you engaged more so than we already are. He's a wonderful speaker. He's a wonderful he will talk about it till the cows come home in a very affluent way. And he's a beautiful guy, and he's a beautiful soul. So I'll be posting that. I think we might be doing that Wednesday or Thursday. I'm really on his schedule with that. So I just told him to give me a call, and whenever he wants to do it, it's game time. Let's do it. So I think that'll be Wednesday or Thursday. I probably will know more tomorrow. So if you can be there for us, it'll be Wednesday or Thursday at 8:00. Hopefully you guys can be on there with us and ask him all kind of questions, and just pepper him with questions like you do me. Okay. So I'll give them to him, and I'll just sit back and I'll just start asking questions like you guys. Okay. To him. So, but in all seriousness, if you can be on there, I'd really appreciate if you guys could support Brian. As you will see, he's a beautiful soul. He's a beautiful guy, loves Yeshua, loves the believers. He loves everybody, and you'll be able to tell that through his spirit. So we'll be doing that, I think, Wednesday or Thursday. And then, of course, I'll be back with you guys, I believe, for the Shabbat. And we'll see maybe Sunday or next week, we'll do another front page news, so to speak. And I think we'll be doing that right now. I think we'll be doing that on Isaiah 19, which is the prophecy of Egypt at the end of the age. So I think right now we'll be doing that. So enjoy your week, everybody. I hope you have a very prosperous week, a very healthy week. Be safe out there in this crazy world, and always stay true with reading the Holy Scriptures and the prophets. If I can encourage you to do it, please read the prophets, as the Lord leads you. Excuse me. And we hope that everybody has a great week. And we look forward to seeing you and getting back with you guys, fellowshipping with you guys here with Brian, whenever that is. And then also this weekend as well. So again, everybody, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you very much for your time. Those who have been with us for 7 hours, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I thank you for your chats. Thank you for everything that you guys do for us. And we love you very much. And we'll see you guys very, very soon. Keep your eyes open and always discern the truth through the Holy Bible. And don't forget to shine like the stars forever and ever, just like we read tonight with Daniel 12. Those that are wise and those that bring many to righteousness will shine like the stars forever and ever. That is for you, and that is for me. So my friends, let's shine like the stars. Amen. We'll see you guys very soon. We love you guys. Have a good night.
Lord, thank you for saving me, lost and found. Move me